There is no rebirth without pain. The whispers by my ear, the scars from the pain. I was once lost in superficial applause before I crossed path with that touch of red. When the throat is slit, everything I wished for comes true. A mark forever sealed between my eyebrows. On the night the jailbird lost its voice, we chose to go our separate ways. Yet, I returned once more. Tears ignited a glow in my eyes. Ashes were once flames.
Compass, compass, show me the way. Guide me to your master, no delay. Hold on, my friends. I shall save you at all costs. You there! Stop your evil experiment! The brave warriors will soon bring judgment. Warriors! Friends! The final battle is now in sight. No lies will ever deceive us after tonight!
Trailing behind the golden candlelight, the avaricious people lay eyes upon the royal coffin. Every inch of this beauty is forged with glory and power. The usurper who embraces glory will one day kneel before glory itself, and both his head and ambition will be crushed. Greed is immolated in flames, and the withered bones devour flesh and blood. Why believe in glory when glory is born of me? And I will be crowned once again.
Welcome to the Identity 5 Tournament NAEU 2023. This is Potch Spice. Let's take a look at the new changes in the band pick rules of this season. The new band pick rules consists of 8 phases. The sequence and content of each phase are as follows. In this phase, Hunter Faction will permanently ban 2 Survivor characters. In this phase, the number of banned Hunter characters will be automatically adjusted as the tournament progresses. In Game 1, the Survivor faction can't ban a Hunter. Every subsequent game, including overtime, the number of Hunter characters that are banned by Survivor faction is automatically increased by 1. Up to 3 Hunter characters will be banned. In this phase, Survivor faction will pick 2 Survivor characters. Please note, from Game 1 to Game 3, the first 2 Survivor characters selected in this phase will no longer be eligible to use. In this phase, Hunter Faction will ban 1 Survivor character. In this phase, Survivor Faction will pick 1 Survivor character. The Survivor characters that are picked in this phase can be reused. In the next phase, Hunter faction will ban the last survivor character. In this phase, Survivor faction will pick the last survivor character. This survivor character can also be used again. In this phase, the Hunter faction will lock in a Hunter character. Compared to previous seasons, the Hunter faction can ban 4 survivor characters freely. In the new ban pick rules, there will be 10 survivor characters who cannot be used in a best of 3. However, the number of Hunter characters banned by the Survivor faction remains the same. That's about it. Good luck and have fun.
Young bamboo shoots could brave the bitter cold of winter, graceful and serene in the face of adversity.
Father, you taught us that the Shao family must act like bamboo in the winter, unruffled and composed. But what if the powerful seek our downfall? What good is our composure if evil goes unpunished? Forgive me, I must defy our mantra. What?
What does she hope to accomplish?
Disgrace to the family!
Was I the one who brought this misfortune?
Chi!
No, I mustn't hide. For the Shao family, for vindication, and for her safe return. I knew this was a life of hardship, a life of uncertainty and diligence. My only option is to press onward and tread the unknown. The Shao family must act like bamboo in the winter, unflinching and steadfast in the face of adversity.
With steam dense as a veil, and wine sweet as honey, one can't help but relax at the hot spring. Return to basics. Surrender restraints. Relinquish thyself. Like the eagle plummeting straight down, lusting for lambs, hating all lamb souls. Bathed in the spring, we drink. We worship. We indulge.
Place at its finest. In July they came, and then in August, for flowers they were named. They stayed and dwelt in September, bathing in the sun. Oh, sway, she let down her guard. Grow, lurking Datura, feeding up Rosemary, who couldn't let go of discards. Night and night stood aloof from the light. Down and down fell into addictions and took to light. Time and time behind the curtain he hid till that came into sight. Place at its finest, bellow stain, where passionate vines often chase the butterflies. A place with fragrances, bellow stain, and now to dust the flower has returned.
What happened on the island?
Let's go and see.
No flowers last forever. I take pleasure in watching them wither. Calamus, turning hope to despair. Datura, severing love with grasping snare. Rosemary, indulging in past memories. Tuberose, falling off the edge of jeopardy. All of them are now withered. And more gorgeous than ever.
Accept God's mercy. Rise beyond the constraints of life and death.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Identity 5 tournament for NAEU. Pot Spice and Nello Mello burning the midnight oil just for you guys. We are on duty at your service. Nell, how are you feeling? We're about to witness some amazing Identity 5 action courtesy of the NAEU community.
Well, I'm feeling fresh as always with you, and I'm just so glad to be sharing the mic with you as well. So yes, I'm also very excited for the IVT tournament that's going on right now. And of course, we're going to be headed into RV versus Adams right off the bat, and that is also a very interesting matchup that I would like to see coming off in match number 1. And of course, welcome to the stream as well, fellow detectives. Shout out to all of you.
Yeah, we got a jam-packed day for you guys. So hope you guys are staying hydrated. I see some of our friends in chat. You know, they're super excited for everything that is going on. So we're just gonna wait and see how this one is gonna play out, Nell. I feel like the action's so intense that we kind of are in a bit of a stuck in a moment, if you would, like a little time loop here. But nonetheless, we shall keep moving on here because you know we are at the cusp of a new version of tournaments. No, there's gonna be a new band pick system here, so I'm super excited to see how it's gonna play out, especially in the NAEU meta.
Yeah, I mean, the new meta's going to be a huge thing going on. The band pick system that has been revamped. As if you guys are catching onto IVL, you will see that there's already a lot of intense draftings going on, and this is exactly what I want to see. It's not just a 4v1 games. The battle not only happens in the game, it happens in the band picking phase as well, and that's where the strength of the mentors, the strength of the drafters come into play. We can already see so many interesting lineups going on. Gosh.
Yeah, and you know what? At this point, right, it was getting to we were already saying in Koa, it was very survivor-sided. I would say game, because you can keep picking those survivors. You can have prospectors in game 1, 2, and 3. But now it's going to be interesting. So we're going to take you through today's matches. Like you said at the start, it's going to be Raven versus Adams to start things off. Afterwards, it's Python versus YHB, those hash browns. I'm so excited to see that. Afterwards, it's CH4 versus QNY. I don't know how to pronounce that name, but Chocho will be there to help me pronounce it. And last but not least, the main event, TKG versus B4U, a rematch of the grand finals of last year's IVT. So intense matches all throughout, and we'll be keeping you company, ladies and gentlemen, all throughout it all.
Yeah, for reals, we will be here enjoying the match with you, bringing in the commentaries as well. And of course, I just have to say, I'm really looking forward to this first matchup, starting off with the RV Ravens lineup with LX, Pablo ZG being the captain, Dakiri, Artyom, and Felchep. So this is also a team where their motto is to have fun. And yeah, I think that's the most important thing.
Yeah, and we're going to introduce real quick Team Adam ADM, or Angels of the Angels of Death. They're formerly they actually came from various teams like VOS, so shout outs to them. But yeah, Angels of Death, Adam, or ADM, you know what? Their original translation actually, Los Angeles de la Muertes. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Again, big shout outs to Corlin, the team captain, for helping me get more information on that. And also shout outs to Pablo ZG, because we will be giving you guys insights. So now let's move on over to the player stats. Let's start off with LX over at RV side now.
Yeah, I mean, LX spotting the Naiad. We can see the rise of the Naiad taking over the competitive scenes. Yeah, especially during Koa. And it's been a force to be reckoned with, especially you know, just getting the whole area drowned and just suffocating the survivors, forcing them to transition away, not being able to make use of the looping around the same area. But yeah, just a quick thought about that. Moving on next to the survivors as well, like you mentioned, Pablo ZG. He's the captain of the team. So why don't you take us away?
Yeah, Pablo ZG, you know what? He's very, I would have to say, he very insightful with the game. But one thing I do want to say is also Assassin14. If you guys could follow him over on Twitch and YouTube, head on over there. He's one of the survivors of ADM. Again, when it comes to team-to-team matchups, I would have to say ADM, one of their strengths that Coraline did say was they actually have very uncanny draft picks. So I wouldn't be surprised, especially you see a wildling in their mix. And in this meta now, Nell, with the new ban system, this can heavily favor Team ADM.
Yeah, not to mention he also has a patient novelist. Moving up next, there's also Dakiri from RV, spotting the prospector, and AMR 1v1, probably loves 1v1 going on there, spotting the prospector as well. I mean, he also plays a gravekeeper if the forward is being banned.
Right.
And as for Dakiri from Ravens, he also plays a priestess. So a lot of support and harass going on there.
Yeah, and also a fun fact, Dakiri and Pablo ZG known for their top tier duo. So they have a lot of S badges collected over in the 5 years. So look out for Pablo ZG and Dakiri tandem. But moving on, you know, RV's Artyom and What Why Yes, a very interesting name here. Now featured in Enchantress and Painter respectively. But Artyom, you know what, he also has, well, based on our stats, also has a Painter of its own, has a Merc. We also see that with this new system, maybe we'll see some priorities on those unconventional survivor picks.
Yeah, speaking of the new system, and I also want to bring up the new buffs as well. Caramel spotting the little girl is exactly what I want to talk about. She no longer cancels attack recovery, and that's a huge thing. Because before this, people were so afraid that the little girl's going to reset attack recoveries and skills, but now you don't have to worry about it anymore. You can freely use the page. So I really look forward to see Little Girl being utilized in this matchup between Adams and RV.
Yeah, and also to mention, Carlin did mention that Uh, Caramel is their quote unquote team pet. He is the most Caramel is the most mechanically gifted among the bunch.
Wow.
So I'm excited to see how he brings out the little girl. He also has a postman, by the way. So I'm excited to see how you would fare because you love the postman now. And
I
also
do.
he's has a gardener, a dancer. They do say he's the best gardener. And again, that's quoted by Carline. So I'm excited to see some excellent gardener plays, courtesy of Caramel.
For reals. There's probably flowers growing around wherever she dismantles the chairs and all and whatnot. But yeah, I mean, this is exactly what I want to see. Like all these new metas coming in, so exciting. But you know what? Let's put a pin on that. We're going to move into the ban picks. Ever Sleeping Town is going to be the choice for Ravens, whereas After Adams has banned Chinatown. So Ever Sleeping Town, good alternative to Chinatown.
Yeah, and considering that Ravens pick this, right? I think if we're gonna go with the same type of meta, like you want to pick a map at the start to just empower your hunter. And looking at Ravens hunters, LX, if he will be the one, because there's also Kutanalix as well. If it's gonna be LX, you know what? Sculptor Violinist. We also saw a Dream Witch, and I believe it was who's the other one that we saw? Was it Sculptor? Was it?
Yeah, Sculptor.
Okay, so
Sculptor,
yeah, so we're gonna see. This is where the hunter can technically shine. It's still technically the same meta come round 1, but round 2, that's when we're gonna see more survivor bans. But if you think about it, Team ADM having a very diverse lineup, I think they're the type of team that as the rounds go on, they get even better and better because the pool gets deeper and deeper, unless they throw their uncanny picks right off the bat.
Yeah, that's exactly what we want to see too as well, right? Throwing in the surprise hooks left and right to catch the opponents off guard. But speaking of which, on behalf of Team Ravens, Pablo ZG has high praises for LX as well, and his violinist, quote and unquote, he is a really good violinist, very smart and skilled as well, with other characters apart from violinist. So with those high praises being sung, we can expect a lot of action if LX decides to go with the violinist in the Ever Sleeping Town against Adams.
And speaking of praises, since Pablo ZG did praise his hunter, one thing, Real recognizing Real here, ADM's Coraline, the captain, did say their biggest competition is definitely Team Ravens. And they actually wanted to face off against Ravens. So this is actually a really good matchup. And considering that they're going to be facing their biggest competition at the start, I'm pretty sure ADM is going to bring the heat and the fire coming into this match. And I'm excited to see this one. Actually, now, while we have this time, I know we interviewed some of these players. I just want to give a quick shout outs to each and every one of them, starting with Team ADM. Do follow Santi Devil on Twitch, also Assassin on Twitch, TikTok, and YouTube. Who else we got? Yeah, those 3. So please follow them. And also Caramel on TikTok and at Useless Puppet. That's what it's called.
For real. Yeah, I mean, very unique names. Very long links as well. Unfortunately, we wouldn't be able to copy paste everything. But you know what? Yeah, we are going to be heading into the ban pick phase for round 1, first half. Again, ladies and gentlemen, the first 2 picks, Psychologist and Acrobat, will be added into the universal bans, which means throughout the entire tournament, it's not going to be able to be used anymore after this.
Yeah, so that's why it's so important for drafting, and that's why I feel like there's a lot of emphasis on coaches and captains, because now there's a big emphasis on team strategy, because you can't just copy paste the regular strategy all throughout because it's ever changing. So you see that the hunter bans on the lower right side, they can be picked again in the future, but now as the rounds will progress, you will be seeing more and more survivors ban on the lower left side of the screen. So first and foremost, it will be the Psychologist and the Acrobat that you cannot use anymore, since they were the first ones picked. And now everyone has already locked in their survivors. LX, like you said, you know what, the Violinist, high praises, but now we're gonna go with a new meta. We're gonna go with a Night Watch now.
Let's go, the Vacuum Hunter. Absolutely terrifying, wrecking havoc. You know, if you catch IVL, you'll see that this hunter has been used so much. Dongxian making a monster again, yet again, with another meta hunter. I'm really excited to see how Nightwatch is going to be playing here because everyone seems to be pretty tanky. Gravekeeper with the shovel, Psychologist with the 3 hits, Acrobat and Toy Merchant can obviously gain distance, but Posh, I don't think it really matters because the Vacuum Hunter's here.
Yeah.
And he's just gonna bring them back to where he wants them to.
Exactly. He's just like the very violent Roomba vacuum that just keeps roaming around, and he keeps attracting. No. He's gonna keep moving around, be as active as heck. The one thing he is though is a single hit hunter, and you know what? If you're chasing the Gravekeeper, the Psychologist, you're gonna have to tank a lot of those hits. But movement will be on the side of the Acrobat and the Toy Merchant, so he will have to still build up his skills and get those stocks up. And I'm excited now because I would say this is a new age for competitive Identity 5. Not only are we seeing a new hunter, but the universal bans are coming on in, so it brings a new life and a new competitive drive for all these players. So without further ado, we're gonna wait for that match to happen. It's gonna go right back to us now.
Yeah.
And I feel like this is just the first of many night watches that we're gonna see.
Yeah, I totally agree. And why not? Because it's such a strong character. It's in meta now, and with the ability, the mobility to move around, so versatile, and not to mention being able to slow down the survivors, vacuuming them towards the area. That makes such a strong skill. So, like based on the spawn location just now, Acrobat's probably going to be the first target. He's going to have that corner double story to work with, but LX moving towards the middle, actually. That's where the Gravekeeper is.
It is actually where the Toy Merchant is at. So the Toy Merchant not wasting any time, already using the catapult. Once again, folks, this is round 1, first half. Pot Spice and Nello Mello, your commentators for this. So now he's going to chase after the Toy Merchant. He's able to use that buff to just jump over 2 structures like we talked about offline. Now has to be forced to break this pallet down.
Yeah, and that's the power of the Vacuum Hunter. 1 hit already onto Caramel. Nothing can be done if he doesn't have the catapult to launch herself further away from the Hunter. LX he's gonna have Bling very, very soon, but I don't think he needs it at all. That 1 hit!
Able to get it. So I think that was a good investment that he broke that pallet. He tried to loop around it, but like you mentioned, Toy Merchant not having the catapult to work with, she's kind of a sitting duck unless she has elevations to change, but she was stuck in a really tough spot. So now LX off to a great start. I would say fairly early down in the first minute, now forcing AMR 1v1, going for the rescue early on the blink. Unable to get it, but still able to farm a hit off the Gravekeeper. And now we can focus back on the Toy Merchant.
Yeah. The saving grace was at least he didn't hit the chair. That would be so devastating.
It would be.
Yeah. But the rescues happen. The Caramel's gonna be hit. Unfortunately, she's not gonna be able to rebound Kite just yet. Still has another catapult, just trying to find the right moment. But with LX on Itakwa, it's gonna be really, really hard.
Yeah, so the Gravekeeper did a great job saving, and also I would say not only was it saving grace that he didn't hit the chair, but also for the Gravekeeper, that could have been a terror shock real quick. So at least he wasn't able to get that. So now he's got 4 stocks. He's full presence already. He's got the trump card to change things up, and now he's kind of far camping this area to see if anyone's coming from this area. He's going to try to build up more stocks, spot someone here. It's going to be a little too far away for them to try and go for this rescue. Gravekeeper going down just to eat that hit, and Toy Merchant will be expiring. And yes, can he make it in time? No. Unfortunately, he cannot.
Yeah. I mean, really nice attempt though. Like, with the Psychologist, at least there's the global heal going on, so Gravekeeper will have that life replenish. But Acrobat's gonna take 1 hit instead. You have to remember though, Cypher Rush is the weakness of Itakwa, so they somehow have to manage this kite while rushing Cyphers at the same time. So Acrobat needs to make this kite happen much, much longer, but
wow, LX. I mean, just really flexing the toolkit. I mean, he's really utilizing the wins and just capitalizing on the overextension, these survivors, and now has his 2nd survivor in. So IDV math does not lie. Now we have 3 survivors, 1 on a rocket chair, and the 3 Cyphers remaining. This Hunter has definitely gained the control of the mid game.
Yeah. Oh, and the backdoor rescue. Well, that's a good thing. At least Gravekeeper wouldn't be injured, and he can still go back for the rescue. Acrobat still has a fire bomb. Once he gets closer, he'll probably use it. Oh, that's a nice one.
Oh,
my
wow.
God.
Trying to get the hit throughout it all, ladies and gentlemen. So we're just going to wait and see if we can refresh our feed here. But again, it just seems like LX here is just dominating the start of this match. The backdoor rescue null was actually a really good attempt. Hopefully they'll be able to find their way back. And now we do have a little more clearance in what happened. So now we see that getting ballooned and shared is the acrobat. So it's going to be really tough, but I think they're already on their last cipher. So that's definitely a good start for them already.
Yeah, I mean, how crazy is that Itakwa had such an amazing early start, and yet it's still down to the last cipher, right? So I would say Itakwa, the weakness is still very apparent. The chase, the hunt is so good. You can see everyone, he's just whacking left and right. We are anticipating the wind walk coming in, the tempest being used.
Yeah, we're just, again, if we're gonna just peel back the curtain here, ladies and gents, it's we're having a little technical difficulties on our side. There, we're able to see it now. So yes, one cipher does remain, and one's at 62%, the other below the 50% mark, and now two survivors are left. So again, a lot of action that we kind of missed out on, but it seems like LX is still kind of playing to his advantage here.
Yeah, I don't think Cypher's gonna be done in time. Oh, again, the Tempest. The Tempest, wow, beautiful use of the magic stick. But Alex, does he know where he's going? Oh, okay. He burst, no interaction. But the hit, not gonna connect.
Yeah, I think Chocho is biting her lips there because she usually gets hit by the drop-down pallet. But now, saving grace here is that the Cypher is almost primed here. So now AMR 1v1 is going to wait for that pop to happen, but hitting him in an area where there's no pallets, he's going to have the wind walk, I mean the wind boost to help him, and now he's going to bring him closer, and the Gravekeeper has fallen down. He's going to see that rocket chair. Hopefully, oh no, he's not. He's just going to go for that Psychologist. So this is actually an excellent strategy. Just going for the double slug so he can get 5 points for his team.
Yeah, Alex wants that 4K. He wants to secure that advantage for his team. I have to say, you cannot outrun an Itakwa, especially when he's on Windwalk. That was what the Gravekeeper was trying to do. Very valiant effort. But now, oh, wow, dodging. But the vacuum's gonna get you. It always gets you.
You can run, you can hide, but you know what? It always gets you at the end. The AoE is something hard to deal with. Now it's just a matter of, like, you know, using the self heal just to buy a little more time. But I mean, they're already going to be injured, so detention's not going to be a factor at this point, and they don't have any items to use. So again, Alex just cleaning up the shop here for him to get that, to secure at least that 5-point game.
Wow. And with that, Gravekeeper has lost his self-heal. You can see how the Windwalk plus the Impulse Persona, giving that slight 8% move speed while charging attack, gives so much impact. Assassin's gonna stand up. Psychologist, you know, still try to hide away as much as, just buying time as much as possible, but I'm afraid with the Gravekeeper down and no self-heal, Alex is looking in a very favorable position to get this 4K.
Yeah, definitely cleaning up shop here and just kind of showcasing the excellent movement of a fully fed Itakwa. And now, just a matter of time, we're going to see him try to get the wind going here. But this is what's hard, right? If there are pallets that are dropped. But now he's just going to get the hit through the window. We're going to get the victory on the side of LX. He's just going to have to chair accordingly. And that's going to be game for Team Ravens here. So again, ADM definitely wanted a challenge, and they got one in the face of LX here.
Yeah, I mean, I can see now why Pablo ZG has such high praises for LX, and this game just shows it. Amazing Itakwa play, you know, from beginning until the end.
Yeah, I think this was the best way to start off IVT for NAEU. It's just the introduction of not just the new ban system, but just Night Watch, because that's definitely the meta that we're going to sit with for a while. It's been making waves in IVL. Gone are the days of wax artists. So I don't know. I saw some people in the chat that wanted to see wax artists. Maybe in round number 3 when we get more bans going on. But round 1, I think Night Watch mains are eating well.
Yeah, for reals. They be cooking, man. Just let them slay. Itakwa, like in that game just now, you can see you can't outrun him. You can um in a foot battle, you lose.
Foot race, yeah. In a foot race, you cannot. That's why.
For reals.
I think the only one that can kind of hard counter him if he's not fully fed yet is forward. We did talk about it with Chocho, right? Just anyone that can just create that distance. But I mean, he doesn't have any direct counter matchups as of late. I mean, he just like I think it's already week 3 of IVL, so we've been seeing how he's been playing, and he's been performing. He's been getting the numbers, so it may take some time. This did happen when new hunters do come out, like Sculptor, Wax Artist. But I would have to say with Nightwatch, a lot of people are saying that his skills are pretty earned, right? Yes, he does have those the vacuums, the wind tunnels, and all that, but the reason why Dongxuan's really good at using him is because he knows how to cycle through it, and he doesn't just spam the wind whenever it comes in. He knows how to use it accordingly, and we kind of saw shades of that in LX with how well he was. There was no wasted skill, I would have to say, no wasted movement as well with how he used the Night Watch.
Yeah, it speaks for itself. Like you can see Gravekeeper with the longest containment time. Toy Merchant, unfortunately, is going to be sent back to the mana in less than 60 seconds. The rest of them are pretty much using up a lot of their times trying to decode, trying to rush to Cypher against Itakwa. But honestly, without a harassing character of some sort in the composition, it's really hard to play against Itakwa. Like if there's a Prospector, if there's a Forward, like you mentioned, things might be a little bit different. Even a Batter would make things different, or an Enchantress. Right?
Yeah.
Then he'll be forced to bring excitement. Things would change without the bling. But ultimately, if you want to raw kite Itakwa, it's going to be really hard. But LX making it happen in game number 1. What a way to start the first game, Posh.
Yeah, and like you said, this is the new picks and bans rule. So coming to round number 2, if they ban the Night Watch, and they're I think it was Acrobat and Psychologist. Yeah, those 2 are banned. Hopefully they'll take heed and also bring in some harassers, because again, Adam's biggest one of their biggest strengths is their uncanny character picks. So hopefully we'll see some of those Enchantress, some of the Wildlings come out. And this is definitely part and parcel of the story. This is definitely not going to be over just yet. Until we see round number 2. But as of now, LX showing and flexing that you have to respect ban that Night Watch. And considering that, when it comes to map selection, it is, I think, Ravens that's going to take it. So they might pick a map that can balance out their other hunter picks on LX's side. Is there any map, Nell, that jumps to mind that can possibly counter Night Watch? Or, I mean, I've seen him on everything, really.
Yeah, I don't think there's really any maps that is unfavorable to him because of his ability to, just loop through and jump through palettes. But I would say maps with more high walls or walls would help a little bit, because you can't vacuum the survivors when they are on the other side of the wall. They can, but you would take some distance to move around, right? So being on the other side of the wall would actually work during the early stages against Itakwa. So maybe Arms Factory would be okay against him, but honestly, once he gets the presence, once he gets the skill up, the presence up, it's just pretty much really hard. Yeah, when he switches his win form.
Actually, considering the matches we saw in IVL and how it ended, like in a 1-man kill or a tied game, the survivors did a great job at not feeding the hunter. Like the first chase was just so hard. Like Psychologist, or it was, I think the one I saw yesterday when YMM played when Night Watch, it was they chased Prospector first and then Psychologist. It took so long for him to be able to get the full presence, and then by the end of it, he only got 1K. So I think as of now, that is the meta. Just don't feed the Night Watch right away. Don't give him that full presence as of yet. And hopefully you'll be able to, pop like the 3 ciphers in that process. So get a 3 cipher kite. Easier said than done, though.
For reals, for reals. But honestly, I would say in the last game, right? Toy Merchant is actually one of the characters that has an advantage over Itakwa because when you are in the air, gliding through the air, you cannot be vacuumed. You cannot be pulled. So that's actually I would say a direct counter to Itakwa. It's just very unfortunate. She didn't set a catapult where she was decoding.
Yeah.
So when Itakwa hits her, the one thing she could do was, move, gain some distance, set a catapult, just be greedy. It doesn't matter if he breaks the catapult. Use it to glide away to a more favorable place to kite. Like corner double story is achievable. You can definitely go there. Like because Itakwa doesn't have the second presence yet, right?
Yeah, I believe. The start was Caramel did set up a catapult, went all the way to the fake gate, and I think once he landed, like you said, could have dropped another catapult, then go straight to corner house after that.
Yeah.
So easy. Again, that's something that maybe the team is gonna try and look back on and try to fix up, because I would say that Toy Merchant could definitely counter the Night Watch early game. So now we're gonna see a Dancer, and Dancer right off the bat. Usually you want to see that saved up, but gonna use it right away. I think Ravens wants to solidify their victory here in round number 1, going with really powerful 2 picks here.
Yeah. And let's not forget, ladies and gentlemen, Priestess and Dancer will be added into the global bans. So I think the strategy for RV, probably they want to focus on smaller maps, because in bigger maps,
possibly
without Priestess, it's going to be, a little bit of a hassle. But you know what? Starting strong, maybe they want to get that points advantage.
Right.
And with the barmaid as well, my goodness, the support, the heal, the mobility, it's crazy, man.
Yeah, I'm excited to see this, and also I'm excited to see Monday here, Moday. Moday, known as Ghost, known as Lando as well, has S badges throughout, but he's actually really good as violinist too. So LX, I know he also has a violinist. Maybe actually, you know what? When Pablo Zucchi gave us the answers for who the hunter he was looking at, maybe he was also talking about Moday, because he's also the #1 violinist. So I'm excited to see if he'll be bringing out the violinist to start things off. So, again, big shout outs to the team captains Coraline and Pablo Zucchi for giving us the answers. Once again, as commentators, we did try to interview as much as we can to give you guys the storylines for these matches, because NAEU always in a emerging, talented region when it comes to competitive Identity 5, and we want to give the just dues, the flowers to the players. This is their big outing right now, so hopefully they're going to give us a great match. Moday, he's waiting to select his hunter of choice, but right off the bat now, how are you liking these picks?
This pick is a very strong pick, coming out very strong with the music box support, with the Dublin support, with the portal support. Not to mention Merc won't fall down after 2 hits with the delayed damage. If Moday really wants to go for the violinist, the only word I can say is believe. Adam needs to believe, because violinist is gonna have such a hard time with the first pick. With the first hit as well. But with a Dream Witch going on with the Dream Witch here. Posh.
Yeah, I also had to absorb that, because if you think about it, Priestess in the mix could definitely add a lot of you can definitely go through the portals as the main body, but it still creates that separation, so you're not going to be able to set up your puppets or your leeches properly. We have the Dublin being added to the mix with the barmaid, and Dancer is just so tough on this map, especially if you set up the boxes at the middle 2-story part. So we've seen this matchup play out. It's almost 60-40 when it comes to survivors in this one. So Moday coming in with this, he's gonna have to try and I would say he's a little bit at a disadvantage, because like you said, this is a very strong lineup that Ravens did draft.
Yeah, it's a very strong lineup, but honestly, out of all these 4 survivors, right, Moday would probably go for the Priestess first.
Yeah.
Because the host can go through the portal. portals along with the priestess now. So that's an advantage on the side of the Dream Witch. If he goes for barmaid, well, let's just say the Dublin's gonna keep her running a little bit longer. And if you want to chase after the female dancer, with the slow boxes and the corner double story right off her alley, she's just gonna easily rotate there as well, and buy so much time. Merc is definitely a no-no.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I would say Priestess would be a very fine chase. But bringing you the commentaries in this second half of the first match is me, Nello Mello, and Posh Spice. Let's go.
Yeah, so I see the main body trying to position himself in the corner's house already, and Pablo ZG is actually here. So one of the best kiters out there, already setting up the music boxes just to make sure that this chase of the dancer is going to take so much time. Already set up in the second story, so now he's going to have to go round back. He's waiting for a possible spin attempt. Oh, unable to get it through, and now at least that was the leech hit. So Pablo ZG eating that hit. Patroller is ready for him, so he's going to have to kite this one out now.
Oh. Maybe the idea was to just get hit by the leech so that he will, he will just have to deal with the spawn. But I don't think it's a good idea to give that first free hit. The pirouetting obviously didn't work in the result. But there's already a slow music box in this area.
Wow.
Will he be able to kite through?
I think, unable to get the hit through. Just pirouettes through on that, and now he's already at the middle center of this map. And he kited out that patroller, so great stuff on Pablo ZG. Good recovery. Again, giving away that first hit was a little risky, but hey, it paid off in the end. Now he has to...
Barmaid?
I have to move, head on over to the barmaid and move his body for that corner house, and now he's at the center.
Wow, and with the portal support as well. Look, Pablo ZG. Oh my god, he's gonna buy so much distance. By the time the Dream Witch gets caught up, I take back my words, Posh. That first hit was so worth it. That first hit by the leech follower was so worth
Calculated. And all the music boxes are still there, so anyone can run that route. Female dancers already healed up. The one thing, though, that's a little detriment here is that Cypher Progress isn't moving that much. Mode is already gaining a little bit of presence. He's going to spot out the Priestess here. He's going to eat that hit because it's right at the center. So Daikiri now has to work with Corner House.
Yeah, I mean, but honestly, this is the time. I don't think he knows that he doesn't have portal keys. He's gonna regenerate pretty soon, but without the patroller, yeah, he's just gonna send the leech further. The spawn follower further away, so they will catch up. But now with the leech, Daikiri needs to be very careful. Only one holy key, but there's also a slow box here again.
There it is. Oh, going back and forth in this corner house, and he still has a pallet to work with. So Daikiri running the routes here. Arteon, he's gonna try to get the attention away from Daikiri. That's at corner house. Probably gonna eat that hit. That's still all good. So now, the barmaid's just gonna heal up. So just this constant survivor pressure, the constant switching is definitely working in Ravens' favor.
Yeah, but as you can see, they actually stopped decoding. The Cypher was actually pretty fast, but the change into the blink.
Okay, so now this is actually a great switch on the Dream Witch's side. The blink coming in, and like you said, you know what? The Cyphers did halt. They're working on their last Cypher as we speak. And now this is where the mercenary has to come in for that rescue.
Yeah, I mean, oh my god, the middle Cypher is gonna be camped. That's actually at 70%, which probably explains why it was halted, because Mode is doing a good job, applying Cypher pressure alongside downing the Priestess at the same time. So very good recovery on that part. But you can see that the mercenaries coming in for the rescue as we speak, Posh.
Yeah. So now it's still salvageable here. They just have to get it before half. And now Mercenary able to get the rescue, farming off a hit off the Mercenary, allowing the Priestess to move away. And now he's going to go for a leech on the Mercenary. This Priestess is going to be long gone with that holy key at sight, but he still has a leech, so that's totally fine. And he does not have an anti-curse. Felchap using up that elbow pad just to create that distance. He's going to have to de-leech. And now, he's got global portal here. Daikiri. And he cancels it out. Didn't want to risk it, and now has to continue the chase here at corner house.
Yeah, but mind you, Boss, that leech still has a blink. Oh my god, Daikiri!
Closing that out, and now able to get it, but at least it was the leech hit. So now he's gonna be forced to go with the main follower. So still buying a little bit of time for him to move on away. Still at 70% is this last Cypher at the center now.
Yeah, one Cypher remaining. How crazy was that? When the Priestess was first down, it was still 3 Cyphers remaining, and all of a sudden with that second kite, Wow, they're gonna finish this middle one almost instantly. Doesn't matter if there's a leech follower camping that Cypher, because Cypher is prime at the moment.
Oh, Priestess now. We're at 99%. He's going to be able to struggle free.
Wow.
Are they going to try and get ready for this pop? No, it's going to be chased away. So Priestess can create that separation. 2 survivors are being camped right now, and Daikiri just has to get out of dodge here. Priestess does not have a leech anymore. Mode is put in a tough position here, and also getting that hit. And now I think they might just try to rush this Cypher or try to move on away. They're still not going to take their chances just yet, no.
Yeah, they just want to make sure that the leech is removed. But, oh my god, I think they have no choice. They have to pop it now. And one more pad going to make it happen. There's no bling on this leech. But the last Cypher, but the gate's already been opened.
Wow, it's so fast. And Felchap is already at the graveyard area. 80% on this gate. Pablo ZG unable. Oh, it gets the gate open already. The barmaid side, that is. So now gonna use that portal just to move on away. He's gonna have to chase on foot now. So it's still a big scramble for these survivors. Mode put in a tough spot because look at this. The holy key is just making this gate so easily accessible. And now it's going to be a 3-person escape. The mercenaries probably over at the dungeon side. And that's going to be a brilliant performance on the survivor side. Actually, mercenary still has a long way to go for that dungeon area. Blink's going to be used here to close out the distance. And it seems like they might have be resided to a 3-person escape.
Yeah, but that's still a very good result for Ravens with that 3 escape. And you just have to consider, like, having a priestess in the game. Even if the Dream Witch is able, the host is able to go through portals, you can see why priestess is always banned in this map. Look at that support from one side to the other. Even if you have followers, bro, you can't keep up. Ubers can't keep up with with that, man. Oh my god, that's
5 stars, 5-star service, portal service, courtesy of Fiona there. That is why, ladies and gentlemen, that I think they drafted this way. Yes, it is the hard hitters right away, Dancer plus Priestess, which I feel like are contenders to be MVPs, but everyone played their role here. The barmaid also was able to heal up the first chase of that Dancer, and also the mercenary able to get the rescues ongoing. So this was just an excellent showing of the drafting that was done. Now they kind of have to live with it in round number 2, because you're not allowed to use that priestess or that barmaid. That dancer. But like you said, Nell, Ravens has map advantage, so they can just pick Arms Factory. They should be fine not having that priestess. Dancer would be great, but hey, Dancer is pretty good in a lot of maps. But I think they still have Prospector to use. They still have the forward. They have so much more left. So I think they have to pick and choose their battles, and Ravens definitely drafted accordingly.
I think Ravens is doing a very strategic planning here. Like, you know what? Let's just play with the strongest composition. Let's try and end this as soon as possible. You know, the global bans are important to take note of, but it doesn't matter if we don't even get to best of 3. If we can end this in 2 games, it doesn't really matter that much. Like what you said, there's always Prospector, there's always forward to play with. So I think that's the mindset of Ravens going in. Whereas for Adams, right now, their biggest comeback that they can do is not to allow them that early down. They have to come back in round 2, make it a draw or even a win, so that they can bring it to best of 3. And that's where the international, the global ban's gonna impact Raven in one way or the other.
Yeah, and this definitely will play into their strengths of having a diverse character survivor picks. So hopefully we'll be able to see that. They're still not out of it yet, ladies and gentlemen. If you are an ADM fan, they're still in this. They're still round number 2. The least they could do is just tie and go for that round number 3. But right now, Ravens eating well tonight. Well, eating well in round number 1, I have to say. They are up 8-1 in terms of the score. 3 survivor escape. The mercenary Felchap did an amazing job. You know, it just kind of was resided to just pop that last Cypher. He already did his rescues. He was the sacrificial lamb, but just shows that, yeah, Ravens came here. I think they're really hell-bent and intent on getting that victory here and also moving on to the finals tomorrow.
Yeah. I mean, not to take anything away from either of the teams, it really is a very tough situation to come back from, right? Like especially when your side has gotten a 5-0. For the survivors, they can play more comfortably. For the Hunter of Adams, they obviously have more Mode has more to worry about, and that's where the stress comes in. But honestly, you gotta shake it off, come back in round 2 with a fresh mindset. Like, it's only one round, we can come back in round 2. They have to do that in order to play more efficiently in the second game.
Yeah, and this is where skill is definitely very tested, and this is where teams really grow, right? When they're faced with adversity, a lot of teams show their next level, because it's like, yeah, you're winning because everything's going according to plan, but what happens when this happens? This is where you really get tested as a team and as a hunter as well. When you're forced in that corner position, it's like, oh, this looks like a checkmate or a mate position. It's not checkmate just yet, but this is where they could definitely kind of bounce back from. I'm excited to see that happen. So hopefully, if you are an ADM fan out there, if you, I see you guys in the chat, do support them because they need it now more than ever. If you're a Ravens fan and you want to spam some Ravens in the chat, please do, because they're doing pretty well today.
Yeah, for reals. I totally agree with Posh. When life gives you lemon, you make
sandwiches. I'm
kidding. Okay, that's not what I was going for. But...
I'm kidding. Of course, you make lemonades, guys. You make a lemonade stand, you sell that lemonade, and
then you buy sandwiches with the profit.
Exactly.
Yeah, for reals. But yeah, I just to quote what they're saying earlier on, having fun. Just apart from the experience, apart from competing in the tournament, just having fun, doing their best, and obviously the healthy competition between these two teams, Raven and Adams, they have respect, huge respect for for each other. So I feel like, you know what, regardless of the results, let's have a good game. I think that's what is on their mindset.
I just want to give a shout out to the NAEU community and also the teams that participated. You know, the shout out to all the captains. You know, we will be giving you guys their interviews and their insights in the next matches, and also shout outs to Ghost Queen of KOI, also Samumu of GOE, and also Mirone of AT. Big shout outs to you guys. They were really nice. We did approach them on Discord and ask them a couple of insights. Again, we want to be able to feature the teams, the captains, their stories, and highlight their accomplishments in this tournament, just so that we can give the proper spotlight to the NAEU community. And hopefully you guys can also support them, follow them in their journey, your favorite teams, that is. Again, we know you guys have your certain biases and you stand certain teams, and I hope you guys can follow their journey, because again, at the end of the day, we're just having fun here. We want to put on a show for you guys, and that's what they're trying to do. So hopefully you guys can reach out to them, message them, maybe give them a follow on their TikToks and on their Instagrams. Just, it goes a long way in at their, I would say, their professional or esports career, that is.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it any better than you. An encouragement goes 1,000 miles away. It goes a long way in lifting up the spirits of the teams to keep playing and keep coming back, because it's one thing to play good, it's another thing to play good in front of a global audience, in front of the whole community, because you know what, who likes to be who likes to be judged while playing?
Exactly.
Judge is a pretty strong word. Maybe who likes to be evaluated when playing?
I would, because like if you're playing in this tournament, it's like a microscope lens is just watching you, and you just have to give props to the props and I would say kudos to the players that stepped up to the plate to compete now, because they're putting themselves on the line here. And again, it's for the growth of the community. It's also for the growth of NAEU. It's for them to, be rewarded for their hard work, because a lot of these teams have trained for this, countless of ranked matches and countless sleepless nights. So I can't wait to see how who's going to be the winner of this one, because again, you got hard hitters here. You have also names that we've seen before, so we'll get to that in just a bit. Since this is the top 8, we're going to dwindle it down to top 4 by tomorrow. Hopefully you guys will tune in also then to see the conclusion of it, because I see we have over 500,000 people watching in the chat. So big shout outs to each and every one of you. A lot of people from the Spanish community also watching, so shout out to you guys. A lot of love for IDV Santi, he's also here. We see Emilio, Juice, Clement. We also have we saw Giselle too. Shout out to Giselle, Windows of Opportunity gang. So
for reals. Also shout outs to Norton's Compass Caliper for reminding us to keep drinking water. Thank you so much. And of course, shout outs to Ryok, Milf, Waluigi, Tartargilius, Alice,
see Kichi,
Izzy.
I see Ghost, I see Izzy. I see you, Izzy.
Oh.
What's going on, Izzy? Thank you so much for the shout outs.
Pushifu.
Yeah. Shout out
I
to each
saw
and
that.
every one of you guys. Thank you guys for keeping it positive and also constructive in the chat once again. We're going to see Santi come in. Let's go.
Let's
People are asking
go.
for it. I see Santi was also in the chat. So a lot of people are also hoping to see Santi. Follow him on TikTok and all the socials that I mentioned before. And now, oh, my apologies. It's actually ADM that has round pick. So now they go for that red church. So it seems like Ravens definitely just wanted to go for the, I would say, go for broke strat and just go for invest in the priestess, invest in the dancer. Now they're gonna, I guess they have to bring out the bigger guns to just solidify that round 2, because if ADM is gonna be able to come back from this, now they're down a priestess and a dancer and plus the other 4 to come into round number 3. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, which makes sense, right? Why Raven banned Sacred Heart Hospital, because female dancer plus priestess in this place.
A nightmare. A nightmare.
Seriously, a nightmare. Yeah, so very smart ban by Ravens. But Adams, like what you said, Santi's gonna make his appearance, and boy oh boy do I love to see a Ripper, an X-Boy. That's among the 2 characters that Santi prefers to play. But of course, a lot of love going out to X-Boy. I have a lot of love going out to X-Boy.
Ooh, shout outs to Ling. We're gonna see him in the previous matches, the Axe Boy of NAEU. I'm super excited to see, since you mentioned Axe Boy, but Axe Boy also in Red Church is definitely a pick that we have seen in the past. Again, Axe Boy in the meta of Koa didn't really perform well, but now with this new ban system, this global ban system, he could be making a rise, especially in round 2 and 3. So I'm super excited to see how that is going to shake out. And now I think is the important time for, let's say, like the team captains to kind of rally the troops together. So again, I did speak to Coraline, and she said that, you know, she has this, she's the maestro of just putting the survivor teams together. And I think that's why it's so important now for coaches and strategists to come out of the woodworks, especially if you're with a competing team. You kind of need that now more than ever because of this new global ban system.
Yeah, for reals. And on the side of Pablo ZG as well, I think since Adams got the pick of the map now, I think Raven might consider sending out the hunter first, and that is exactly what's going on. Yeah,
Look
because
at you, Nell, looking at Mystic Nell. Look at that with a crystal ball. With the predictions. Okay.
That's so smart. But now he, like, you know what? You have the priestess, you have the female dancer, but we're not even gonna give it to you, even though it's not on the global bans yet. They're just gonna take it out right off this instance. Alex banning the priestess, female dancer, whereas Adams, they're gonna commit to this with a patient and an antiquarian. So antiquarian, very powerful pick. Not gonna be able to be used anymore if they go to round 3. But honestly, I think Adam really needs it right now. They need a W right now.
Yes, and that's why they went with like a powerful antiquarian, and also patient has really good jump spots in this map. A lot of walls to work with as well, the breakable walls, that is. First officer being a stable rescuer, so I'm like, I mean, the fact that antiquarian is here is already, you know, it's sending shivers down any hunter's spines. And banning out the sculptor, yeah, did their homework with LX because he's known for that sculptor. However, you know, Nightwatch can come out again. But with the Antiquarian, could pose a little bit. I mean, but like Nightwatch is the meta now, though.
Yeah, for reals. But with the first officer, at least you don't need to worry when you're on the hypnosis form, right? If you get choice first, you have the clock to lean back against. And if you're on patient, you have the hooks because it doesn't get affected. It's not like forward. If you get caught in the wind by the forward, you're pretty much slowed down even if you dash. But now with the Gardener on the composition, wow.
I mean, we talked about it before. Caramel having like the badge of the Gardener, you know, is one of the best, if not the best, Gardener in NAEU. That's what's said. And this is definitely a one way to bring out the big guns if you just go with your comfort pick. And I would say maybe Caramel was wanting to have a redemption of the previous game because the Toy Merchant didn't quite work out. So now probably going to go with Comfort. We're going to go with a Gardener here. So now all eyes are on LX with who he will be picking because he had a heck of a performance with that Nightwatch. I'm under the mentality of if it's not broke, why fix it? If it works, right? Just go for it again. And like we pointed out previously, it's like we're gonna go with the Bonbon.
Wow. Yeah, Bonbon's not really afraid of this of the bamboo supports by anti-quarren. Even if he gets disarmed, he still has the bombs to work with. But the question beckons right now: do they have do they bring flywheel or do they bring broken windows? Because if they all commit to flywheel, well, let's just say Bonbon's able to keep up and
sniff it out and just like, all right, just spam the bombs, wait for the flywheel, and like, all right, go for the regular hit. Yeah, the thing is, were they also expecting? Well, it will show, right? If they bring a lot of flywheels, maybe they weren't expecting a Bonbon here, or maybe they were expecting a Night Watch, because yeah, flywheel is one way to counter Night Watch in a way, just to move faster, move towards pallets faster, or windows. But yeah, Bonbon in this map, we've seen a lot of highlights, and LX is not playing around. We're gonna see him go for the spawn point here at the graveyard area. Assassin at the red carpet. Well, they're just surrounding him, and what YES is actually he's just across. So I don't think he has any plans of being chased. So this is gonna be interesting because he's surrounding himself with. I think the best chase would be Caramel, but I think that's what Caramel wants. He wants to be chased.
Yeah, he wants to be chased. He wants to redeem himself in this round 2 first half. But honestly, I would say LX is doing a pretty smart pick with the Bonbon, because as a Bonbon, you're kind of afraid if the survivors decides to sacrifice their teammates, right? You're afraid of not having any action. But with this kind of composition, Adams are put in this position where they sort of have to make something happen, right? So Alex is expecting this action to come to him. It's like, yo, I down one person, you're gonna come to me. Otherwise, you know what? It's gonna be hard for you guys to get the W if you don't do something, you don't rescue.
Exactly, like a moth to a flame, right? That's the perfect scenario. And I think now that you put it into perspective, the Bonbon pick makes way more sense because it's ADM that needs to act now. Well, LX just needs to have a good first chase. And that chase will happen right now, folks. Again, Pot Spice and Nello Mello at your service here. Gardener already has that heartbeat. We're seeing the Bonbon heading towards the church and also breaking that pallet. Seems like he's just cleaning up shop here. He's going to try to moonwalk to see if he's going to spot someone out, and spots out AMR 1v1.
Yeah, I'm not really sure if he should commit, but maybe trying to force him with the clock.
Oh my goodness, double. Oh gosh, he was able to actually force him there and force a hit. And now forced to just use this watch. And if he actually downs this first officer, they will not have a stable rescuer. Patient does have Tide Turner, which is fine, but now it seems like AMR 1v1. Yeah, just definitely throwing a wrench in their plan here, because Gardener wanted to take this first chase. One more hit now, and this first officer is going to fall down.
Yeah, beautiful dodge of the remote bomb though, by 1v1 right there. Obviously very skilled in 1v1 despite not having broken windows. But one more bomb's gonna do it. The blink's up as well, and 1v1's gonna go down. 1 minute into the game. What a beautiful, prediction, man, by Bonbon.
I mean, right? We were talking about. I don't know if he's gonna chase it, but this is the exact example. This is the example of when life gives you lemons. Go chase the first officer. All right, I was hoping for someone else, but let's just go with the first officer. All right, and Alex was able to make it work. Now they're forced to rotate here. They're forced to get off their ciphers and go for this rescue. And now it seems like the Gardener will have to go for this rescue. Note that the Gardener does not have Tide Turner, so now he's gonna have to be forced to use that watch. If ever, he's gonna have to prolong this kite. But Caramel has to be very careful here. Eats that hit. We do see him eat another hit, waiting for the bomb to just dissipate, and goes for another hit. He could actually go for another farm here.
Yeah, but without the Tide Turner, it doesn't really make sense for this rescue. It was so risky. Imagine if Caramel didn't make that happen. Both of them would have been down, and then Patient would have an even harder time trying to make that rescue. Gardener now is only like just 1 chip damage away from being down. What YES is kind of far away. I'm not really sure. I don't think the rescue is coming in, but
I don't. Oh, hang on, Assassin. Just feeding Tinnitus most likely. But he does have Tide Turner. So that's definitely something that he can work with. He's already lighting up the floor here just to make sure that if anyone's going to go for that rescue, they're going to have to deal with his bombs. Able to get it through, a nice rescue. The Tide Turner is going to come into effect. He's going to try to farm off a hit off the patient. But let's see. He does not want to lose sight of this first officer because that is his last chair. No, he's just going to try and reside himself to just secure the first down. Again, they haven't worked on their last cipher, so that's still good.
Yeah. Wow, that remote bomb.
Yeah.
That line remote bomb actually hit the patient. What?
The no look, no jumper. Let's go.
For real, for real. But at the same time, you have to pay attention to the cipher progress as well. 4 ciphers are about to be popped, just leaving 1 cipher. So Adams has a very good opportunity to get a tie from this game. But honestly, I'm not sure if that's what they're looking for, but in this situation, a tie would be very good for Adams at least.
So now they're kind of taking a breather here just to heal up. I do see that they're at the red carpet area while what YES was giving that tinnitus and using that bamboo speed boost. Now this is where it can get tricky if he does chase that antiquarian. Now patient's already healed up, which is great. Gardener has to be healed up next to provide for the end game kite. They're still stuck at 2 ciphers. One is already almost primed at 91%. So let's see if LX is going to commit to... No, he's not. He does have Blink, so I think he wants to try and chase after anyone else besides that Antiquarian. So, or he might actually just go for it.
Yeah, but Antiquarian has to be very careful. I believe this cipher is 91%. Is this the last? Yeah, this cipher is actually...
Oh, no.
Wow. Oh,
Yeah,
and the dungeons...
Oh!
What?
Tried to go for the blink, but failed to predict correctly. And what YS has this big opportunity to try and buy enough time, but eats the bomb hit. Can he get it through the window, though? He's actually resided to not going through the window. And now this Antiquarian in the corner, he's going to go for that hit to disarm. And now forcing the Bonbon to move past the window. And now we see that the action is still ongoing. They're working on the last Cypher. Antiquarian, 1 chip damage away from falling down. He's going to fall down. Cypher is not primed just yet, Nell.
My goodness, that was such an important moment, right, Posh? Like, if he fell down and that was the basement and the last cipher as well, that would have been really hard. But now, bringing the survivor closer to the patient as well. Last cipher is being decoded here, actually. Oh my goodness. LX?
Yeah, LX now dropping the Antiquarian actually down in this area. This patient has to be forced to move away. And now they're actually working on a different cipher. So I think he's kind of forced to chase someone because if he picks up that Antiquarian, she's going to struggle free. I don't know if there's a chair nearby. And it seems like LX might have to camp this one out. It's looking like the survivors have kind of forced him in a defensive position to be resided for a tie.
Yeah. I mean, I think you should just put the bombs first.
Yeah.
But you know what? Last cipher, they're starting a 6 cipher already. Both of them are actually at 60%. So Antiquarian needs to make this kite happen. 1 more bomb to solidify it.
Yeah, and now the chair is right there for him to use. Gardener is the only one that has chip damage. She is possibly the one that is gonna pop that cipher. So Assassin has to make this rescue count. He does have a hook. He's just gonna go straight for a beeline for the rescue. If he gets stuffed early on, this is gonna be really tough to redeem from. But now able to get the rescue.
Wow.
And goes for the pop right away. He didn't use the hook just yet. So now LX has to be very careful. Goes for the hook and now able to transition towards the red carpet now.
Wow, beautiful play going on right there. Even the last, wow, my goodness, he's gonna kite towards the dungeon. The gate's being open in the front gate actually, and the back gate actually.
Yeah, the back gate. It's not quite open just yet. Assassin needs to hold out a little longer. Tries to go through the pallet here. The gate is already open, but this Bonbon is gonna guard this dungeon like lockdown. So let's see how it's gonna be able to go through. Oh, able to get the hit, and now it's a tied game now.
Wow, my goodness, Adams was playing that so well despite the early down by the first officer 1 minute into the game. Beautifully done by Adams, like try to come back from that situation into a draw. But I have to say, props to Bonbon as well. That was almost a cheeky 3 escape going on by Adams, but he managed to nullify it and get a draw in the process. So honestly, it's up to the second half to decide the result of round number 2 here. But what an intense game.
Yeah, it was back and forth. Again, that was a great start. I mean, downing the first officer in the first minute, forcing the risky play of the Gardener going for the rescue without the Tide Turner. It was definitely an intense mid to late game. But I think this is the best possible outcome for ADM for them to just get this tie. So at least now they can give the advantage to their hunter, because the hunter does not have to worry about the dancer or the priestess coming into the mix here. Has to worry about the stunners at least, if ever they will bring those out. So a tied game with a Bonbon. I would also say that LX, this is the worst possible outcome for him, just for him to get that tie, because he used the Bonbon, because Bonbon has been like kind of relegated to just get those ties. So it's still up in the air. So good job for both sides.
Yeah, I mean, without detention, without trump card, that's pretty much the objective that he's going for, right? Like, yo, I'm not winning, but at least I don't lose. So getting a draw here is fine. Now let the Raven survivors do their work in Red Church. Okay, so maybe that's the game plan going in. But honestly, Bonbon is really scary for the camping ability, right? So it's amazing that Adam managed with a Gardener, rescuing once and not going down, and the second time with a patient, and then finally third time as well with a patient. So very beautiful rescue going on.
Yeah, and now we're gonna check out the stats here. Again, a back and forth battle here. Accelerated decoding hit, and they're only that's when the first survivor did expire. So again, it's just an amazing performance on both sides. Again, it just showcased both of them kind of facing adversity and still kind of bouncing back. So again, a tied game is still pretty good for ADM, but Ravens is still in the lead, folks. So we just have to wait and see how ADM's team will kind of cook coming into the second half of this. But if Ravens still decides to tie the next round, they're still in advantage, putting ADM in a real, I would say, still in an okay spot, but they have to act like they have to double time it in that round number 3.
Yeah, I mean, the optimum situation would be for Santi to come in for Adams for ADM, and then getting that win in round number 2, because right now 8-1 is devastating for Adams to come back from if they want to compete in points. So what they have to do is they cannot draw. They need to get that win in the second half with Santi. Whereas Raven, if they get a draw, it's fine. If they get a 3-man escape, they win. So that's the ideal situation for both teams. I'll call it the requirement, the prerequisites to win.
Yeah, so it's gonna be tough. I would say though, it's a good start, right? It's a good snowball effect to be able to get that victory, or at least it's in sight for them to be able to solidify their victory. So I'm excited to see how the hunter, because Santi's coming in now. So and the chat was clamoring for Santi. So I'm super excited to see what he has to offer.
I'm just thinking of the cheer. Yeah, Santi coming in. But yeah, I mean, Santi's probably the ace in the hole for Team ADM. Would you say that? Ace in the hole, like
definitely the highlight, or people have been clamoring for him. He does have a following, and I'm excited to see him. I do think that Santi could be the one to kind of shift things up. He does have an Axe Boy, does have a Ripper. Hey, he might even have a Night Watch, who knows, right?
Yeah.
So him coming in round number 2 says a lot. I think Team ADM knows what they're doing, and if they're gonna bring him in, they know we can perform.
Yeah, I mean, it all comes down to what the hunters will be banned by Team Ravens. But this is the win condition on the bottom side of your screen, ladies and gentlemen. If it comes to a draw, we are going to see a round 3. But if it's a 3 escape by Ravens or a 4 escape, that's going to be it, ladies and gentlemen. So Adams need to do everything in their power to avoid this situation, the 3 escapes and the 4 escapes.
Yeah. Hey, Ravens. Adams did want to face off against Ravens. They said they are their biggest competition, and now it's definitely the time for them to show what they prepared for. And you know what? If they're able to get the victory here, holy smokes, that's gonna be a big accomplishment for them. But I think just facing off against them, it's already a goal that is checked off for Team ADM. So again, at the end of the day, it's all about having fun and learning and growing. So this is definitely a match that I have seen ADM kind of perform so far and kind of grow from in the Survivor side. And now Santi's gonna come in without the fear of the priestess or the dancer. So that's pretty good.
For reals, for reals. Like, you know what? Out of the 30 plus over 30 teams that have joined, being in the top 8 has definitely got some, like, it's saying something to the teams that made it to the top 8. You're the top 8 in NAEU right now. And I totally agree with you, Posh. It's not just about the W's, it's also about having fun, about the experience, and just bringing it to the next qualifiers to go for KOA, keeping the hopes alive, right? So I would say take whatever you have here and just bring it and upgrade yourself, step up.
For sure. So Santi, ladies and gentlemen, you asked for it, you requested it, and now he has arrived. He will be hunting for Team ADM. RV's survivors, though, you know what? They had an amazing showing. They were able to show us that they're able to draft accordingly and able to perform under the bright lights up against Mode. Now they're not going to be having the use of that priestess dancer. Now we have the barmaid and seer that is banned.
Yeah, I mean, makes perfect sense. Santi was probably thinking about the Dream Witch, but the Dream Witch has also been banned by Raven. So I would say they know each other very, very well, inside out. They know, like, yo, we know you're going for this. We know Santi's really good at this. And that's the one thing about being, I would say, about being well known in the community. People know what you're going for.
True, right? That is true. One of the banes of being known or an influencer or having a following is like they know what you have footage because you do stream. They know how you think. They know how you act accordingly. So now I guess that's the advantage that RV has coming into this. They do lock in the psychologist and entomologist. Again, entomologist being the substitute of the priestess. Yeah. And in this map, there are areas where the bees push could really help the survivors out.
Not to mention it. Oh, sorry. Not to mention it counters the Ripper and the X-Boy as well. The Foggy Blade, right?
They've been listening. God. They've been subscribed. They follow Santi. They know. But and now also a painter. So let's go. We did see a painter that was Ravens does have a painter to be used here. I believe it is looking through my notes.
Yep.
I have to go back to it. Arteon. Yeah, we on our notes, RV Arteon does have a painter, and he will be locking that in. So just 2 rescuers, I would have to say, and 2 kiters / stunners. So I mean, Ravens, just impressive picks, I would have to say. Kind of covers their ground, still very well rounded, and also, like we said before, having that constant threat of a harassment character is just very essential in a competitive survivor draft.
Yeah, I mean, this lineup, I mean, it counters directly the Ripper and X-Boy, like what I've mentioned. Honestly, I'm kind of hoping that Santi would bring out something else, like the Night Watch. I feel like Night Watch has an opportunity, to at least, if not get a W, at least get a draw. But I mean, what are your thoughts?
Oh, we got the wax artist. So it seems like Santi was present since the start of this chat because I saw a lot of people wanting the wax artist, and now Santi has come out with a wax artist. We've seen how the wax artist can perform. He has fallen in compared to the Night Watch. And coming into this, again, just don't feed him at the start. Wait for him to kind of play more passively. And Ravens might, if they play the long game, they just go for the ties. But in this lineup, though, you do have a stunner in the form of a painter that doesn't get wax splatted onto you, so that's good. And actually, these 2 stunners, they don't really play into the fact that you can get that wax goo on you when you stun. So pretty well drafted, I have to say, but still, wax artist, we could be reminded that this was the meta last KOA.
Yeah, meta last KOA, very strong that people dubbed him the cracked artist, in fact.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, we had to be reminded also why people picked Breaking Wheel, right? When people, oh my gosh, we got Breaking Wheel. It's like when we got reminded of that. So this is just a reminder that the remnants of wax artist is still there. So he's definitely, let's see if he's still living up to that level of cracked artistness or that level of brokenness or that level of OP-ness in this match, because Santi needs it now more than ever, and I see a lot of support in the chat for him. So
let's go.
Keep supporting ADM, and also the Raven supporters out there. This could be their shot for them to be able to move on to tomorrow. So if they perform, if they get a 3-person escape, at the very least, they move on.
Yeah. I mean, ravens, or if people call them Karasuno claws.
Yay! Tobe fly, Tobe fly.
Let's go. Versusing the wax artist that glues you and keeps you down on the floor. Who? Yeah, I mean, who will prevail, man? Seriously, well, first kite is super important. Based on the positioning of Santi, he's probably trying to block off the Graveyard Cypher. So if he's making that rotation, probably wants to go towards the middle Cypher, tries to find the Entomologist first. Already preemptively putting a little bit of wax on the windows, but honestly, I think like he wants to find the Psychologist first.
Yeah, just to farm the hits off, right? And Psychologist can't necessarily. I mean, she doesn't. Her only kiting boost is the extra hits she can take. But
Yeah.
now, yeah, I would say a little bit of a slow start here for Santi. He knows that the walls have already been broken here. He's trying to check if anyone is here. Sometimes Tinnitus can be your worst enemy because it's like, oh no, they're here. Now finds Arteon here. So Arteon being the painter of the group. Let's see. I think this is what he wanted. He did bring broken windows, so he can transition accordingly. Flywheel can help you out with that 100% wax, but just transitioning could help out Arteon. He's gonna flip over. And now he's gonna try and go to the other side of this this palleted area. So far so good. He's gonna try and go. Wow, that was so close now.
Wow! Beautifully done. 95% wax still, so he just needs a sliver of wax, and he's gonna go down. Oh, Arteon needs to be very careful a little bit more.
Oh my god, able to get through, and the bees are here, and now the painting is already there. He's gonna have to moonwalk this, but unfortunately, he's gonna have to look at the painting, allowing Arteon to try and get rid of the wax, but now, getting spotted out. We're at 92% now.
Oh my goodness, the bees needs to help Arteon kite a little bit more. Arteon!
Oh, drops it down, but now gets frozen out of it. I'd say that's still an excellent kite to start things out. I think he has almost another painting ready, but that was too close to comfort. He extended the kite a little more just by avoiding the last, like, how many percent? Like 5% wax. So beautiful start for Arteon, but now Santi, this is where the wax artist really shines when he has someone camped out.
Yeah, but the thing about committing the bees, right, towards supporting Painter, your Cypher in the middle is going to be blocked constantly, right? And it's already 94% onto the Entomologist as well. It shows how much wax there is onto the middle Cypher is being blocked. But Mercenary, careful. Mercenary might steal the rescue.
Backdoor rescue? No, apparently. Oh, able to get it through, and now the painter able to possibly finish up the painting for Santi to get stunned again. Tried to go for the wax bomb, unable to. Mercenaries trying to block out the wax, and now look, the wax remaining is actually kind of short. The painter getting the wax, the wax artist stunned there. So let's see if he can make it to the window accordingly. The wax levels are not optimal now.
Yeah, it's not optimal. 93. Oh my god, actually 93%. So the bees using the last of the bees, I think, and Painter still trying to make that rotation, but oh my god.
Sorry, when I said wax level is not optimal, the wax remaining, because he was about to wax him off already, but stuck at 93, and now at the basement. So yeah, Arteon able to live a little bit longer in that first rebound kite. So hopefully that second one's gonna be much better. They're already working on their last Cypher, but yeah, this center Cypher is stuck at 60, so it's gonna be a little tough. Luckily, you know what, the painter you can save him anytime, and he's still gonna be having that chair cooldown time. Pablo ZG here out in the open, gonna eat that hit.
Oh my god.
So this is a big opening for Santi to add more injuries on the board.
Yeah, I mean, the Cypher in the middle being camped is already very, very disadvantageous for Team Ravens. Because Santi can keep camping this last Cypher, they have to start a new Cypher. I think they're just gonna probably sell it. Entomologist is at half health, trying to look for something, but the teleport gonna happen. But it's the Merc, so...
Yeah. Mercenary forced to use an elbow pad, and now has almost full wax levels here to try and commit to this Mercenary. No pallets to work with for Felchap. Tried to go for another wax bomb, but still unable to get it. And Felchap eating that hit, so the Mercenary is injured at 84%, so that's super important. Now has the hot wax to work with.
Wow.
Felchap has to be very careful here.
Wow, that was so close. Imagine if he went towards the pallet, he would have been hit. 95%, very close, but...
Just goes for the regular hit. Yeah, Santi, you know what? Already preempting the routes that Felchap was going to be running. So this Mercenary, no items to use anymore for this last kite. But now we're already at the primed Cypher here.
Yeah, are they gonna prime it is the question. Nope, they're not gonna prime it. It's already primed though, so Dakiri is gonna come in, and he can definitely afford it because he has like 3 lives, right? So the hot wax is not going to instant down the psychologist. So very optimal in this rescue. Feels like the game's gearing towards a draw, but we'll have to see.
Okay, Dakiri not gonna waste time. It seems like he's already had the hot wax here. Psychologist has to eat that hit. Gets the rescue. No Tide Turner in sight. He's gonna try and gain as much hot wax as possible. Psychologist gets the pop already. Felchap still trying to get rid of it. He's gonna try to go for a double hit, and now he might have to force a hit to happen, or are they gonna pop it? They go for they don't pop it just yet, Nell. Not yet. Oh my goodness. They pop it now.
They are, but now the psychologist is in this area. Oh my god, Dakiri has to buy enough time so that they can open the gates because he has teleport up. Santi, he has to get the psychologist now because the dungeon is actually in the grave.
Oh,
is he
they
running
teleport? He teleports. Oh my goodness. And now at least he blocked off the back gate. Right now, Pablo ZG will be the one to take this kite. They're still trying to work for a tie here, and Psychologist still has not moved that last gate yet. So now Entomologist is down. Santi now will be sharing this Entomologist. So let's see if they're going to be able to open the gate in time.
Yeah, I think they can definitely open it in time, and they'll take the draw gladly because they avoided one thing. The one condition for Adams, which is to get a win in round 2. So in round 3, Ravens is gonna have a much easier time because they already have points advantage even if it goes to a draw. So very intense game going on, Posh.
Yeah, back and forth here. Yeah, again, just I would say Ravens really had to roll with the punches there, and this is why we said Wax Artist is still up there with one of the most stable. Still cracked, still really good, especially once he's fully fed. And the initial kite was actually pretty good, but towards the end there, you saw when he had the hot wax going on, you saw how Santi was able to kind of predict where the survivors were going to run to. So it was a lot of mind games going on. But at the end of the day, he actually played to the I would say the win condition for them to take it to round number 3. But like you said, points will matter at the end here. So hopefully Ravens or sorry, ADM will be able to come back in round number 3 and make it really competitive, because now we're still stuck at the 7-point differential. It was 8-1 in the previous round, and in round number 2 it was a stagnant 2-2 on both sides.
Yeah, I mean, at least Santi managed to bring this game to a game number 3.
Yes.
And honestly, I feel like that's the breather they need, but they are not out of the hot soup.
So or the hot wax.
The hot wax. Oh my god, that pun. But you know, because they need to get a clean 10-0 in order to win.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, it's very hard. If the game goes to like the first half of round 3, if it's a draw, it's I don't think there's gonna be a second half.
You're right, because the minimum they can fall is 3-person escape or 3-person kill, and in the next match they have to perfect that one to push for overtime, right? Just to tie everything out. But if Ravens, I think, you know what, they started things off as a sprint, and now they could play this out like a marathon. Just keep tying, just keep playing it safe, and that is what they tried going for the victory here. They definitely did. You saw how Arteon was trying to kite for as long as he can. Pablo ZG with the B support. But you know what, they had their grounds covered. The least that they could do is get the tie, which is still a good I would say result for Team Ravens. ADM though, yeah, now is gut check time for them, because the points will haunt them coming into round number 3, and I believe it is going to be Ravens to have map selection now.
Yeah, and with that map selection, they can easily choose a map that negates Santi's best hunters, not to mention, you know, ban out his go-to hunters. So in the end, it is going to be a slight disadvantage for Santi going into game number 3, but honestly, that's not even the part that's most worrisome, because they not only need to win, Adams need to get a points advantage of 10-0 against Ravens to move on.
So folks, I know you got your boy Santi, you're cheering for him. So hopefully if he does, he's gonna be in the first half. I hope you guys can keep up that same energy because like Nell said, the numbers don't lie. They need 10 points.
Yeah,
they need to perfect this. They need to get an A++ in this test.
A++.
Against Ravens.
Yeah, when 95 marks isn't enough and you need 100. That feeling, you know.
That's
like,
true.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, but if Ravens, okay, let's say if Adams pull this through, ADM pull this through, I'd be chanting Santi's name the entire tournament. Santi!
Santi!
Yeah.
We should have team chants. I don't know. We watch a lot of Ted Lasso, so
it's for reals. You gotta dance to the moves as well. Yeah.
Sandy Shark
Sandy Shark
Think of Jamie Tart.
Yeah, for reals. Yeah.
But I mean, I just go one.
Or the one with Roy Kent.
Maybe not.
He's here.
He's there. Yeah. That's gonna be the opera singer. I'm pretty sure he's everywhere.
He's everywhere. Yeah, for real. But just looking at the scoreboard below us, ladies and gentlemen, which brings us to a total of 12-5. Of course, round wins comes first, but that's been negated because round 2 is a draw. So round 3, first half is going to determine pretty much everything, unless if it's a 3-man escape, 3-man kill in the minimum in favor of Adams. Otherwise, we will be seeing a second half.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how Adams is gonna rise from this, right? Like you said, good. I would say round 2, lemonades, right? They're given this situation, they need to make lemonades now, folks.
For real.
Yeah, again, this could be a good start. Maybe they're warming up because I do know some players that they need to get the first match out of the way to shake out the nerves. Yeah. And we did see how their Survivor team were able to kind of find their rhythm. And that's what's super important coming into round number 3 because it's a stalemate. I would say if Corlin's listening or if anyone's listening, just don't look at the points. Just play to your best abilities because if you have that pressure in your mind, I think that's when you tend to freeze. We've seen it a lot in tournament right now, like how the numbers get to the players that they kind of act a little more passively. And I think now it is the best time for them to bring out their strength, which is the uncanny or the unorthodox character pool that they've established that they're known for.
Yeah, bring out the thief.
Mind's Eye. Bring out everyone.
Mind's Eye. Maybe not Mind's Eye, but
I know.
Bring out the cowboy. Honestly, cowboy would have been really good.
In church,
yeah, in church, yeah. But I totally agree with you. Don't let the numbers get into your head. That's very important. And have fun because when you're comfortable having fun, you will make this match game to remember. And that's important, making memories, good memories, of course. So, learning memories. And win or lose, you guys, everyone is still cheering on for you each time you appear on the screen. Yeah.
I see a lot of support in chat for both Santi and Raven. So hopefully you guys can keep... Hopefully you guys can keep that. Yeah, a lot of... Unfortunately, I can't read Spanish, but I do know... I see a lot of hearts and a lot of roses for Santi. So, and I did see some people from Santi's chat also asking if anyone is here to support Santi. So, a lot of support for our boy Santi here. So, we'll see how that goes. And, you know what? Ravens also definitely a team to not look past. They've definitely made their marks. They've been around since KOA 5. And they've added new members since then. So they're an ever-evolving team, and I would say a mainstay of competitive team when it comes to NAEU region. So I'm excited to see how they're gonna kind of keep their veteran status and try to hold on to this lead. While Adam, they still want to be able to find their way throughout this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, you guys gotta start making that chance for Santi. Shark.
Then he brings out Hell Ember because with the shot. I don't know.
The shark. Yeah. Hell Ember might work, but I don't know. Honestly, remember in KOA, getting the win over Wolves, 3K. It wasn't a win, but it was a 3K.
Who was the Korean
MS?
MS's
Hunter,
Mitake?
Mitake. The Hell Ember Lakeside. That was lit. That was
Dude,
lit.
he was able to eliminate 487. I was like, oh my god, because at first we thought it was like, kind of unorthodox. It didn't work out, but you know, as they say, let him cook, and then he was able to get the victory. And we as commentators we were just shocked and awed by that performance. Who knows? Maybe Santi Shark will come out.
Yeah, Mitake was cooking shiitake mushroom. I don't know. But
Those are my favorite mushrooms. They're pretty good.
oh, really? Yeah, it's good. I should give it a try.
Yeah, or button mushrooms. Any mushrooms are good. So
Yeah. But Santi definitely needs to pick up here. But wait.
Okay, so Santi's still. He's still gonna be in the match, I guess. So unless they're gonna switch this out, but seems like Santi's still remaining.
So Mode comes in. Usually the ones highlighted means they're coming in, right?
Yeah.
But this one is going up. So does that mean out or in? Okay, he's here. He's there.
He's everywhere.
He's everywhere.
Santi. I also want to say shout outs to Nano. Yes, we are. I mean, in our time zone, we're up pretty early, but I mean, we're not complaining because these matches are pretty insane, and Santi's presence also is pretty crazy. And big shout outs to everyone watching all throughout the world. If you guys are watching from the NA or E region, you know what? Shout outs to you guys. This is your tournament. If you're anywhere else in the other time zones, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you guys
good
are.
night.
Good
Just
night.
not good night. Yeah, but shout outs to BT22 as well. Thank you for being here. And Joggy, I see Joggy in the chat as well. Shout outs to you.
Good luck this match later. Joggy will be his team YHB. So hopefully we'll see some support for his match. But again, the match that we have, Ravens going for Arms Factory, a map that we did say they'd bring out in round number 2, and we thought they were going to bring it out, but now they're going to bring it out round number 3. So I'm excited for this one, and I'm excited to see if Santi is going to stay or is he going to go.
Yeah, I mean, taking him out now would be devastating. Like, you know, just in the sense of morale, because right now the hopes are high for him to carry in. But speaking of which, the win condition for both teams, RV, if they get a 2-man escape, that's it. They're gonna move on. Whereas for Team Adams, they gotta do everything but a draw. They get to. They need a 3 escape. They need a 4 escape. 3K, 4K. So yeah, that's the stake right here. It's so high, man. It's so high.
It is. It's pretty high. But hey, you know what? This is what champions, winners, your favorite teams are made of. For them to be able to perform when the lights are the brightest and the stakes are the highest. That's how you're able to cement yourself in victory. But I would say Adams has already showed us that there are levels to this, and they're able to hang with the best when it comes to this. They were able to make it the top 8, so that's a big accomplishment in such a stacked pool of competitive players. So I'm excited to see what they're gonna do. Again, regardless of what happens, I hope you guys can support their journey and see where this match would take them.
Yeah, they've definitely peeled off their layers of onions, and like showing who they are as a team. And again, they've already mentioned they're here to show their to have fun and to gain experience in this team. And of course, they hope for the support of the NAEU community as well. I think that's what was very apparent in their interviews as well. They hope to get support from the NAEU communities towards the team. So please do so.
I think that's what is super important, right? And I think we've kind of seen some support coming in as the COAs come along, because now there are 2 representatives for NAEU when it comes to COA. So now we need to build up more teams, because B4U has been the one to represent NAEU, but now there have been outings of TKG and OM being able to hang with the best of the best. And I think it could be a time where there could be 2 superstar teams. So this could be the makings of one of them. Either ADM or Ravens or anyone else within the day. So it's super important that you guys pay attention to their journey, because this is a documented step in that journey of their competitive lifespan.
Yeah, and listening to the soundtrack as well, it just adds that intensity towards this fanfic as well. Yeah, but
exactly.
Wow, this is the uncanny picks that is going on that you mentioned, Posh. Straight off the bat, Walling and a coordinator.
Ooh, and a magician to top it off. I think they got to go all out here. And note that if we're gonna go overtime, there's gonna be more. These first two won't be picked anymore. So, but that's very interesting. Double decoders, double rescuers, and so much. Just a lot of stun potential. So, I'm excited to see what their last pick would be. Gardener does get banned, so Caramel's not gonna have that Gardener to bring out anymore. And Bonbon are gonna be banned. So. I mean, LX could just simply go back to Night Watch. If he can.
Right? Night Watch is so good in this map as well. Like, I mean, but they're going to go with the heal support, so nothing too crazy yet, like a thief or something. But that's the heal, that's the gun, that's the magician stick, and of course there's Muro. So this composition makes it very hard to chase either one of them. Because one has a gun, one has the board to get on, one has the magic stick, one has the heal. So again, Adams is gonna try and make this as hard as possible for Alex, banning out the safe hunters, and honestly, just forcing Alex to go big, go big or go home kind of build, like the risky hunters. So I think that's what they're trying to force him to do.
I'm thinking about what Hunter could possibly in Arms Factory alone. Again, when it comes to the new meta, right? Night Watch is still on the table, and he performed admirably with that Night Watch. Considering though that there are some stunners here, and he is a single hit hunter, it's gonna be tough for anyone to get the first chase here. So maybe that's something to not consider. If he has, Dream Witch is still pretty hard in this map. You could go Naiad if you wanted to.
Yeah.
Right?
Or Sculptor.
Sculptor is also a good pick here, especially chip damage. The area also is not as big, so the chisel is going to be easy for you to spot out and actually go towards. Maybe Sculptor or Violinist.
Violinist, like go back to your roots, play something you're comfortable with, because at the end of the day, you just need a draw. Adams needs to make this happen with a 3-man escape, 4-man escape, and this composition looks like they have late game potential. Unless if the coordinator use up the gun and stuff like that. But honestly, the chess factor is gonna be important here too. But wow,
like you called out. Speak of the Sculptor, she will appear. She will jump scare you with the chisel. You got to look out for the statues. And yeah, we talked about how just once she gets the statues going, the chisel as well. You could definitely 2 hits and Muro's out of the board. You're able to cancel out the double if you're able to chip damage her to death. The statues can also make it a little tough for the coordinator to get her shot off. So it's a really good pick, I'll have to say, on LX's side, and this is forcing him to really go for a go big or go home type of hunter.
Yeah, and not to mention, this composition is very advantageous to LX because the decoding's not going to be the fastest,
right?
And not to mention Muro on the board is only going to add even more. Galatea is one of the hunter that benefits from full presence a lot. The perfect statue, right? It benefits a lot from full presence. So if Muro sticks around to support, the board's gonna give him presence, and that's bad.
Yeah, it's actually, looking at it on paper, right? This is definitely a pick that LX would really want to go for. And we were such big fans of how this was going to play out, especially with the constant harassment. But yeah, coordinator at the end of the day has one shot. The barmaid, it does take time for a heal to get off, and like you said, Muro on the board can feed that presence. So there's a lot of, I would say, cons. It really depends on how it is put into practice. So let's see if ADM can try to keep this game going and get that 3-man escape. It's a tough ask because LX, he just needs to just play passively and go for that tie. So let's see how ADM's gonna play this one out. Once again, folks, Hot Spice and Nello Mello on the mic for this round 3 first half.
Thank you so much. And it looks like the Sculptor is gonna try and go for the coordinator first. Coordinator, is it enough? Oh my god, Alex, what a shark! He knows!
He's here, he's there, he's everywhere. Wow. I mean, that looked like everyone, like 9 out of 10 hunters would have not seen that, but LX is built different, folks. And now he just needs to down this coordinator, able to get a no-look chip damage, and now able to down the coordinator in the first minute now.
What a god! My goodness. Like you called it, every chip mattered. That first hit was so crucial. honestly, don't hide. Don't hide against against the sculptor. Alex can sniff you out, and that's exactly what Adam is worried about. But Moro's coming to
More time, yeah.
explore.
And this is what we were talking about. He's gonna be giving some presence here if he's able to get those hits, and it's not gonna force the most attack recovery here. So he's gonna have to wait and see. He's gonna try to block off the entrance here. The one thing Alex needs to do is try and stuff the rescue early on. Able to farm off a hit on the wildling, so forcing him to eat that hit. Trying to go for the blink, and the last effort catches what? Why, yes. And now he's gonna try and farm more hits to try and go for the full presence now.
My goodness. This is, yeah, he's just one hit away, like what you mentioned, from full presence. And not to mention, there's not even a chance for Coordinator to use the gun.
Yeah, that's a tough thing to look at. And note that the Coordinator did bring Flywheel as well. So not resided to go for the rescue. So hopefully this rebound kite, she'll use those skills to try and kite out as much as possible. Note 3 ciphers still remaining. So Wildling's already healed up. We do see that the barmaid is in this area. She just needs one more hit and she'll be at full presence. So this is going to be very dangerous once she gets to that perfect statue level.
Yeah, but Alex still has a lot of statues available. Just needs to avoid that. Oh wait, I think he should just farm. He should just farm off the Coordinator. Like, you know, rescue, hit. Don't even hit the Wildling.
Exactly, but let's see. Goes for the hit. Able to get the flywheel through. Gets the gun as well. So now this could extend the kite potentially. So this is going to be huge. He's not at full presence and does not have blink.
Yeah, I mean, oh my god.
Now he's at full presence.
Okay, he is now. He is now.
Oh, the push coming in. And why, yes, getting that distance established. So now, yeah, he needs to run to the hills at this point because he is dead on chair. Used the flywheel beautifully. He used the gun, and now he's out here in the open. Again, Alex just needs a tie.
Yeah, but the statue, one more statue is gonna do it. Oh my god, Coordinator needs to make this happen. Moro!
Tried to go for the push, but unable to. Wildling now has to buy as much time as possible. He's off the board, and now this is gonna be the first survivor out of the game now. So LX, one more survivor away from sealing the deal for his team.
Yeah, I mean, and the build that Alex brought, 612 bling, is so aggressive. Like, it's almost a guaranteed draw at this point because even if they pop the cipher, that hit, the detention hit's gonna down almost anyone. And like, oh my god, Magician, Barmaid, Wildling, how are you gonna...
With the
how are you gonna resort? Yeah.
Exactly. So they have to play this one kind of close to the chest here and try and, yeah, they're decoding... Well, they're opening up a new cipher. So they're trying to cover all their grounds. Wildling is already healed up. Magician still has his 3 magic wands to use. But they have to be very careful. Blink is already online. Note that also perfect statues are going to be in play here for this barmaid kite. So let's see if LX is going to try and spot it out. Again, yeah, with tier 2 statues, he's going to spot it out. And now the barmaid gets hit now.
My goodness. Is he going to blink here? Nope, he's not going to blink. If he went to the other side, might be. But now, Barmaid has no Dovlins to work with. Gave both his Dovlins to the Wildling, so he definitely loves his teammates. But is it going to pay off here? Caramel!
Ooh, yeah, double backing and now getting caught in the palleted area. Barmaid is now on the rocket chair. Luckily, Wildling already on the board here, a little too far. It's going to be a tough walk towards the barmaid. So now they kind of have to go for the save now because if they get a tie, Ravens will be moving on. So kind of a mate position. So Adam, he's going to try and make the distance. Team Assassin 14's Adam is trying to get the rescue ongoing here.
Yeah, he needs to make that rescue happen. Cypher's already prime, right? So all he needs to do is get another pincer.
Okay, hang on. Gets the farm off hit, and now Cypher is already popped, and now he's going to try and go for that barmaid. Wow, look at the distance that the barmaid was able to get.
Yeah, with the speed Dovlin as well, right? Alex, he missed! He missed where the barmaid was going! Oh, he has no choice but to go for the Wildling now.
I know, the speed drink accompanied, but the blink! Oh wow, good call. LX.
1 second away, right? 1 second away from war, from the
I know. When life gives you lemons now, let's chase the rescuers. He went for the first officer, now he goes for the Wildling, and now it seems like, yeah, this is a 2-person escape. Are they going to try and go for it? I think they might try, and go for it because they have nothing left to lose. It's either 3-person escape or no one escapes at this point for the team ADM.
Exactly. In rank, it might matter with a draw, but here, it's win or lose. So they have to come back and rescue. Barmaid has a elbow pad. Maybe would try and make it happen. Galatea needs to be careful not to run too far away from the chair, because once Walling, without detention, and if Walling gets on the board, you're not gonna be able to chase him anymore.
Barmaid though, getting a backdoor rescue. He's kind of focused on AMR 1v1. You can see a lower left side of the screen. Barmaid is already here, and LX, he's gonna try to camp this one out. Wildling at the final seconds on this rocket chair. Caramel eats the detention hit, but allows AMR 1v1. He's gonna try to farm it off. He's gonna go for the hit on the Wildling. And now he can just easily chair both of them, because I believe that the Barmaid is also on her last legs on this rocket chair. So we can congratulate Ravens. They've already established their win condition to get that tie. So beautiful performance by LX.
Yeah, beautifully done. Oh my god, if he hits this, he's a god. But yeah, Magician, just trying to heal up the Barmaid. Maybe give you get the pallet slam. Like, you know what? You want lemonades? We'll give you a sandwich. A pallet sandwich.
Able to get the pallet mukbang going. Barmaid is down once again. Gonna get the terror shock through the window. And now LX getting the 5-point game, going above and beyond that tie. So, I mean, ADM tried their best to go as much as possible. So you gotta give the credit and kudos to them for doing that. But LX, you know what? He's a beast with this sculptor, and played his win conditions optimally.
Yeah, watch out, guys, because LX has not lost a single game. 4K in game number 1, a draw in game number 2, and finally a 4K again in game number 3. Honestly, I feel like he's the MVP in this matchup. But congrats, RV, Tosh.
Yeah, RV having an excellent performance. LX, like you said, is in contention to get the best deduction. You could say also Pablo ZG, and I said Dekiri. It was the dancer priestess, I believe. I mean, the dancer, right? Able to eat that early hit on that Dream Witch and still, still able to kite her way through. So that was an excellent showing, but I would have to agree with you, LX, with his performance with the Bonbon, with the Sculptor, and the Night Watch. He's definitely in contention for best deduction. But can we also give some love in the chat for Team ADM? I wanted to see some Santi action in the second half of round number 3. But you know what? I'm glad we still saw him, and we saw the survivors really try to go all out. Big shout outs to each and every one of them. Shout outs also to Coraline, the team captain, for being the maestro of bringing everyone together. And hopefully we'll see more of Team ADM.
Yeah, for sure. In NAEU qualifiers as well. Definitely looking forward to see you guys here. Don't give up. Still got time for you guys to come back and, just show everyone the improvement you've made and what you can do in the next event of NetEase. Yeah, Bosh, any memorable moments from the survivor side in the last 3 games?
Well, as I said, the dancer of Pablo ZG was really good.
Right?
I would say also the painter on the side of ADM going up against the wax artist of the painter of ADM going up against Santi. Sorry, it's not the painter of ADM, it's the painter of RV. Yeah, sorry. A lot of letters in my head right now. So yeah, that was a great match. I mean, Santi had a great performance as well. He was able to kind of roll with the punches. But I would say LX also going with whoever was in front of him, which was the first officer and then the Wildling, because you pointed out a very crucial moment. The Barmaid was able to escape the clutches of the Sculptor, right? And luckily, the Wildling was still there, just a second too late for him to hop onto that boar. If the timing was just played a little bit into their favor, who knows? This could have been a different outcome. But it is LX to shine on through here with 5 points.
Yeah.
How about you? Any shining moments for you?
Shining moments, I would have to agree with you. The kite against the Dream Witch in the first game was really good. And of course, I would say the late game, sorry, not the late game, the coordinator being able to fire off the gun, that rescue by Wowling last minute, that was very good actually.
Was good.
Yeah, the flywheel to the gun.
Yeah, he was gone. Like the coordinator.
Yeah, the walling helped a lot too, like pushing him back just to gain distance. And honestly, that was kind of what helped them to get so close towards getting the cipher primed. Because without that help, without the coordinator and the walling moment there, the bromance going on there, wouldn't have been able to get that cipher prime. So honestly, very good effort by team ADM against LX.
Yeah, and they really lived up to the unorthodox picks. They really tried to go all in that last game. And I think it was just the pressure that was established by Ravens in the first round, right? They went all out with their survivor side, and they even brought out the new hunter. So I think that was the strategy for Ravens. All right, let's set the pace of this match. Let's get the early sprint. Let's get the early distance ahead, and just hold on to it. And it played perfectly. I think Ravens' great strategy coming into this, putting ADM in a tough spot from round number 1 from the jump. And they're definitely moving on. But I do see a lot of people in the chat. You know what? I do see Santi that's there. Hopefully, we'll see more of him when we come on in for the qualifiers. Hopefully, we'll see more. Guys, follow him. Subscribe to your favorite players, because they are putting out the content out there. Subscribe to Nello Mello also. He's definitely been streaming a lot too. So there you go.
Thank you. I've been playing a lot of Smiley, so yeah. But of course, Posh Pies as well on Instagram and on Twitch. He plays a lot of different games as well. But again, we're just here, not as commentators, not just as commentators, but also as professional fans, bringing you the excitement of the game. Just sharing the ups and lows. Like when we see something exciting, we squeal like little girls. Do we? No.
I say we freak out. We
freak out.
We highlight the moments. It's actually it's very fun to watch games with a passionate community like you guys. And again, we're in a position here where we're learning a lot about the NAEU community, and you guys are great. The players are really nice too, with how they're able to give us insights to their scrims, their practices, and their accomplishments. And also, I love seeing the meta evolve also, because every region kind of has their own style.
For reals.
And NAEU, I would have to say, even we didn't answer this before, but even though we say it's survivor sided in these NAEU tournaments, the hunters have been really scary.
Yeah.
So that's one thing that NAEU has going for it. It's that the hunters have been getting a lot of the points, and they're very fear. I mean, you have to respect the hunters of NAEU.
Bet, yeah. But honestly, I also think that okay, I think that this I totally got caught off guard. I totally forgot what I was gonna say.
It's all good. It's all good, man. Like again, it was just some amazing fast-paced matches, and also
fast-paced for sure.
I would say kind of a weird time if you guys in the Asia region. The sun is not yet up yet. So again, apologies if we have some lapses in our memory right now. We are drinking the caffeine and the coffee as we speak. Also,
I remember now.
Okay,
so
there you go.
Sorry.
All
Okay,
good. What's up?
My God, this brain thing coming in. Okay. Thank you as well to all the teams that are so willing, more than eager to help us out with the interviews that Posh has set up. So thank you so much as well for the cooperation. Love the support that you guys are giving.
Yeah, thank you guys so much. I did message some of the team captains, again, gave shout outs to them earlier on. I'll give them again as we go along in the day, because this is only just begun, right? This is the first match of the day, and here we have it, folks. This is the finals. I see some people come into the chat who won. It was Ravens to win. Again, it was 17-15. Again, a big point differential, but it was quite close in round number 2. So I hope you guys can subscribe to the YouTube channel and rewatch the VODs of this, because it was quite the intense match, quite the back and forth between Ravens and ADM.
Yeah, intense back and forth. The scores don't even do justice, because it's just actually neck and neck. It's just at that crucial moment where one faction has the advantage over the other. That was those crucial moments that make all the difference. And in this case, it was Ravens that got that slight upper hand, winning in this round against ADM. But honestly, good game, well played to both teams. Hope to see Adams again, and of course we'll be seeing Ravens moving on to the top 4.
Ooh, and like you called out, now LX getting the victory with the Night Watch, and I would say also the Sculptor. Again, I think if you average 5, 2, and 5, that's amounting to like how many survivors? 4 to 4. It's like 3 survivors at the minimum. or on average. So that's definitely, as we said before, when it comes to competitive NAEU Identity 5, it's the hunters that have gotten a lot of the points for the survivor side. So LX is a name that you have to remember coming into tomorrow's game because they are moving on to top 4. So big shout outs to Team Ravens. You're moving on. Congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations. And speaking of the, like the hunters showing a lot of promises in the showcase, right? The showcase in this tournament. I have to say, the new ban system is definitely doing a lot, like, in balancing things out a little bit, like not using the survivors over and over and over again.
Hey, we got a Muro. We got a Gardener. We got so much variety. And I cannot wait for more of the survivors to come out of the woodwork and show us what is going to be happening. So I'm excited to see that, folks. But for now, we're going to take a short break. When we come back, more of IVT. So don't go anywhere. IVT will be right back.
Yep.
There is no rebirth without pain. The whispers by my ear, the scars from the pain. I was once lost in superficial applause before I crossed path with that touch of red. When the throat is slit, everything I wished for comes true. A mark forever sealed between my eyebrows. On the night the jailbird lost its voice, we chose to go our separate ways. Yet, I returned once more. Tears ignited a glow in my eyes. Ashes were once flames.
Compass, compass, show me the way. Guide me to your master, no delay. Hold on, my friends. I shall save you at all costs. You there! Stop your evil experiment! The brave warriors will soon bring judgment. Warriors! Friends! The final battle is now in sight. No lies will ever deceive us after tonight!
trailing behind the golden candlelight. The avaricious people lay eyes upon the royal coffin. Every inch of this beauty is forged with glory and power. The usurper who embraces glory will one day kneel before glory itself, and both his head and ambition will be crushed. Greed is immolated in flames, and the withered bones devour flesh and blood. Why believe in glory when glory is born of me? And I will be crowned once again.
Welcome to the Identity V Tournament NAEU 2023. This is Potch Spice. Let's take a look at the new changes in the band pick rules of this season. The new band pick rules consists of 8 phases. The sequence and content of each phase are as follows. In this phase, Hunter Faction will permanently ban 2 survivor characters. In this phase, the number of banned Hunter characters will be automatically adjusted as the tournament progresses. In Game 1, the Survivor faction can't ban a Hunter. Every subsequent game, including overtime, the number of Hunter characters that are banned by Survivor faction is automatically increased by 1. Up to 3 Hunter characters will be banned. In this phase, Survivor faction will pick 2 Survivor characters. Please note, from Game 1 to Game 3, the first 2 Survivor characters selected in this phase will no longer be eligible to use. In this phase, Hunter Faction will ban 1 Survivor character. In this phase, Survivor Faction will pick 1 Survivor character. The Survivor characters that are picked in this phase can be reused. In the next phase, Hunter Faction will ban the last Survivor character. In this phase, Survivor Faction will pick the last Survivor character. This Survivor character can also be used again. In this phase, the Hunter Faction will lock in a Hunter character. Compared to previous seasons, the Hunter Faction can ban 4 Survivor characters freely. In the new ban pick rules, there will be 10 Survivor characters who cannot be used in a best of 3. However, the number of Hunter characters banned by the Survivor faction remains the same. That's about it. Good luck and have fun.
Young
bamboo shoots could brave the bitter cold of winter, graceful and serene in the face of adversity.
Father, you taught us that the Shao family must act like bamboo in the winter, unruffled and composed. But what if the powerful seek our downfall? What good is our composure if evil goes unpunished? Forgive me, I must defy our mantra. What?
Race to the family.
Was I the one who brought this misfortune?
Chi.
No, I mustn't hide. For the Shao family, for vindication, and for her safe return. I knew this was a life of hardship, a life of uncertainty and diligence. My only option is to press onward and tread the unknown. The Shao family must act like bamboo in the winter, unflinching and steadfast in the face of adversity.
With steam dense as a veil, and wine sweet as honey, one can't help but relax at the hot spring. Return to basics. Surrender restraints. Relinquish thyself. Like the eagle plummeting straight down, lusting for lambs, hating all lamb souls. Bathed in the spring, we drink. We worship. We indulge.
Place at its finest. In July they came, and then in August, for flowers they were named. They stayed and dwelt in September, bathing in the sun, oh sway, she let down her guard. Grow, lurking Datura, feeding up Rosemary who couldn't let go of discards. Night and night stood aloof from the light, down and down fell into addictions and took to light. Time and time behind the curtain he hid till that came into sight. Place at its finest, bellow stain, where passionate vines often chase the butterflies. A place with fragrances, bellow stain, and now to dust the flower has returned.
What happened on the island?
Let's go and see. No flowers last forever. I take pleasure in watching them wither. Calamus, turning hope to despair. Datura, severing love with grasping snare. Rosemary, indulging in past memories. Tuberose, falling off the edge of jeopardy. All of them are now withered. And more gorgeous than ever.
Accept God's mercy. Rise beyond the constraints of life and death. This is an endless game of chance. Greed has tainted the sanctity of faith. Pawn your lips and tongue, never to speak of the past. Pledge your beating heart, break free from the Reaper's hold. Surrender your soul, submit to eternal desire. In this never-ending revelry, you must wager your immortality.
Creating a perpetual motion machine is like being trapped in a never-ending dream. Reality grows from these sketches, expanding through years of fruitless effort. Yet this illusion is ceaselessly reflected in silent thoughts. It should have died in flames with the last generation.
Mr. Marines, based on our preliminary investigations, the suspect may be a student of yours.
Yet the embers rekindled in the next generation. This is the law of nature. If you really wish to rise above this law, you must dive deeper and deeper. To the bitter end. of darkness.
What is the blessing you received? An extraordinary physique. A telepathic mind. If all misfortune comes from blessings. Oh, my sisters in anguish. I shall reverse the stars. I shall turn back time. With my blessing, I will lead you on a path that defies destiny.
When the bell of absolution rings, virtue will be given new meaning on these icy plains. Perhaps it's to atone for the crimes of the past. Or perhaps it's to be exchanged for the promised freedom. But when you hold the key of judgment, the facade of the true shackles shall be lifted. A fool who thinks he holds the torch. If you can really see through that illusory flame, you'd realize you're nothing but a deceived moth.
The truth is an endless sea of darkness, and humanity resides on an island known as ignorance. If I knew of the madness waiting beyond the door, I would have never gone on a voyage into the unknown. I heard the scene was as tragic as the others. The ancient texts point to the city of stars, Providence. And the shepherd I have yet to meet is long gone. That night, I had a dream. A new opportunity broke the deadlock. They heard my calls, the organization behind Halsey. I know now that they are not mad. They are searching, pathfinding, and calling to him. From then on, this...
Well,
Well,
welcome back. Oh my god, it's like a dream to see you here, Chocho. I open up my eyes and you're here. Welcome
Yeah.
back, guys. And here we have me, Nello Mello, and Chocho, the one and only beloved K-pop Sims
enthusiast. K-pop
enthusiast. For reals, for reals. How you feel being on stage here so early in the morning, may I add?
Yeah, very early in the morning, but very excited to see how today's gonna possibly play out. I mean, this is my second time. The first time was in COE 6 NAEU qualifiers. First time commentating for NAEU, and this is like just solely based on NAEU. So I'm very excited to see how it's gonna possibly play out. And also commentating with Nello Mello. Like I can always say a dead figure in the community. And also later on, Posh will be coming back. So very excited to see how we're gonna commentate on all these matches that we have, the last 3 matches for today. And right now we're having Python versus Yummy Hash Browns.
Yeah, and you know what? Just to add on a little bit, I'm daddy figure, not daddy quite yet. So yeah. So Pythons versus YHB. Fun fact: we know one of the person in the coach for YHB is actually Invisible Jong. So shout outs to Invisible Jong, coaching YHB Yummy Hash Browns. I love the name. And of course, we see Joggy in the chat just now, and of course we know Psyche as well. That's from YHB. Joggy, Juniper, and all them. But we're gonna be reacquainted with them later on during the team's introduction. But yeah, what a match today. And of course, guys, I know that you are very excited for the next matchup, Python versus YHB. Put your predictions down. Who do you think is going to make it? YHB or Python? The hash brown loving team or the Python killer team?
Yeah,
Jojo.
and speaking of hash browns, because it's early in the morning here, so not sponsored. McDonald's breakfast. I just had McDonald's breakfast and I had hash browns too. So I'm not sure. It wasn't really linked, but somehow, somewhat, I had hash browns, and right now we're having yummy hash browns for my first match in the NAEU IVT. So excited to
Definitely
see
sponsored.
No.
Definitely
And
sponsored.
also, yeah, Psyche and Joggy, really excited to see how they're gonna possibly play. Recently also, Psyche actually streamed on his YouTube channel as well, so do take a look at that. Playing together as a team from YHB, 4 men, and the results in their rank seems to be very favorable. Some according to the interview that Posh also made also, they are actually relying on the Hunter. So for me, I feel like Survivor side of YHB seems to be really strong, and they're also relying on the Hunter. So I think YHB is gonna come out really strong in this matchup.
Wow, so there you have it. Insider info from Chocho, stream sniping Psyche there. But yeah, it seems like it's going to be the battle of the hunters. Because Chocho, you were there when we were watching the first matchups. It was crazy. The battle of the hunters going on. 4Ks. And usually we see it's like the survivor sided game, right? Like we usually see survivors making the 3 escape, 4 escape. But now it's the reverse way, right? But you know what? Let's put a pin on that as we are going to reveal to you the brackets in front of us, Chocho.
Yep, that's right. We're having PY versus Team YHB first. The winner of this team is going to go against either TKG or B4E, which is the 4th match, also the last match of today. Excited to see how it's going to play out. We're seeing Ravens have already moved on. First to move on, in fact. So hopefully they can start preparing, or maybe since this is the afternoon, they can still train at night, rest well, and come back stronger tomorrow.
Yeah, stronger than ever. The Karasuno cross, soar. And, I mean, I'm just so excited to see Alex again with the Night Watch coming in. But right now, all eyes are on PY versus YHB. Like what you said, Chocho, Battle of the Hunters. Who are the hunters that you expect to see a lot in this? Like the most anticipated hunters you would expect.
Wait, out of all the hunters in this IVT? I would say TKG's Loki.
Oh wow, TKG's
It's a new
Loki.
addition to TKG, so I'm excited to see how it's gonna possibly play against these strong opponents.
Okay, yeah, but right now we're gonna be introduced to PY, Rippa, Zuler, K-Det, Faye, Sango. Anything you wanna tell us about PY? Chocho?
Yeah, because they're kind of like new to me, and according to the interview that Posh had, they say, quote unquote, watch out for Sango, the kiter of the team. So I think it kind of says a lot, just being up there, And also we're seeing a thief as the character here, so maybe, just maybe, that could be their main or something that they'll bring out surprisingly to go against possibly Night Watch, a possible counter.
Yeah, I mean, would love to see that, like the funny emotes as well. But yeah, he does play the patient acrobat. Maybe that's what we can watch out for, Sango. But now moving on to YHB, we have the likes of Nobody, and then Joggy, Zero, Juniper T, and Psyche, like what we've mentioned before. The coach being Invisible Jong from HK. Just to shed a little bit of light on the history of the team, and of course the quote from Team YHB. The shoutouts they want to give to the viewers. We hope to live up to your expectations. So that's the quote given to all the supporters out there.
Quite heavy from the get-go, and right now getting into player stats, we're seeing PY Reaper and also YHB Nobody. No stats on Reaper, however, but on Nobody's side we're seeing a clerk, and according to the stats that they've given us, Nobody plays Feaster as well as Night Watch, so maybe a possible mirror match from the first matchup that we had today.
Yeah, probably a mirror match. Though I would love to see a feaster. Like you talked about hash browns, I would like to bring your attention to takoyaki. Though it might be a little too heavy for breakfast. But yeah, definitely love to see a feaster in the mix-up. But next up, we have the survivors lineup, Chocho. The thief versus magician. I believe you have some stats about Jogi. You want to share with us?
Yeah, sure. For Jogi, he has been, his love for magician is widely known in the NAEU region. So possibly might be putting it out, but he does have a weeping crown as well. So maybe he might put that into play. Not so meta character selection.
Wow. Okay, moving up next, Zero as well. Not only playing the Enchantress, but the Embalmer, Prospector as well. And K-Dad from Python, spotting out the Mechanic, Mind's Eye, and also Gardener. So watch out, guys, if you love Mind's Eye. There you have it. And Chocho, next up, Faye versus Juniper T. I see the cowboy in the mix.
Yeah,
love a little cowboy action.
Yeah, he has quite a huge character pool, in fact, and one of the characters that he plays that is not too meta as well is Painter. So
wow.
Maybe that might be up in BO2 or 3.
Wow, nice. And moving up next, Sango, the man to watch out for, Chocho, plays the acrobat versus Psyche, a very reliable rescuer. So this is like the battle of the strongest in defense, Psyche, the rescuer, and the strongest in offense, Kiting, Sango, right? So what else do they play besides acrobat and mercenary, respectively?
For Psyche-wise, he's actually quite versatile in all aspects, whether it be rescuer, support, Kaito, or decoder. He can play almost anything, and I would say he's quite an asset to the team, especially when kind of sniped him, watch his kind of YouTube live stream. He played Contosa for 2 hours straight. So I think possibly it really kind of showed how strong Composer is in this current meta, whether it be decoding, the speed boost that he has when he clings, huge things that they can play, and a lot of different compositions they can come up with. So YHB definitely, I'm quite confident that they might possibly play out better, but definitely not to look down on Python. Python, its name itself, sounds pretty scary. It's almost a snake, right? So maybe they might really just snipe them throughout. Maybe watch their YouTube stream and just pick characters or ban characters that they have been training for the longest time.
Yeah. But not right now, we're seeing the ban picks of the maps as well. Like Python banning the big map, the Moonlit River Park, and YHB deciding to go with Ever Sleeping Town. So what do you make of this? Like, do you think Python has some input like, yo, we don't want to play in a big map? We know something about YHB. Is there a reason for banning a big map against YHB?
It could be possible. We did see quite strange though, because if nobody, like the stats that he'd given us, he plays Night Watch, Ever Sleeping Town is actually a great map to play in. We've seen that many times, whether it be IVL, even the recent tournament that now organized, which is the IVA. We see Death Row, one of the best Night Watch main in SEA. So very strong map. It's a tie and above situation for Night Watch and Ever Sleeping. We've seen that just now in the first matchup where I believe LX played the Night Watch and Ever Sleeping, got a 4-kill instantly. Very strong start for the team, and eventually got them a BO3 first half, and they just ended it completely from there onwards. So not too sure what they're aiming for, but maybe we might see what Python has been planning.
Yeah, I mean, definitely looking forward to whatever surprises we can see. But you know what? Speaking of another surprise, Sango's in the chat. I see Sango. Hello, Sango. Shoutouts to you as well in the chat. And of course, a lot of people post Hachi, L, Avatar Tuner, Hito Fury, #1 MS fan. Hello, Ryoki. And of course, Aiden Fabian. Shoutouts to you guys. And we're occasionally sweeping the chat just to say hi to you guys. So yeah, hey, welcome to the stream. We are in our second matchup here, Chocho. Anyone you see that you're familiar with there?
I think I saw Princess Pasta just now when you guys were commentating. Hi, and also to to my friends also. I'm not sure if they are listening, they might be watching, or they could be sleeping. Because the SEA region, Surprise and also Zaida, they said they would kind of stay up to watch this. So
Wow.
really thankful, for them also. It's just it's just the
Beautiful
little
friendship.
things that really counts, and it kind of touches my heart.
Oh my god. So there you have it, guys. An insider info. Again, the way to Chocho's heart, the
What?
little things that counts, to make her touch. Yeah. But speaking of which, we are gonna see YHB survivors going up first, opting to go for Dancer and the Seer first, which means these first two picks, very strong in Ever Sleeping Town, but it's going to be globally banned right after round number 1. So what do you make of this, Chocho?
It's okay. I think it could be a similar plan to Raven, where they come off as really strong, because we know how like BO1, a hunter do only get 4 survivor bands, and 4 survivor bands, it just means that actually survivors do still have that certain type of advantage, and they kind of want to make use of that. So I think that's what HB is going for. Right now we're seeing the 3rd pick, Mercenary, and also just regarding the bands on the hunter side as well, Priest as well as Toy Merchant. Toy Merchant is not a band that we see every time, especially for hunters at Ever Sleeping Town, mainly because they don't feel like it's a very strong map for Toy Merchant. However, I kind of beg to differ. I kind of agree with the hunter with this Toy Merchant pick, band in fact, because there's a lot of kind of placement that could potentially make you lose the rhythm that you had when you were chasing survivors, and that's extremely important for the hunter to not have that, to cancel that out completely. And now waiting for the last survivor pick, could be a possible cycle to kind of get the heals and stuff like that, and also not to get an instant down possibly. It seems to be that it could possibly be the Night Watch. I mean, according to what you said in BO1 as well, Toy Merchant, when she's gliding, Night Watch can't actually pull or attract her to the hunter. So I think that could have been a possible reason for this Toy Merchant pick as well.
Yeah, totally agree with you. Like, distance in the air, not affected by, the pull of the Night Watch. But I totally agree with you. Like, I know, you definitely know what you're talking about. Chocho is a batch, Toy Merchant batch, a batch, in fact, in Southeast Asia, very proficient. And like what she said, can definitely break the rhythm of the hunter in chase. So something to watch out for. But it seems like they're set on picking the FD, the female dancer, the seer, the acrobat, the mercenary. Is this a good composition against a possible Night Watch by Ripa?
I think it's actually not too bad, mainly because acrobat, for his character, he can actually jump through certain low obstacles. Seer-wise, he has the bird. Female dancer has the slow boxes to slow the hunter down if the hunter were to pull the survivors. And something I had in mind also, which I kind of forgot, having the same situation as you now.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. But yeah, I mean, while Chocho is regaining her lapses, regaining her thoughts. Yeah, I mean, Toy Merchant is definitely a good band, considering the catapults can be very useful. It's just very unfortunate in the game between Adams and RV that the Toy Merchant set up the catapult for the teammate but forgot to set it up for herself. But still very useful. But now Ripa going for the Sculptor, Chocho. So, I mean, it's been highlighted. And Sculptor, so...
Yeah, this seems interesting now. If YHB was preparing for a Night Watch, it's possible that these 3 survivors will be bringing a flywheel and not expecting a Sculptor. Usually against a Sculptor, also at Ever Sleeping Town where there's a lot of windows, pallets to work with, you kind of want to pick broken windows to kind of get that distance between the hunter, especially against a Sculptor, so that you don't get a basic hit and avoid all statues. So if Ripa was kind of expecting that, it's kind of like a reverse psychology. And right now looking at the spawn locations, right now we're seeing Hunter at the first stop, and right next to the Hunter we have the female dancer, which could potentially set up Music Poster Center.
Yeah, Joggy as the female dancer in the middle. I don't know why, man. With all the fanatics with the E's and all this. Yeah, I mean, Joggy is definitely very crucial in setting up the slow boxes in the middle. Putting down the pallet, and then there's also one right below the 2 floor in the middle. Very important to kite. You can pirouette away from the Sculptor. As you all know, Sculptor, well, you kind of need presence to make it work. Usually the basic statues, right? I think that most survivors will not have too hard of a time to dodge the basic statues. against Sculptor. And I mean, what are your thoughts about this, Jojo? Like, what traits do you think Galatea has to bring against this kind of composition?
Against this composition,
39 Blink, 612 Blink.
I think if he's trying to secure a very strong start, I think an Insolence Detention is actually possible. But if he's trying to play it safe, Trump Card Detention is more of the normal builds that we're seeing from Sculptors. So we have to see how Ripper is playing this, whether it be aggressive or more conservatively.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Alex play with the Galatea in the previous matchups, but now heading into the game, it's me, Nello Mello, and Chocho bringing you the live commentaries. On game number 1, first half, already breaking the pallets in the middle. Ripper, just removing the music boxes first. Gonna buy a little bit of time for Joggy to transition away. But it looks like Psyche is going to be the first target. And Acrobat, like you mentioned, he's a very proficient player, whether it's a rescue or not. But the first statue chip, what the trap!
Yeah, MVP Tram once again coming into action. Game mechanics that we can't control, and Ripper getting that stun. Very amazingly done to Acrobat, so I think he kind of predicted that as well. And right now, Psyche is in a great position to kite the Sculptor.
Wow, and not to mention, what a beautiful moonwalk. Like, trying to bait the Acrobat to take the wrong turn. Psyche still has a firebomb to work with, has to dodge that basic just have to dodge that basic statue. Is gonna use the bomb, probably go back into the mirror. But the blink's already up. Is Ripper going to use it? Is the question. He's not gonna use it. He's just gonna opt for an old-fashioned vault through the windows. I don't know, Chocho. Seems like Psyche is being caught between a hard place and a rock. This place, there's not a lot of kiting places available, but Psyche, the third bomb being utilized already. So pretty early, good start for Psyche.
Ooh, but the blink, missing that blink, unfortunately. Psyche vaulting over with that fast reaction, and Psyche putting down another pallet, and will be prolonging this kite much further. And will the red bomb come back for the second time for him to use it and kite this out even longer?
Wow. I mean, the red bomb's gonna come pretty soon. I mean, this is just a matter of time. Oh my god, he's already swinging through the pallet. Like Psyche making this kite so well. 3 ciphers are about to be done. It's about to be a 3 ciphers kite. But the Seer Owl, is it gonna happen? Oh wow! Just as we thought, Chocho.
Amazing things that's happening, and right now the Trem is here for the second time, which means that this kite has been prolonged more than it should, and Psyche has rotated out from the graveyard area where the basement is located at. So this rescue will be pretty easily done on the mercenary side if he will be down. Psyche still kiting in this area, and I believe there's a music box right in front, so Psyche can make use of that to prolong this kite even further. Wow.
My goodness, Psyche making this happen, and he knows Ripper does not have blink, so he can just easily rotate, keep rotating. Ripper needs to break this music box, but the last 2 ciphers are already at 40%, Chocho. They are rushing this. They are rushing the ciphers so hard. Juniper T, careful. Joggy and Juniper T trying to rush this S palette. Changing targets at this point. Chocho,
Yeah, he's changing targets now because he thinks that he can't possibly get Joggy down anymore, which is highly possible. He just want a cypher camp, and a slight pause onto Psyche's side, and we will be kind of taking this into a slight break between us. So just kind of recapping from that match, we saw something very detailed and very amazing on Reaper's side with that statue. We saw how he actually used 2 statues, one straight, one coming from the other side, to make a cross and get that damage onto Acrobat right from the start. That's something that it's not as easy as it seems, and Reaper was able to do that. So great stuff we're seeing, but really unfortunately that Trem that came over with that hit.
The Trem strikes again.
Yeah,
MVP Trem, man. I mean, you have to pay respects to the Trem, especially when you're at Ever Sleeping Town. This is why YHB picked Ever Sleeping Town. They pray to the Trem god. They're like, you know what? Take the first kite. I'm fine. The Trem's right behind you. Get that chip damage, distract you a little bit. And honestly, I have to say, Psyche anticipating the blink, that was huge. Making the Sculptor miss the blink hit. It bought so much time, not to mention the Seer all coming in. Wow, prolonging the kite. It was actually more than 3 ciphers kite. until he was forced to change target. I mean, yeah. I mean, how can the sculptor come back from this? Like, is there any action he can take at this point?
Considering the team comp they're going for, Acrobat with almost no balls, I think he still has one more, if I remember correctly, the red one, if he does get it.
Oh, okay.
Female
I think he already
dancer,
used it, right?
I think, did he use the second red ball? I think we have
First,
to
second,
kind of
third.
figure out.
I think he has one more. Yeah,
Yeah,
but we'll
one
have to
more?
see. Yeah, we have to see.
And female dancer doesn't have any boxes to use already. Seer has no bird, which could potentially kind of guarantee a 1 kill considering he has detention. There isn't like priestess support portal to kind of bring them from one area to another. So 1 kill I think is almost for sure, hopefully for him, because he can't really give this for escape. If a hunter give their opponents a 4 escape, it's hard for them to recover. How is the survivors are gonna get a 4 escape back? And yeah, get it. It is Yummy Hash Brown's map selection. So them getting advantage is kind of what they want, and what you don't want is to give them so much advantage, such as a 4 escape.
Yeah, I mean, well, Psyche has done his job, right? So I wouldn't say 4 escape. I would say the sculptor still has chance because they already used up all of the. Acrobat has already used up most of his balls, the bombs, to be exact. He's already used up the bombs, and then he only has like, no, actually, thank you, Posh, for bringing up the replays. He's used up everything, Jojo. He's used up all of the bombs, and honestly, late game, I would say, the kiting potential, they would have to depend on raw kiting. But honestly, no one's on the chair yet, so the tide turner can still be an effect. Galatia's not on full presence yet, so a lot of factors you have to consider. And yeah, I mean, only the Merc still has elbow pads, so music boxes not available, bombs not available. They're pretty much kiting with no resources at this point.
Yeah, but if we're looking at this from Yummy Hash Brown's perspective, right? They will, of course, if they get the chance to get 4 escape, they would definitely do it. Especially with the Tide Tunnel, like you've mentioned, it's still there. So if they're trying to play for that 4 escape, what the kind of setup they should have is that both people have 1 person each at both gates. And then for the person that's kiting at detention period, end game, try to kite out as long as possible such that when the chair is almost at its ends mid, Mercenary come in with the Tide Turner, they bring both of them together, and for Hunter side, he needs to quickly get his second presence. Second presence is so important. We see it in the first match today where a Sculptor at BO3 Arms Factory. The second skill statue can be a kind of tough to deal with, but right now we'll get into the match. Jupiter T still decoding the S Pellet Cipher, and Hunter will be changing targets to him.
Yeah, he's trying to force the Cipher to be popped, you know. And even if he fails, he still has 3 elbow pads. No worries at all. Sculptor still needs 2 more hits to get full presence. Ripper right now, you know, like, of course he has a trump card, like he brought 3-6. He's still able to change it into teleport. But Acrobat has already been healed to full. He's like, no, you know what? I'm not gonna make that mistake of chasing Psyche anymore. Let's go for Jogi. And he got it! Wow!
Yeah, it seems to be that female dancer without any tools seems to be kind of weak to kind of kite against a Sculptor. Right now, Sculptor is 1 hit away from that full presence, and it is a basement chair. Mercenary has to come in for the rescue. Let's see whether they have this play where they open the chairs and give female dancer the elbow pads to work with, or if not, female dancer is actually kind of weak during the end game. Ripper can potentially turn this into a tie if he can down the female dancer fast enough during end game, change trump card to teleport, and get a detention hit onto one of the other survivors.
Yeah, unless if he decides to do the the drop down hit into a blink hit, just to down the mercenary, and then. But that's too risky though, honestly. Oh, he's just gonna decide to go down before half rescue. Okay, he's gonna get it. Gonna go down for the drop down hit. Should save the pad probably. Oh, he's gonna tank the hit. Juniper T, beautiful job. But the statues has to be really careful. Oh, if he makes it through this.
Can he make it? He vaults it. He didn't get that hit registered. Cypher pop. Detention is here, and he gets hit by the tram.
Joggy! You didn't pray to the tramp gods, and that's gonna hit. My goodness, and he's gonna chair it right next to where Zero is gonna open the.
He's getting another tram hit. Unfortunately, thanks to that struggle, will Female Dancer be able to get to the gate? Though it seems that they will recover at the same time. Hit is not registering and will be down. Once again, gate is open. The other gate is being opened by Juniper at the other side. Seems to be that this is a definite 3 escape with no way out for Ripper. And wow, one match with 3 tram hits. How can this be possible now?
Yeah, it's like the tram god's forsaken Joggy for that moment, and then 5 seconds later he's like, "I'm sorry, tram," and then the tram decides to hit Ripper at the same time. My goodness.
I was trying to say oh, before the third tram hit happened, I was like, it's kind of equal at the start. Sculptor got hit by the tram, Female Dancer got hit during endgame. It's kind of like a give and take situation. And then that struggle though, you see Joggy, I think Joggy prayed enough to struggle.
He did.
Struggle through into the tram pavement and getting hit by the tram. I think it's just miracles, just happening over and over again for YHB.
For sure. That's why we all love Ever Sleeping Town, and that's why YHB decided to choose the Ever Sleeping Town for the feel of war. And honestly, 2-1. That's not the score, ladies and gentlemen. That's 2-1 tram hits. 2 tram hits onto the Sculptor. Ripper. After this, I think Python should definitely just, no, we're never going to Ever Sleeping Town anymore.
Really unfortunate. Really unfortunate.
For reals. The tram is slaying, ladies and gentlemen, and the survivors have no choice. They gotta take it. No shortcuts, guys. But speaking of the score though, 3-1 in favor of YHB, considering such an amazing kite in the beginning by Psyche. Honestly, it's still good that Python's Ripper managed to still get that 1k. So at least it's not a very big difference. The difference between 3-1 and 5-0, super huge. So he avoided that. So good job to Python, Chocho. But you know what? Any highlights in the last game besides the tram hits, Chocho?
Besides the tram hit, I would say the statue link at the start of the game where it got hit, where Psyche got that chip damage. I think that's pretty incredible on Ripper's side. But then from the survivor side, I would say the bird support. And then Psyche's rotation from Geisha to Graveyard back to Geisha and forcing hunters to change targets. I think he himself solo kiting and also then with the bird support, I think he has done an amazing job. Just looking at the stats itself, 149 seconds. So it says a lot about his solo kiting and how strong of a survivor he is and how much of an asset he is to YHB.
Yeah, I mean, Psyche, we all know him and we stream snipe him, we lurk in his stream, and we know that he can kite while talking at the same time. So when he's kiting and not talking, he's super focused, and it shows, right, Jojo?
Yeah, that's right, it shows.
Yeah, I think he's one of the people who can kite and then talk at the same time. Kite so good, and then just give insight okay, you know what, I'm just gonna go through this wall now. Okay, I'm just gonna transition to this area, and you know what, the hunter's miss his blink, he's gonna use his blink, I'm gonna vault through, and that's exactly what happened. I feel like that's what's going on in the voice chat going on here. But honestly, beautiful kite. Yeah, go ahead, Shisha.
Beautiful kite. And I'm kind of hoping if they kind of have a behind the scenes recording of that moment when tram hit 1, tram hit 2, and tram hit 3. This is something that is not controlled by survivors or hunters at all. This is just purely game mechanics of the game. So out of this world, whatever happened and there onwards, I mean, we could potentially see how it might impact them with this game mechanics that may not be kind of favored towards them for Pythons. But right now we're looking into second half where Pythons will be having this map on the survivor side and then YHB on the hunter side. We have to see how they're going to play this out and whether game mechanics will ruin their match or help them out once again.
Yeah, for reals, I totally agree with you. But honestly, 3 tram hits, ladies and gentlemen, in the first half. Let's see if Python survivors have actually prayed to the Trem God to help them this time, because it's their turn up next. Like the survivor factions of Python is going to go up against YHB's Hunter. And tell us a little bit more about YHB's Hunter. Like, what do you expect to see from the YHB Hunters coming into this second half?
I think for YHB,
Nightwatch will be good here.
Nightwatch will be fantastic.
Wow.
Nightwatch will be fantastic.
Just don't get hit by the tram.
By the tram. Yeah, if he's aiming for a tie, this is totally possible for him to pick a Nightwatch at this point in time. I highly doubt I've seen anything below a tie in official tournaments for Nightwatch yet. So, this is exactly the moment that he should probably be bringing Nightwatch with all confidence into the match. Tie and above situation, it's all he needs, and Nightwatch is the perfect character for that right now.
Yeah, but you know what?
Not the Feaster.
Not the Feaster. But you know what? Every team has its ace. We've already seen Joggy, Psyche. We've already seen like the survivor teams, right? Like Joggy and Psyche and Juniper and Seiro in action as the survivors of YHB. Right now, it's the Python's turn, Zealer, Kdet, and not to forget Faye and Sango. Like, so much high praises for Sango. We can see the people in the chat as well going, Sango, Sango. You know what? Sango, Sango. And I honestly, I feel like he's the hope of the team at this point to get an equalizer against YHB's nobody.
And speaking of Sango, according to the interview, Sango plays patient and is top tier according to them, and his hooks are impressive. So right from the get-go, we're seeing the patient pick and the priestess pick. So like you've mentioned, once they kind of lock this first two characters, it will be auto-banned in BO2, which means that maybe they might be they're hoping for a map that might not be too favorable for priestess, because priestess is already banned in BO2. And yeah, just seeing the Hunter's band as well. Seer, Antiquarian, Female Dancer, very strong characters right from the get-go, and even a Psychologist.
Yeah, I mean, they don't... nobody probably doesn't want to deal with the all support and the harassing from the Antiquarian. Like, if you're a Nightwatch and you're just about to hit a character, you get that all support. Or when you're camping and then, you know, the harassing comes in. Nightwatch is susceptible to harassing, right? So if he gets harassed, that would be really bad. So maybe that's why Python's bringing in at least Norton to be the decoder and the, you know, with the magnet harassers. Maybe that's the idea of Python. So nobody has to deal with Prospector, has to deal with the Priestess, not to mention Sango's Patient and the Mercenary. What are your thoughts? Like, this composition against Nightwatch?
Seems fine. I mean, patient-wise, it can actually rotate into areas such as the graveyard with specific hooks, which can potentially dodge out Nightwatch. Prospector-wise, magnets can be used as well, but then again, Nightwatch hitbox is actually really long. It can potentially hit the Prospector before the attract or pull does occur. And Priestess support will be great. It will actually be great. So, we have to see how this team is possibly gonna play this out. I think there's gonna be a lot of support portals from the Priestess side, a lot of support from the Prospector, which means that Cypher decoding will be slowed down very much. I think that's something that nobody wants, because nobody plays the night. I keep saying nobody. I feel like nobody. You get what I mean? Like, I'm saying nobody plays it. Nobody plays that. Nobody. This YHB's Hunter actually plays Nightwatch. So what he's scared of, and actually pretty much all the Hunters, is Cypher Rush. And with this team comp, I think nobody is very happy to pick this Nightwatch and going against this team comp, potentially getting a tie and possibly a 4 elimination right from BO1.
Yeah. But honestly, if just one survivor from Python is able to kite like long enough, 3 ciphers pop, like 3 ciphers kite, I think that's already going to be a very strong indication that, you know, PY is gonna be able to pull off the equalizer. But without the owl support, like, you know, like Seer, you don't even need to go to that area to give owl support, right? So that's the best thing, global support. But for Priestess, you gotta see the pros and cons. Priestess, well, you gotta spend a lot of time setting up portals. You gotta go to that place, and when you do that, you neglect cipher decoding, right? So, what do you think is more important, like buying time to support with the portals, or not just rush cipher and depend on the individual kiting skills here?
I think one person support would be good. We've kind of seen how over supporting from
Survivors,
very official kind of gaming teams, esports teams with over supporting, and it kind of compensates negatively onto the cipher progress. So that's not something we want to see. And PY, they have to kind of prioritize in popping all ciphers and not get this 5-0, because right now they're kind of behind. As much as possible, try to get a 3 escape. If not, at the very least, kind of tight situation, so that it's easier for them to come back in BO2.
Yeah, I mean, they gotta pull off this equalizer. You don't want what happened in matchup number 1 to happen in this matchup as well, because if the points are too much of a difference, getting a draw in second BO2 is not gonna matter a lot, right? You've seen it. But yeah, this is YHB Nobody on the Night Watch. We've seen Alex with it, getting a 4K in this map too. So Python has a lot to prove, and I can see in the chat as well, Ryoki chanting as well, one of the many people chanting Sango, Sango, Sango. But right now we're heading into the game, second half of the first game. Night Watch by YHB versus Python Survivors. Chocho, we are in for a game here.
Oh yeah, and right now nobody is kind of rotating from the other side, hoping for Zakula, I think. Zurlar to kind of rotate there, but no. Princess Portal is being set up though, but it will be entered by nobody. Nobody is still trying to find a target. Has the Tinnitus popped out? Zurlar seems to be the first chase prospector, so I think things will be looking pretty good considering he still has 2 magnets to use.
Wow, he's very smart. He tries to gain distance because the deadly thing about Tempest, right, is sucking in, like pulling in the survivor, right? So if you're far enough, you won't get affected as much. So nobody, and important thing also, Chocho, why he's not bringing Bling?
He brought teleport and brought detention and confined space. That's not something that we usually see from Night Watch. So I'm quite curious to see how it's gonna play out. And yeah, unable to get that hit over the pallet and successfully rotating around this area. Wow.
Wow, and the portal support as well, Chocho. Wow, what a beautiful play. Just puts down the pallet, can go over. Oh wait.
Yeah, I'm getting that hit registered onto Prospector, and still will be rotating around this area. We know that the pallet over there seems to be broken already, so Zirla, don't think he's gonna make this kite count, doesn't have any magnets at this point in time, and will be down at possibly Mercenary Cypher. But however, Mercenary will be coming for this rescue, so it seems to be that it wouldn't be too much of an issue over here.
Yeah, I mean, very unfortunate that his Cypher was being camped here. I mean, it's at 83%. Priestess obviously only at 60% because he was buying time to set up the portal supports, right? So Sango's gonna be decoding nearby, trying to get the ciphers up and running. They can come back and decode this as pallet anytime they want. Faye trying to just buy time while Prospector is containing the Hunter on chair. But this is the scary part. Nobody. Oh, wait. One hit. Chocho.
Yeah, and stunning the Hunter once again, but pulling him in and will be registering this hit unsuccessfully, and using that wind
force.
Wind walk. The wind walk to kind of gain that movement speed of 24%. Getting closer to Prospector, speeding through that, and we'll be camping, we'll be cheering this Prospector at this alleyway area seems to be. And Mercenary Cypher will be popped.
Yeah. I mean, that's the good thing about chasing Prospector first, right, Chocho? Because at the beginning of the game, you only have 1 magnet to work with. So you don't really want to fight against a Prospector when he's at late game, middle game, when he has 3 magnets to work with. But it looks like that's coming in for the rescue. Oh, wait! Oh my god. He was trying to avoid it, but remember, guys. Wait. Oh my god. What's going on?
Maybe the blind block. Unfortunately, no. The magnet did not register. And Prospector will be out on the chair. There is no harassers in this team comp anymore. And Priestess and Mercenary half health. And last Cypher has not yet been touched. So now this is looking not too good for the survivors. 2 half health, 1 full health, and 1 full Cypher remaining.
Not to mention, nobody has teleport ready. So his teleport is going to be really fast. He's just trying to look for the priestess. He doesn't want the global portal to happen. Even if it does, it doesn't really matter. He has teleport to work with. But Sango, man of the hour, he's going to be taking the kite, but the flywheel beautifully dodged. But the tram is going to stop Sango in his tracks. But it doesn't really matter. I think at this point, Sango knows. Like, they all know that it's probably not Blink, right? So I think they can just safely kite at this point. But the hit is gonna connect. Jojo.
Yeah, that's right. And right now, 3 half health in this map. However, because they have a mercenary, getting their rescue shouldn't be a problem. Getting them healed right now, so they are kind of taking the time to heal each other. Priestess might potentially come for this rescue so that there wouldn't be a kind of looking like a double down situation because mercenary's half health now. Fair is gonna stay around that cipher still, destroying that long portal. Priestess might come for the back.
Not prime yet, so Priestess is gonna go down. But wait, I think he should chair and just teleport. He should be very aggressive here, Jojo.
Right now, yeah, that's right. And mercenary will be coming for this rescue. He should know that the person decoding right now is patient. Like you've mentioned, like you've predicted now. He will teleport and right now chasing the patient at the last cipher, 88% now.
Yeah, I mean, nobody... He's gonna suck, and that's gonna buy a lot of time. Now Sango's gonna drop for the second time. He's gonna be chat next to the last cipher, and Priestess and Merc, I don't know, man. Are they gonna take the time to heal again? Because Patience on his second chair, if they don't come now, it's gonna be 2% out. And then late game, with the detention, it's gonna be almost a guaranteed 3k. So, my god, look at this! This pressure.
Yeah, it's just pressuring the ciphers all the way outside, missing that swing unfortunately, but we'll still be getting this hit onto mercenary regardless. Priestess has kind of doing a backdoor rescue, using the portal to get nearer to the chair. Rescue will be successfully done, fortunately enough for the survivors, and running into the hunter's face unfortunately, Priestess. And this is Priestess' second or last chair, I forgot about it already, and dying that cipher once again, and they will not be popping the cipher. We're seeing on the bottom left, Patient is really running around this area and not decoding the cipher at all.
Yeah, I think they just want to try and get at least one man out. You know, you don't want to give the hunter a 4k. You get a 4k, that's pretty much a very, very hard situation to come back from. It's gonna
we are disconnected for some reason, and it seems to be like a guaranteed.
Back
And-
from the realm of the dead.
Yeah, right from the coming from the dead, us from the dead, and we are back. So, there was kind of a technical issue. However, we have the results of that second half of the match. It is a 5-0 in favor of YHB's Hunter, which means clean sweep 8-1 right from the BO1.
Yeah, clean sweep. Speaking of that, we were vacuumed by Itakwa into his cleaning bag. We couldn't be heard. We were talking the entire time. But you know what? We're finally back and glad that you guys are still here. Hopefully, you guys didn't miss any action. Like what Chocho said, 5-0, making it an 8-1, I believe, right? Chocho? 8-1. Yeah, so kind of like a repeat of what happened in the first matchup between Adam and Raven, 8-1. I mean, well, Python has a lot to do in the second game. But fortunately, it's Python's map selection next game, right?
Yes, it is Python's map selection.
So they will have they'll have some drafting to do, probably some discussions, but bring up the match stats. Chocho, why don't you bring us through it?
Yeah, of course. We're seeing Zyla, the kiter, actually had 92.3 seconds kite. It's usually a very decent kite, considering the how long it went and also the number of magnets were used. But then again, Cypher was slow at the start, mainly because of the priestess support portals, which technically did work out. However, because of Nobody's aggressiveness after chairing the priestess at the fake gate, his objective was clear: to down the half-health survivor, which was the patient at a point in time, fast and at the last cipher, so that he can camp out the last cipher, and that perfectly worked out. And just congratulations to Nobody, man. I mean, he played the Night Watch perfectly. Right now, we are having Night Watch in IVT with a 4-kill potential, 4-kill elimination, 100% win rate. And I'm excited to see whether other hunters have possible plays like them as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny when you say congratulations to Nobody, because
right? Just now listening to you as well, and I was like, Nobody. Okay, yeah, Nobody is the person.
Yeah. Congratulations to Nobody, and we definitely think Nobody is MVP in this game. That's, for reals, man. YHB, bro. But honestly, YHB seems to be slaying. Okay, in the first match, Python. Like, speaking of the name, it's a very lethal. It's a very lethal species. One bite and you might die. So second game might be the game where Python can still do a comeback. But for that to happen, what do you think they can do in the second game, Chocho? Like,
in the second game, I think it might be possible that they might be switching hunters. They do have two hunters. They have Reaper as well as Ilia, Wylia.
Okay.
So Wylia has this character pool of Dreamwish as well as Nayet, which kind of leans Dreamwish wise not too much, but Nayet wise she's kind of leaning towards a tie and above situation. We're seeing Nightwatch and Nayet being more of the meta characters as well, and also Nayet in the previous tournaments as well. So it might be possible they might switch hunters and possibly expecting a different result. So if that's the case, Python might possibly turn the tables around with a different hunter, unexpectedly from what YHB might be expecting. I think having this unexpected turn of change in hunters might potentially, turn this into favor of Python.
I see. Okay, here's a very interesting question. If you are the hunter of Python, would you or would you not chase Psyche first again?
I would say try to not chase
someone
Psyche. Yeah, Psyche himself, he himself has a lot of kiting potential, and plus he makes full capacity of what that survivor character can possibly offer. And I think because he can do that very well, he is not a person that you kind of want to chase right from the get-go. We see how he kited 100 over seconds. I think it was almost 150 to 200 seconds.
Yeah.
And it was almost a solo kite, excluding the bird support. Okay, and he didn't even get down once. Okay, that was how incredible he is, Psyche. And definitely to be feared, definitely not to be chased right from the start.
Yeah, not to mention the tram factor as well, right? Giving him the advantage. Oh my god. All I can say is Ripper, So sorry for the tram, but the tram is not biased. It just appeared at the right time for YHB. Unfortunately, at that time, but yeah, in the second game, at least you guys don't have to worry about the tram anymore because they're probably gonna not gonna go ever sleeping anymore. So they're
Yeah.
probably gonna go another map. What do you think? A bigger map, a smaller map, just to counter YHB? What maps do you think Python can go for?
Okay, if the stats they give us is correct, and
Okay.
nobody should have also a feaster to play.
Okay.
I would say
Big map.
ban Night Watch and play a feaster map.
Okay.
Very surprisingly, feaster actually was played pretty well in many of the matches I saw at Chinatown, which is quite surprising, honestly. But it works out. But I highly doubt that it's gonna happen. But looking at the map ban as well as map picks, we're seeing YHB banning the Arms Factory and picking Red Church. I think this is a very good selection to YHB side. If the stats given to us once again is correct, and Wylia might be coming up with the Dreamwitch or Naiad. Dreamwitch excels in Arms Factory, so we wouldn't question that. Naiad wise, it's a give or take. You can actually potentially kite the Naiad at Arms Factory, but you kind of have to rotate away. But there is windows and pallets that could gladly help you with that. So banning the Arms Factory makes sense. Right now we're looking at Red Church. So it is possible that they might be trying to go against a Naiad at the Red Church. So it is highly possible, and we know how the windows and the center area can be fully utilized to counter Naiads.
Yeah. Or they probably figure out Wylia might go for the Dreamwitch. So Arms Factory is very strong for Dreamwitch, right? So maybe that's why. But even Red Church is also pretty strong. Even though there's the walls blocking the spawn followers from following perfectly. Like you just want to send it away so that you auto follow, right? So maybe that's a reason too. So if you're Python, would you ban would you ban the Dreamwitch or would you ban the Naiad in this map, like the Red Church?
Dreamwitch or Naiad? Wait, but as in, because Python's Hunter has Dreamwitch and Naiad, so it should be YHB survival.
Yeah, I mean if YHB should ban the Naiad or the Dreamwitch, yeah?
Okay, it really depends on the survivors, how they think they're confident going against Dreamwitch or Naiad, but from what I've seen in Psyche's live stream, it seems to be that in very deadly situations against the Dreamwitch, they can still come back and recover from it. So I think they might be confident enough to go against a Dreamwitch at Red Church.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, Dreamwitch. Ban the Naiad, right?
ban the Naiad and go with the Dreamwitch if that's the case. Because Naiad's why she's a very good camper at the chair area. So if they are afraid of possibly turning tides around because of the camping of the chair, they can totally go for Dreamwitch.
Yeah, I mean just to quote Mitake as well, playing the who was it? Mitake?
Dreamwitch, is it?
The Naiad. Wow, that was when Naiad was so popularly used. Everyone was like, bring detention, insolence, bling, Naiad, and then the terror shocks coming from, you don't want to get drowned, but at the same time you need to rescue. So yeah. I would say Naiad's also a very strong one, right? But between Naiad and Bonbon, which one do you think is stronger in camping?
I think
more or less the same.
More or less the same, but Naiad, because sometimes you have to pay attention to the chair and also the water that have around you. Two things to kind of take note, and also Hunter's hit, and also Naiad's hit is actually hard to predict. I mean, as you know, when you play Perfumer, it's also actually sometimes hard for you to press out the perfume on time. So I think there's three things you have to take note of. But for Bonbon wise, you need to take note of the bombs. Bombs wise, if it's red color, it's either 3 or 5 seconds. So you kind of have to predict it, which you can. And also Hunters, for Bonbon, it has a slower hit. So
yeah, that's true.
Predict it. So I think Naiad is a stronger camper of the chair, with all those reasons justified.
Yeah. Not to mention Bonbon, the charge attack is kind of weird, right? He's like one of the hunters who the charge attack can, you can hold it forever.
Yeah,
it's
like
yeah. When are you gonna release?
Yeah. So that's hard to predict lah. But for Naiad wise, Naiad is her attack attack animation is very extremely super duper fast. So understandable sometimes when perfumer mains can't actually press out the perfume. So you can't really blame it on them. You know themselves, especially if you've kited Knight before and you play with Flywheel as well. It's a different story, different era for them.
For reals. I totally hate being drawn by the Naiad, especially when you're kiting in a secluded place. Like you thought that place is very strong, right? Like the kiting area is very strong, figure of 8, and then all of a sudden, like why is the whole place surrounded with water?
Yes. Oh my goodness! Now that you talk about it, it reminds me of something that happened in rank also. Because for no. Because like Naiad, right? For rank, right, you don't know what the hunter is playing from the start. So for example, at hospital, right, you spawn at check, which is a pretty decent place to kite actually for survivors. You have the pallet to work with, the windows. But because you don't know what the hunter is, you got the heartbeat. Then by the time the hunter actually appears in your face, you're already being water put in a huge area that Naiad has created, and that's something that she wants, and she actually did it, and you can't actually escape from it. You can possibly get an instant down from there onwards. So you need to be very careful, especially when the hunter is a knight at the start, which you might not know in rank.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, especially when the hunter makes such a big pool. Like, wow, you can't even run out of it in time, right? Like, you can see the harpoon, but the harpoon's like, oh, it's over there, so I should technically run the other way. But, all of a sudden, boom, the whole area is so like, it's such a huge area. Honestly, I don't know how Seichu did it, but it's such a big area. You have to kite out of the water pool. But yeah,
honestly, I'm a victim of it lah. So I totally understand. Like everyone, whoever has experienced it before, you know it very clearly. I understand it too. So,
totally
but
understand.
life goes on. You have to just kind of pay attention to the harpoon where it's being thrown at the start. Sometimes harpoon is actually so thin and small on the map, you can't actually see it. So you just gotta really pay attention when the match starts during rank, right?
Yeah.
And right now, going into the ban pick phase, we're seeing YHB's hunter coming up first.
Wow.
And later on, YHB survivors later on.
Okay, I like this strategy. Since Python's the one who actually chose the map, YHB decided to let the hunter go first. So trying to set the pace and let the survivors of YHB pick up the rest later on. Okay, that's a smart strategy by YHB. But yeah, I mean, this is Red Church and letting the survivors go first. I mean, I don't know, man. This looks like a pretty even map for both sides. But the Night Watch is gonna be banned, so
I think YHB is also kind of gambling on this because YHB just got a 4 kill against the survivors. Kind of want to play possibly with their feelings, I mean, after a loss, you kind of want to take a break first and come back from it. But no, YHB is like, after that win, we're just gonna keep going for it, and we're not gonna let you rest for a single beat. We're gonna keep that momentum on, and that's exactly what we're seeing. And we're seeing an acrobat as well as female dancer, still as a female dancer to use, so that's interesting. Might be placing the boxes at check or center depending on where the basement is located at. And acrobat, like we've seen from Psyche just now in the previous rounds, how strong it can be as a kiter still in this meta.
yeah, I mean, one thing's for sure, everyone's rooting for Sango from Python to make the kite first. Let's go. But yeah, they're already removing, like you can no longer use Patient, which is actually Sango's one of Sango's preferred characters. Not to mention Priestess in the Red Church is actually pretty good as well. I mean, it's a small map, but with the right rotations, you can go from the left to the right to the right to the left. It's actually really good, right? With the Minds game as well, rotations. But yeah, taking that away, and nobody with the last ban as well, taking away the Seer Antiquarian first, and then finally the Entomologist and the Psychologist. Seems like a pretty similar pick for PY. Still a Prospector on Zular.
Yeah, seems to be. They do have Harasser, one support, one kiter, and one rescuer. It's very balanced out in this team comp. So don't think there would be much issues. And also decoding wise, it seems to be that it wouldn't be as slow as the previous round, considering that it won't be, like you've mentioned, Priestess wise, it needs to kind of be there for that support portals to be set up. Female dancers wise, as long as she kind of set it up there, she goes decode. So the teammates who's kiting can just go there and use it. doesn't have to be necessarily there. So there's no necessary danger into getting a free hit onto the survivor. So I think this team comp is pretty good, looking pretty good at Red Church as well. But then right now is on to Nobody to see what he's gonna pick. Night Watch has been banned, so are we gonna be seeing a Feaster or possibly, I don't know, Sculptor or maybe a Clerk?
Yeah, or Nobody.
Yeah, Nobody.
That Nobody keeps getting me, man. Oh, the Feaster!
They were for real?
For reals, for reals. Like, guys, this is the Feaster match. Feaster's gonna cook something up. He's gonna force the Pythons to swallow. He's gonna force takoyakis. It's early, but just take the takoyakis. I honestly like there's a way to dodge, right? The deadly tentacles. There's a way to dodge it, right? Do you mind sharing?
Just circling around. But sometimes when you kind of circle wrongly, your controls kind of lose control and something like that, you kind of do miss that dodge that you're kind of expecting, and then you end up getting nearer to the hunter because you don't actually dodge it. So it really has to, all up to fate. And I really did not expect this Feaster pick to come out at all. I thought they were kind of like joking around with the Feaster, like, I'm just gonna put a Feaster there, and the Night Watch for reals, of course. But Feaster, that's something that we all did not expect. And going against this team comp now, I think servers do have a higher chance of potentially getting a tenable situation, honestly, because Feaster is not really the meta character that we're seeing as of, and it's been a long time since we last saw Feaster right now.
Yeah, for reals. Like, if Entity was here, he'll be like, yo, I was the A-match Feaster. And, I mean, Feaster has its merits, right? Like, you place the tentacle in front of the palace. It's pretty much like you're blocking the route of the survivors. Like, they want to go through the window. Yo, I'll put the tentacle there. If you vote, boom, it's gonna hit you. If you go through the pallet, boom, it's gonna hit you, right? So, I would say the tentacle's a very good choice. To block off the survivor's route. But in order to build up that one tentacle, you also need time, right?
Yeah, you do. Yeah, and I remember there was this period of time where Tinnitus wasn't like an official thing for Hunter yet, right? For Persona
yeah,
Twice.
Like a built-in.
Hunters kind of make use of the tentacle growing, which means that if the tentacle is growing, means that there's a survivor nearby, and they kind of don't bring Tinnitus because they find it a waste of Persona or something like that. So, now that we have Tinnitus, for sure, and also the tentacles that kind of increases when the survivor is nearby, I think it's absolutely great for Nobody. And right now, heading into the match between Nello Mello as well as Chocho, right now we're seeing the Feaster heading from Backgate to Backbroken, chasing Zola once again.
Yeah, Zola's being chased by Nobody. And peepers though, okay, so he's putting a peeper, but obviously Zola has the speed boost from going through the cipher nearby. That's a passive boost which happens once in quite a long time, but the first magnet's gonna be utilized. Oh my god, and that's what I'm talking about. The tentacles actually hit. Wow.
Yes, and putting another tentacle behind that pallet. Will he be able to kind of... No, it seems to be no. Long stun over there. Will he be able to get out of this area? Yes, it seems so. And still has no mana to utilize and no flywheel, just to take note of that. Ciphers are not looking very fast. Last mana is used. Pull, kind of repel motion we're seeing there. Repulsion, and still trying to make this kite last. Still has one more tentacle. Will he be able to get another tentacle hit, or will it be another basic hit?
Yeah, he needs to put it right in front of the window. He needs to force this virus, but he doesn't have blink, so that's one thing good. Prospector is not worried about the blink, right? Because he knows it's a peeper, right? So he's just blocking off the entrance, like as you can see now, he's just blocking. It doesn't really matter if he tanks the hit here. Actually, I'm not really sure. Should you actually tank the hit right here?
I think they're trying to make the kite longer, but unfortunately no, and the basement is here now. So a mercenary will be getting this rescue for sure. I'm not sure whether it would be an instant rescue though, and it kind of forced out the elbow pad as well. We're seeing another pause on the survivor side, and it will be returned back to us. And right from the get-go, we're seeing a lot of action right now.
Yeah, I mean, who would have thought? Peepers, like, patience is the key, right? Like, usually you put a peeper down, you just rotate away. But like what I said, like this tentacle is just blocking your routes. You thought you can just rotate, you just go through the window and get the speed boost, but the tentacle's waiting there for you. And I think that's the scary part about kiting a Haster. But if it was you meeting a Haster, right? Is there any specific way to kite a Haster? Like, do you preemptively drop pallets against a Haster? Do you just spam drop pallets, or you just keep transitioning, or do you tight kite, or do you long kite? How do you kite a Haster?
I think going against such a strong Haster right from the get-go, we see how he actually kind of just used the tentacles to block certain exits that you want to go for. So when it comes to this kind of situation, you kind of want to stay in an area first, wait for him to put for example 1 to 2 tentacles, and just rotate out of the area. And why it's so difficult also is because he's picked peepers, which kind of restricts survivors' movement, and that ultimately wasn't looking too good for the survivor side, especially for Zerler. And Charing right deep inside basement, we're seeing this unpaused, and Mercenary will be coming for this potential rescue.
Yeah, not to mention the preemptive peeper drop. Oh wait, Mercenary's hiding behind. Do you know where he is? Oh wait! Oh, he's gonna spot out the Merc. Is he gonna drop now? He's just waiting. Okay. There's one tentacle waiting. It's gonna hit. He's gonna wait. Is he gonna wait? No, he's not gonna wait. He's just gonna hit. He's gonna hit the Mercenary. He's confident. He's confident in getting both double down. So Fairy's already been hit. Prospector needs to buy, needs to get that distance away as far as possible. Still has one magnet to use. You better use it now. Oh my god, Sula!
Yeah, it seems to be like that. And we'll be down once again, but this time around it's a bit different because he will not be chaired at the basement. However, he'll be chaired at his teammate Cypher, female dancer Cypher, at the back gate area. So that's not looking very good as well. But we're seeing there's no more tech turner in this table, on the table as well. So will they go for the rescue, or will they just sell this person? I think selling would be okay. It's just that Mercenary, right? Will he be able to stand up in time and also possibly get healed? That would be the most optimal situation. We're seeing 3 Cyphers halfway decoded.
Yeah, he needs to use the tentacle to spot out where the survivors are. He has to be aware, right? No one is confident enough to rescue against a Haster. One person has already been eliminated. 3 Cyphers remaining. Although Python has done a very good job. Wow, and that hit again by the tentacles. Okay, Dad. It seems like Python has no answer for the for the tentacles.
Yeah, and we're seeing female dancer rotating back to this backgate Cypher, trying to kite away, and I think Hunter will be putting a curse onto her. We're seeing that right now, and we'll be putting a tentacle. Will she dodge it though? It seems to be. Oh, they're playing around this area, so. Will able to get the basic hit? No, and we'll be down with that tentacle, unfortunately. Cyphers have not progressed far from there, and really unfortunately for Python's side, seems to be that it might be a tie and above situation, or potentially a 3-4 elimination match for nobody.
Well, one thing's for sure, they gotta start a new Cypher, because right now Dancer is being camped at the last Cypher, right? So nobody has a pretty good start, and this is actually the advantage of using peepers, right?
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, it just kind of worked out for him. Peepers, and then so much tentacles for him. Will it be a double down? It seems to be.
Oh my god!
Oh.
Wow, the 2 tentacles actually hit! And now K-Dat running for his life. There's a peeper around the vicinity. Mercenary is not gonna stand up soon. Look, the last Cypher isn't even being decoded. He's just moving towards where the Mercenary is. Is that a good idea? He's going to go and just decode on the last Cypher. But the moment female dancer's down, yeah, it's gonna be really hard to come back from. And that long hitbox, I really dislike the long hitbox.
Right, the charge attack. Yeah, and
you can't tell, right? You can't tell how long.
You can't tell, and I don't know. I feel like if nobody were to kind of tunnel down onto Mercenary, just check him there at the last Cypher, I think that will kind of be more conservative play. That will be a safer play also. But right now we're seeing that he kind of chat away, and we're seeing Mercenary with last Apple Pet. Will he use this for the rescue? It seems to be. Last Cypher is only at 60%, and I think it would be a almost impossible situation for female dancer to get a possible second kite, and rescue will be done, and female dancer is still trying to fight it out. But no. Yeah.
Force heal? Force heal? No, you can't force heal. Yeah, the tentacle's gonna work. Actually, the force heal could work by a little bit of time. You know, just circle around, right? But the Cypher's gonna pop, he's gonna start running. Faye, but he has no more elbow pads, Chocho. Late game has been done. He still has trump card. Mercenary, if he gets hit one more time, wow. If he gets hit one more time, he can easily just change to teleport. The Hunter can change to teleport.
Oh no, but this is not the period that you kind of want to dodge the tentacle, you get what I mean? You are only half health left. You kind of want to get that tentacle and gain the speed boost all the way to dungeon. Potentially, you know, playing out a little bit for the dungeon escape, but he decided to dodge that tentacle and get that basic hit instead.
Yeah, and the acrobat as well, like slow opening gate, how... Oh my god. Sango's gonna go back. Sango knows what's up, man. He's using the bomb preemptively. He's gonna use it for the second time now. He's gonna try and reach the Mercenary. But again, man, this is looking like a really, really far journey, right? It's such a far journey.
Yeah, but he made it, and we'll be getting that the tentacle hit onto Acrobat. Mercenary will try to kite this out. No, we'll be changing targets to the Acrobat.
He's
no, we'll
cursing
be
him.
just right back. We'll be going right back to the Mercenary. Losing
Wrong
targets
side.
of Mercenary.
Wrong side, wrong side. He's just trying to curse so that when he hits the Mercenary, he can instantly use it to down the Acrobat. Is that right? Is that how you play Hester?
Yeah, it seems to be now, and he's trying to play it out here. Will he be able to dodge this one for now and then try to wait out detention for the basic hit? No, getting that tentacle hit and will not be able to get to dungeon. It will be kind of a guaranteed. Oh, we're talking too early, too fast.
Yeah.
Oh!
Just go down, and then he can. I think he can. Oh, wait. The teleport's not up, so it looks like Acrobat might be able to escape. Like, oh my god, look at how slow the Acrobat opens the gate.
Yeah, for a normal survivor, opening gates are around 18 seconds, but for Acrobat and Antiquarian, which has this debuff when you open gates and the end game, it's almost like 30 seconds.
Yeah,
30 seconds. So it's a bit tough, as we're seeing from that end game escape from Acrobat. Yeah,
But still beautiful decision by Sango to, you know, leave the area, use the bombs to save the Mercenary, then go back and open up the gate. So I feel like that in itself, like that journey is already like, yo, he's calm, he knows what to do. Because if, imagine not leaving the gate, bro, the teleport's gonna happen, he's gonna go down, Mercenary's still on the chair, that's gonna be a 4K. So I feel like Python has saved themselves from a potential 4K. So props to Python. Like, they still have chance in the second half. But,
yeah, they definitely do. So right now we're kind of waiting to see. Maybe there might be a change in Hunter. If not, Reaper kind of have to get a 3 kill as well to balance things out in BO2, or if not, kind of get the win with a 4 kill. That's gonna be difficult, especially when we see how strong YHB survivors were in BO1 first half. But that's because of Psyche's kite. In the after for the 3.5 ciphers or 4 ciphers kite. So just looking at this itself, right? We saw how the female dancer actually made use of her boxers to kind of pirouette around the backgate area and kind of back and forth with the graveyard as well. So it's actually amazingly done. I would say that the kite is definitely good. It's just that she kind of died at the last cipher, which was something that was not the optimal case for the survivor side. And okay, I just personally feel like that if Mercenary, he kind of changed targets to Mercenary and Chat at the last cipher, that could potentially secure, because it kind of forces female dancer to decode a new cipher, and at that point in time there was no ciphers at the graveyard area, kind of forces female dancers to rotate far and long away from that area. So I think nobody might have a slight misstep over there, I'm not too sure, but still, a 3k is still better than a possible tie for him, and he possibly is very happy with the result as well, considering the advantage they have in BO1.
Yeah, I agree with you. Nobody is definitely happy. Nobody is happy with that result. Yeah, I mean, looking at the result itself, we have to say though, like Zueler, he kited respectably, right? He kited admirably. It's just that against Hasta, like you don't really see or face this hunter every day. And when you don't face this hunter every day, it feels like you don't really prepare enough for it. And that's when all these things happen. Like, oh no, this is not according to plan. I brought Broken Window to get distance, but now this is happening. I have speed boost, but I can't even vault through the window. How frustrating is that? Right? So so
very
I feel
true
like
though now. Very true. Like such like unorthodox hunter picks like this, Feaster, you're not prepared for it. Rank, you don't see it. Your own hunters, they don't play it. So you're not prepared at all for it, like you mentioned. So when they are faced with this picks, they are kind of taken aback. And I think going against Feaster also, like I understand you bring 3-9 because there is windows for you to vault to get the speed boost, but going against Feaster, especially Peepers, Tentacles, Flywheel might have been slightly better to kind of dodge out a potential hit by the Tentacle, get to a better area before a hit happens. So it really depends on how they were trying to play it out, but considering the factors that they had, it was Prospector with the kite, then the basement, dying at the last cipher by the female dancer, they were able to still get a 1 escape. So I think it's still a win situation for Python, even though they got a 1 escape only.
Yeah, and can I say all the tentacles hit from the beginning until the middle game? Like in the end, I missed a little bit, but it connected almost every time, right? So that's super strong, man. But looking at the score now, Chocho 1-3, 0-5 in round number 1, and round number 2 again a repeat 1-3. Slightly different. At least it's no longer a 4K. They got a 1-man escape. But here comes the hard thing, the difficult mountain to conquer. They need a 4-man escape. Python needs a 4-man escape. Sorry, YHB needs a. Sorry. It's Python needs a 4-man kill. Sorry, the kill and escape. The kill. So I don't know, man. What hunter can Python bring out to get that 4K in Red Church against YHB?
Oh, YHB is coming out strong, but if he's trying to win 4K, I think Clerk would be great. If he doesn't have a Clerk, for Reaper's side, he does have an End, and we've seen how End actually do get 3 kills. Really depends on how he plays it. Also, the camping of the chair is strong, only if you know how to properly place your
the cross, right?
On the floor.
Cross on the floor. Honestly, I don't think a draw is enough for the Disciple at this point because, 2 escape and YHB wins. 3 escape, 4 escape, YHB wins. So the only choice is to draw this game, and it's still not enough to bring it to win in round number 3. So he has to do a 4K, and is Disciple a 4K? I love Disciple, but for me, I have to say, it's hard. It's hard. Yeah.
It is very hard, and considering how it's still like a survivor meta, but with this different BP rules that we are having, maybe by chance it might possibly turn out in favor for Reaper, for Python, and maybe for Ilya if he's coming out. So we just gotta wait and see whether there might be a possible change in hunters, what picks are they gonna do, what bans will be very important for them to see how they're possibly gonna play around with the characters that they have already banned out and the servers will be picking. So I think it might be Clock, but okay, we're hoping for a Clock for that 4 kill, but his character pool, from what we've gathered from the information, it does not really look towards a 4 kill, unfortunately. So seems to be it would be Ripper.
And also shout outs to the people in chat. Thank you so much. I can't read your name because it's an emoji. Nobody top 1 feaster for a lot of seasons. Well, thank you for the info. Thank you so much. Top 1
definitely
feaster.
did play like top 1. Definitely did play like top 1. Like the tentacles just preventing him from rotating away. Either you get a basic hit from me or you get my tentacle hit. You choose one, and he picked the tentacle. So it worked out for him.
Tentacles. We all want to eat takoyaki, so we choose tentacles.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the peepers, I'm surprised he made the peeper work because like you rotate away from the area, right? Then you pretty much don't have vision anymore. The bling might have been good too, but well, he made it work. But moving on, it is round number 2, second half. Ban picks going on right here. The usual bans, no surprise. The Antiquarian is very annoying with the bamboo swipes. Priestess as well in this small map. Like what I said, the portal support from left to right, north to south, that's super annoying. And just canceling out the patient, the mobility. But YHB is gonna respond with an entomologist, mercenary, and now even a psychologist. So no OBs going on here, Chocho.
Yeah, I think they are just trying to get a tie situation. This is exactly what they need to kind of get a 2-0 and win and prolong further in the IVT. So if tied is what they're going for, they would totally focus on decoding and would not pick any harassers that would potentially slow down decoding process because you have to go there. And then again, we're seeing the magician. Seems like Joggy will be picking his S-Veg magician that he has, renowned.
Yeah.
He has said it so many times. He is proud of it, and we will be seeing it tonight.
Whoa!
This morning for us, but tonight for NAEU people, right? So
tonight. Joggy, first magician in the world by points, by the way, Jojo. First magician.
The commitment.
Yeah, that's okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's the David Blaine of Identity 5. David Copperfield for the boomers and David Blaine for the Gen Zs. Fun fact: he lost coin flips 12 times in a row. So it takes magic to do that.
Yo, that's
like times in a row.
Me, but in Joggy's body. Joggy feeling
My God.
How was it possible? How was it possible?
I have no idea. But the possible thing is Night Watch is gonna be appearing in Red Church, and I think it's a very good choice, right? Very good chase. Weak against Cypher Rush, but fortunately there's no Cypher Rush characters in YHB. So what do you think of this against the composition of YHB? Night Watch.
I think Night Watch is not. I would say it's not the best map in this area, mainly because there is so many pelleted areas, high places for survivors to dodge out the attracting part of it, of the wind force that Night Watch can do, like the middle broken area, very tall walls, graveyard, red carpet as well, even though it's kind of short, but there is pellets to kind of work around. There's a lot of pellets to work around. So if survivors do put this into their advantage and make use of this entirely, they might potentially win against a Night Watch. But we haven't seen that yet. We haven't seen a single Night Watch win tonight. So, we haven't seen a single Night Watch lose tonight. So will Reaper turn the tides around with this potential 4-kill, or will survivors make it known that it is possible to come to Night Watch?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it happen in IVA. Like, the Night Watch hasn't really been slaying there. Only one 4K so far, right? Right?
Yeah,
but most of the time, yeah. And that was coming from a S batch. S2, was it S3?
I think he reached S1 with
S1 Night Watch?
but he's the best in SEA.
Yeah, Death World, ladies and gentlemen. But right now, it is Peepa. So guys, cheer on for Peepa on the Night Watch, guys. If you're in the chat and you're for Ripper, snake emojis, please spam the snakes, because
Python, let's go.
Pythons are gonna have to get a 4K against YHB survivors. You know what? He needs a magic for that to happen. He needs that 4K. And for YHB, the winning conditions is a draw. And the emojis for them, I don't know, man, Chocho, maybe an emoji for both the teams, which is easier. What emoji for YHB though?
For YHB, I think you can do any food emojis. I mean, yummy hash browns.
Yeah,
any food items that you like as well. Like whether it be strawberries as fruits, or I don't know, fries.
Oh yeah, sushi or whatever it is. But you know what? We're getting into the game, ladies and gentlemen. Second half of the second game. It is me, LMLO, and Chocho bringing you the commentary, and we're gonna see Joge in the magician. Gonna be Kaiti Itakwa, the vacuum hunter. I don't know, Chocho. Vacuum or magic?
Macula magic. I trust magic. So Joggy, let's go. You can do this, and we're seeing the attraction happening. Using that stick successfully, blocking out and preventing that first hit from happening. Oh, but jumping over the pallet. The bee support coming in.
The bees! Oh my god, that was so risky! Imagine if he got terror shock there! My god, that was so risky. But you know what? 7 seconds before Blink is up, Joggy still has 2 more magic ones to work his magic. Okay, he's gonna use Wind Force. Another magic one being utilized.
Yeah, and ooh, but getting that blink hit onto Joggy, and we're just looking at the persona. Insolence in confined space, something that is not commonly seen from Nightwatch. So will he be able to play it out? There's no detention. Still getting that hit regardless after using his last magic wand. So we'll be downing the Magician at the Graveyard area. We'll be checked there as well. Ciphers are not looking very fast. In fact, added together, there's probably like 2 ciphers. So Mercenary but potentially come for this first rescue. Psychologist kill the Mercenary up after the first rescue, and Mercenary can come for the rescue once again. Yes, that's the plan. So we have both fast decoders on the ciphers.
Yeah, honestly, this plan works so well. Because Psychologist, like what you mentioned, can heal out the Mercenary after that, right? So the successful rescue is going to ensure that YHB is able to Cypher Rush. Juniper T should not be hit here. Oh, Ripper! Wrong direction!
Yeah, this buff onto Magician is working out for Joggy. You know, once you get rescued from the chair, the image does not disappear from the chair. So that happened. Joggy was able to rotate away from the graveyard and will successfully rotate into the recarpet. Just spamming the pellets though, vaulting like it's free and getting that hit onto Joggy. We'll be cheering him once again, but this time around it seems to be that it will be a red carpet.
Yeah. But Ripper, let's not forget guys, Nightwatch weakness is Cypher Rush. So 2 ciphers are being worked on at the moment. Psychologist has already healed up Mercenary. Mercenary is gonna come in again. He has 3 elbow pads to work with. Zero is probably gonna work on the Graveyard Cypher. Yeah, 2 ciphers are being done at the same time. So the Mercenary only has 1 job. You know, he got hit, he only has 1 job. Block for the Magician until the very late game, I think.
Yes.
Or he doesn't even need to, right? Because
I think he needs to. Ciphers is not enough, and if
whoa,
he wants to survive, then he needs to.
Bro, chair hit
over here. He will get the hit. Unfortunately, Mercenary did not follow along the Magician, and it will be a down onto Joggy. The first elimination happening in this match, which is something favorable to Python. He needs this 3 kill, and right now ciphers are looking exactly like it might possibly be the case. Mercenary has already left this area. People are not decoding anymore because they know that Blink is up. They know that he has Insolence, but he does not. They don't know that he has Confined Space. He hasn't vault anything yet. So, he needs to get this down quick and fast because he doesn't have detention. Endgame wise, he's gonna be very, very weak.
Yeah, but guess who's gonna kite next? Zero is gonna kite next, and with the my god, with the Wind Force, it's so good. Like you see, you just get vacuumed in, you get pulled in. Ripper, yes, got the dash. No matter what happens, Nightwatch cannot get to late game because once they realize he doesn't have detention, they're just gonna keep committing. But the beautiful flywheel again! Ripper's gonna give up on the entomologist! Chocho, he's gonna go for Psyche instead, and Psyche...
Oh, expanding his blink once again, and right now all of them are half health. This will be best if he can quickly down the Psychologist, forcing Mercenary to come for the rescue. Hopefully ciphers wouldn't be primed by then. But Psyche is not giving that chance at all.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can leap through, but oh my god, Zero's playing with fire here, trying to, you know, just trying to touch the cipher a little bit by little bit. Psyche's just gonna keep jumping back in. Ripper's gonna break the pallet. Careful, you do not want to jump through the window, because if you jump through the window and he knows, wow. Beautiful sense though, like he doesn't do it the normal way, right? Wow,
yeah, that's right.
There's a shock going on, bro. So they don't know he has... What? I mean, why do you bring Confined Space if you're not gonna block the window, right?
Yeah, I'm not too sure why he was so
Psyche knows. Sorry, Chocho. He knows now, right? He saw the Confined Space.
Yes, they saw it now, so they know Insolence, Confined Space, he doesn't have detention, he does not have trump card, blink all the way, and he just used it. So right now, last cipher is already promising at 99%, but nobody is at the cipher yet.
Wow. I mean, last cipher. Oh my god.
Oh, it's primed already. It will be popped
Open?
now.
Wow.
And he does not have detention. Cyro needs to get this 3 kill, but right now he's chasing the entomologist. Seems to be that he will be leaning towards a tie, but Mercenary's at the front gate. If she can get this entomologist down quick, get her chat, Mercenary. Oh, by using that graveyard stuff to kind of block that attraction. Downing the entomologist, he will not share him. He will go to the gate. Mercenary have to get out from this area, pulling away from the entomologist so that she can self-heal and get out. But Mercenary just being a little bit patient here, don't want to expand it alphabet too early.
Yeah. This is the worst place to vacuum someone, right? Like,
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, Juniper T, even if he gets 1 hit, it's totally fine. He can take 3 hits. And that's the bad thing about not having detention. Because, you see, like, bro, oh my god! Beautiful pull! Wow!
Wow! And Entomologist managed to stand up already, so he's just gonna hit back for Entomologist. Mercenary will continue opening that gate. Psyche's gate has been opened, so will Entomologist make it? It seems to be, and he'll be going back for the Mercenary. And it seems to be that it will be a tie situation for YHB, which means that YHB will be winning with a 2-0 against Python.
Yeah. I mean, you can see this long area is definitely not good for, you know, for Night Watch, but Juniper T, it doesn't matter if she goes down, right? Like what you said, Chocho. With the 2 survivors out, it's going to be a draw for YHB, and honestly, that's the only condition they need. And congratulations to YHB, 2-0 against Python. Wow. Amazing
Congratulations.
play.
Yeah, it's just amazing gameplay we're seeing. It's clean sweep, 2-0. Congratulations to nobody, Joggy,
Congratulations to nobody.
Cyro, yeah, Juniper T and Psyche. All of them made a contributive effort into getting the wins that we are having. And I think back and forth there was really this fight that we're seeing. Unfortunately, Night Watch is not the best hunter to be played at Red Church. We could clearly see that. Graveyard, Red Carpet, two places that we've mentioned already. It's just not the best to go against a survivor team like this.
Yeah, I mean, so many. Even if you can jump through pallets, right? It still takes time. And with so many pallets in the graveyard, that's crazy. Like, oh wait, I jumped through one and I still have to jump through another one. Oh, my skill's over. I have to break this pallet now. The survivors already gained distance. Not to mention, the red carpet is actually so strong, because of the long wall, right?
Yeah, it just completely blocks it out. It's not like he can attract you through the wall also.
Yeah, that's true. But the blink's gonna make a huge difference in that scenario if you're at your last health. But honestly, I just have to say a lot of emotional roller coaster events going on here. But what's your favorite moment in the last match, though?
My favorite moment in that last match. Was there any? I think. Okay, instead of mine, how about yours now?
Okay, my favorite moment was when the magician kited a long time. I don't know.
A long time.
Yeah, magician counters, right? Magician counters this single hit hunters, and you know, just blocking, you have to hit through it. So I feel like Joggy did a good enough job to allow for the tie to happen. Wasn't like a phenomenal 5 cipher kite or something, but he did enough. And that's exactly what you need. It's a team effort. And I feel like the coordination between YHB survivors are really good. I think that's the highlight for me in this matchup.
Yeah, that's right. And honestly, just looking at this as a whole, right, they actually did a great job. But if there is any place that they could actually improve on, right, I would say when Mercenary finished the first rescue at Graveyard, he can totally open a chest and actually bring that 3 elbow pads all the way to Magician. Since he has no items anymore, he can potentially kite it out with 2 elbow pads given to Magician to kind of...
Oh, that's true, right?
That would be so much better play for them. It will be easier for them also. So instead of Mercenary kind of decoding at that point in time, maybe make use of the time to open chest. Maybe that would have been the better play they could go for at that point in time.
Yeah. Oh, that's a very amazing insight going on, Chocho. Yeah, that could definitely happen because Mercenary had so many elbow pads to use, right? Bring something for Joggy. Like with the 2 pads, he can definitely make it to the middle church again, or even make it to the front breakable, middle breakable, and there's more pallets there again against the Night Watch. But you know what? With all the ifs and coulds and woulds, everything has been set in stone. YHB will be moving forward, doing a very respectable results as well. Like it was a very close fight for Python as well. Ripa trying to bring it back with the Night Watch, but just very unfortunate that YHB, like they've trained against Night Watch. They know what they're doing with the final scores 4-13 in favor of YHB. I have to say, very interesting matchups we're seeing here today, Churchill. So, like Night Watch finally not getting the 4K for the first time in IVT.
Yeah, that's right. And almost like a mirror match other than the BO3 not being accounted for because of the 2-0. In the first match for Ravens, but before that, we're looking at the MVP. YHB, nobody, full deduction point of 12,000, 15.5 hits survivor, 0.5 Terra Shocks, which he did once, and a knockdown 9.5, remaining cypher of 0.5, elimination of 3.5 out of 4 survivors, so that's extremely high. I have high hopes for this team for sure. And other than YHB nobody, definitely we have to give it to Psyche as well with the Acrobat kite in BO1.
Yeah.
Amazing stuff we're seeing there.
Yeah, not forgetting Seiro as well. Beautiful B supports going on. Juniper T with the beautiful rescue. Like if you get Terra Shock or you fail rescue, a lot of things can go bad suddenly. And not forgetting Joggy as well, female dancer, and then now the Magician proving that you can be the best in the world as what you love. So you know what? We're going into a short break very soon, but after this, it's gonna be the third matchup. So see you guys after the break. Don't go anywhere.
Somebody save me from the past and take the lead. I'm ready to be, time to stand up and be free. There were times I didn't know what to believe. Now I found a reason to fulfill my destiny. I'll carry on the journey. There were times I didn't know what to look for. Now I found my faith and I won't hesitate no more. The night is gone, I'm no longer torn. A new day has come, I'll be reborn. Rising up from the ashes, my freedom has try to us without chances of I don't care how much it costs. I'll carry on with my force. There were times I didn't know what to look for. Now I found everything, I won't hesitate no more. Done that is gone, this is where we start. A new day has come to my heart. Done that is gone, no more before. A new day has come, I'll be reborn.
Is this place really haunted? Who's there? The Crystal Palace was once where art and science collided. Some reminisce about its former glory. Some long for its splendor. Now, you're here too.
Come on, everybody, let's dance on Hallows Eve. The most graceful and dapperest shall win. So dress to impress, practice your steps. Only one can be the victor and the master of the tome of prophecy.
How will anyone find me? Even though no one knows who's behind this, all the guests are arriving, unaware that up there something's lurking.
Look out! Don't lose your way in the maze. I need to find the truth, no time to waste.
Looks like I will be the champion, there's no doubt. How you gonna tell the truth without a mouth? How you gonna run away with no legs to get out? Are you scared? Isn't that what Halloween's about?
The eternal dance now begins. In whose hands will our fate lie?
There is no rebirth without pain. The whispers by my ear, the scars from the pain. I was once lost in superficial applause before I crossed path with that touch of red. When the throat is slit, everything I wished for comes true. A mark forever sealed between my eyebrows. On the night the jailbird lost its voice, we chose to go our separate ways. Yet, I returned once more. Tears ignited a glow in my eyes. Ashes were once flames.
Compass, compass, show me the way. Guide me to your master, no delay. Hold on, my friends. I shall save you at all costs. You there! Stop your evil experiment! The brave warriors will soon bring judgment. Warriors, friends, the final battle is now in sight. No lies will ever deceive us after tonight.
Trailing behind the golden candlelight, the avaricious people lay eyes upon the royal coffin. Every inch of this beauty is forged with glory and power. The usurper who embraces glory will one day kneel before glory itself, and both his head and ambition will be crushed. Greed is immolated in flames, and the withered bones devour flesh and blood. Why believe in glory when glory is born of me? And I will be crowned once again.
And hi, we are back from this very short break, and right now we are having me, Chocho, and also Posh Spice coming back for this match 3 of today. CH4 Methane versus against QNY 全域天下. Right? Correct? I hope I'm correct. I hope I'm saying that correctly.
Chocho. I will just say the alphabets of it, Q and Y. Big shout outs to Nick of Time. I was able to get a little insights from him, and also with CH4. So yeah, welcome once again to everyone that is just tuning in just now. I want to give a big shout out to the people that have been with us throughout the start. If you guys are just joining us, Ravens has moved on, as well as YHB, an incredible match. If you guys can tune in or just watch it again, please do, especially match number 1, first half. I believe there was a 3 tram hit. I'm not going to spoil how it happened, but it was just a crazy showing. So that rarely happens here in competitive Identity 5.
Yeah, 3 is just incredible. We don't see that every day. But just heading on into players' introduction, we're seeing Methane, CH4, Ling, very known hunter already, Sia, Sesame, 933, and CC. Sia and CC, I'm not too sure whether they're new members or they have changed their names, but we've never seen them previously in NAEU qualifiers for COE6. So maybe they're bringing something new into the table. New survivors are always something refreshing for the team to kind of change their team comps to play something even better, especially when there is this new BP meta that we're going for.
Yeah, I'm excited to see CH4. Hopefully they'll live up to their name. Again, I've recently found out that CH4 stands for that unstable gas that can be combustible. So hopefully they'll bring that unpredictable style with the possibly two new survivors. And Ling, you know what, we talked about how he is the premier axe boy of NAEU. In previous tournaments, he has gone, on highlighted, on record with how amazing he can perform. So hopefully he'll bring it out. But Q and Y here, we have can you pronounce that for me, Chocho?
More Alien, CX, and PKPG. I would say pretty new faces that we're seeing here. We don't have much stats to them. So hopefully we'll see something refreshing, something new, and maybe even strong survivors from out of nowhere. I think that's something that many of these teams are kind of looking out for IVT NAEU region so that they can kind of recruit them for bigger events such as probably COE 7, possibly.
Yeah. We do have like top line notes on some of these survivors. I mean, CX having a lawyer and an embalmer. That's gonna be really interesting to see with this type of matchup. But looking at the player stats here, QNY with the Naiad here, but Link. I mean, Hermit. I don't know. We haven't. I would say when Hermit first came out, we only saw like a glimpse of it because now it seems like it's very overshadowed with the Night Watch, and a lot of people are talking about it. It's not not the OP hunter. Like it does have the flaws, like you mentioned in Red Church. So I would say that's my perfect balance of a hunter. That it's fair and balanced. Fair. I don't know. Balanced. I guess you have to earn it. So it's still really good though.
Yeah, it's definitely still really good. We're seeing a 3.03 elimination rate, so that's pretty high since there's only 4 survivors that he can totally eliminate. And also knowing him, he plays the ex-boy Bloody Queen. And also a side note from the team that they have told us in the interview is that they have Ashbash, Bon Knight, as well as Dreamage from Link. So that's something that we can anticipate later on in BO 1 to 3 matches.
Yep. So that's one player to look forward to, but we're gonna be moving on to Xia and Moer here. Mind's Eye, not sure if he's going to be making the way to the mix here, but based on our notes, he does use the Mind's Eye, also the Perfumer. Xia, on the other hand, does have a little bit more. Yeah, I mean, he is, uses the Priestess as well as the Seer, which people have been noticing in chat, Chocho, that Seer has always been banned. And we have, the one time we did see a Seer, it really made all the difference. So that is why he's priority banned on the Hunter side, at least.
Yeah, definitely do. The bird support can definitely prolong the kite much longer and help survivors transition into a better kiting area. Definitely something to be feared if Methane do play it. And right now moving on to CH4 Sesame. Kind of a new face as well. We haven't really been seeing him. Actually, the name Sesame is familiar.
Yes.
Yes, but I'm not sure where I've seen him before. So Chad, if you do know, do tell us.
Probably because of the street. I'm kidding.
Street?
The street.
Okay. And for Chinese we are seeing L Yan. I think this team is just full on Chinese players. That's why they're kind of going for this Chinese name. And and moving on from there, we're seeing Methane 933. Familiar face, I would say. Plays the barmaid, mechanic, seer, mostly the support and decoder of the team. We didn't see much of Weeping Clown. However, in the interview, once again, he is said to be the commander and has great game sense as well as skills in this game. And think he might want to give a shout out to his love for Perfumer, Female Dancer, Little Girl, as well as Wilding.
There you go. And speaking of shout outs, we are going to be moving on and giving shout outs to CC and PKPG. The team, Nick of Time told me to give a shout out to the Instagram accounts of both. PKPG is on TikTok, so if you guys could shoot him a follow, that'd be great. Instagram of IDV Langyan, please follow them, as well as Eternal Dark of Faith. So again, it's really important for these players to build like that following so you get more people invested to watch this. And also the Nick of Time of QNY did say shout outs to Descendants of the Dragon, so I'm excited to see. I'm not sure if that's a team or something, but he only give him the shout out, so I'm just the messenger.
Okay, yeah, and yeah, I'm just very excited to see how it's gonna play out. CH4, we've known it to be a really strong team. Hunter servers likewise, but for QNY, we haven't really seen much of them. So maybe they might bring something very different, something off meta to kind of play in this meta that we're seeing right now. So maybe we might see a Mind's Eye that we saw just now. Mind's Eye, Whipping Clown, something unorthodox, and maybe it might, take Link off guard. But because we're seeing Link, we've seen how he actually almost always pick.
Wow. Speaking of off meta, like we're going Leo's Memory round 1 pick by QNY. Like you said, so I don't think there's any there's no hiding their strategy, right? They seem like they're very unorthodox. And also talking to Nick of Time, he did say that they have novelist badges, like season 1, 2, 3. They love novelists, but unfortunately in this tournament we will not see novelists. It is banned. And so unfortunately, one of his notes was please unban novelist because they want to use the novelist. And considering that a lot of them like that survivor, it just shows that he's a very unconventional survivor. So it just shows that this team is very creative. So I can't wait to see their playstyle clash with one of the, I would say, the tried and tested and stable teams out there in CH4. Because like we mentioned, they made it really far in the qualifiers.
Yeah, that's right. And just looking at this, Leo's memory, that's not something that we usually see against CH4. So I think QNY might have a possible strategy that we haven't really been seeing much. But, you know, speaking of characters that we have in this meta, I think they might be picking a possible toy merchant strategy that they have. Toy merchant, when you kind of set out your catapult at the outside of the factory area, all the way to the stairs outside.
As the resident toy merchant in the mic, Jojo, because it's just the two of us, I don't really play toy merchant much. Which, if you could rank the maps of how toy merchant is really good, like what's the best map for toy merchant? Is it Leo's memory? Is it what map are we talking about here?
I would say my number one pick always will be Moonlit River Park. Moonlit River Park followed by Ever Slipping Town. Yeah, Leo's memory, I wouldn't say much because there isn't a lot of jumping catapult placements that you can place. Yeah.
Still good. I mean, there's still a spot there, so this can potentially be a strategy for them. But yeah, seems to be the one to be hunting for QNY, and CH4 survivors will be starting things off. So banning out the toy merchant. So we're not going to get a permanent ban onto this character, but we got a composer and dancer to start things off here, Chocho.
Yeah, it's just a very strong decoding and support team comp that we're kind of just getting from the first two picks. So, has to kind of and also we're seeing the bans on Toy Merchant as well.
Yes.
So he kind of removed the factor of support from the Toy Merchant and also the long portal support from the Priestess. That is very crucial. And now the Embalmer. Embalmer used to be known as a kind of a tie character that you kind of pick for, but you know, as seasons goes by, we're having to see Embalmer kind of making it to be a 3 escape, 4 escape potential with that coffin at the end game. So banning that would definitely be helping him. And lastly, Seer banned as the 4th ban.
Oh wow, so they're really going for a cipher rushing strategy here. 2 decoders. Dancer could potentially be a decoder if she uses her fast boxes to just go for that cipher rush, and just 1 rescuer. So not much harassers. I mean, you can have kiting with the dancer and the composer, but the mechanic would be a very juicy target. So Yueya is not going to have time to build up his first kite. He needs to have his first down early on just to get a foothold in this match and not for the cipher rush to happen. So any potential hunters you think that he would possibly consider coming into this one, Chocho?
He can go for... I was thinking Clark, but because the map is so huge, I wouldn't say Clark might be the best.
And while you consider that, based on the notes here, he did say that he uses violinist and wax artist, but the violinist, you know, a lot of people love violinists in NAEU. I just have to say that. We haven't seen one just yet. We saw Feaster, right?
Yeah.
Wax artist here, I mean, you could just get cipher rush. It's kind of tough. So he needs something that has good early downs right away, and then have good cipher pressure once he's camping.
Violinist and... Sorry, violinist and...
Oh, it seems like he's going to double down on the violinist here.
Yeah, it seems to be. And yeah, violinist-wise, if it's a very strong kiter team comp, you might kind of struggle with a violinist. But looking at this itself, he might potentially chase the female dancer or the mechanic. Composer could be possible, but the boost that he gets from clinging his item, it can get him really far. Transitioning wise wouldn't be a problem. If you chase mechanic, her main body can't decode because she'll be on the chair, but her bot can. So it's kind of like a double-edged sword. You kill the mechanic's main body fast, but she still has a bot outside. Female dancer, she has slow boxes to work with, so that's not something that you want to kind of chase also. So they're kind of made a team comp that is countering or making it hard for Yueya to go against.
Right, and it's pick your poison. Like, if you pick one, there's still going to be others that are going to be rushing the cipher, or they covered all grounds here. So if he has an excellent early chase and stuffs the first rescue, I feel like that's how he can try and gain the reins in this match, because round start, I would say it's already 60-40 because they're going to start decoding. And even if you take out one of the decoders, or if you spot the best one, there's still, you have either composer or mechanic to worry about, or another body or the bot to worry about. So Yueya with the dancer, with the violinist here, it's going to have a tough outing. How do you feel about the dancer's toolkit when it comes to controlling this team composition, Chocho?
Female dancer, correct? Female dancer wise, it's hard. You want to chase a female dancer, she can slow you down with a slow boxer. If you decide not to chase her, she can set things up for her teammates, which can potentially use it to slow you down as well. So regardless though, female dancer, they have picked female dancer, and I would say it's a very good pick right from the get-go. And honestly, if they do have an antiquarian as well, they should have also picked it going against Antonio, because if all you have to do is kind of have to dodge the strings, and then you kind of disarm the hunter, and that's how you kite antiquarian versus a violinist. So if they had it, they should have picked it. But if they did not, which means they might not have it, this team comp is actually great. You know, it counters every aspect of Antonio as well. But looking at the spawn locations that we had just a while ago, he might potentially go for the composer at check.
Yeah, that seems like the juiciest target, just at least to get one decoder out of the board. And just to remind everyone also, like, I mean, this is, again, in NAEU, you just sort of get surprised a lot with these picks. You got the unconventional feaster, and now Antonio round 1 to start. That means Yuya is packing some heat with this character, and we're not going to make you guys wait any longer. Once again, Chocho and Posh Spice on the mic here for your Game 1 first half between CH4 and QNY, and it seems like Sesame is going to take this first kite. Composer, like you said, Chocho, will be taking this kite.
Yeah, and rotating from Shack all the way to the factory without any hits registered. I think that he's done an amazing job. Female Dancer has really used sort of boxes, seeing a little bit of a lag here and there, but Female Dancer seems to have set up boxes, so it might be helping Composer at the bottom. We're seeing that right now. Sesame's still kiting out really strong over here. He's using his item to kind of gain distance right now. Unable to get the string once again, Sesame prolonging his kite so much further at the factory area.
Yeah, he needs to be able to get fed a lot, so he'll be able to use the slowdown of the notes and that final symphony at the end, that AoE that the Antonio has. But being in this factory, look how much cipher progress is being done already. They've touched enough ciphers to push for the end game, but hitting that note is so crucial. The composer is down. So I would have to say, yeah, able to down this composer in a relatively respectable amount of time, but cipher progress is moving accordingly, Chocho.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, with Mechanic into this mix, she does, with her with this selection of Mechanic, she does actually add decoding buffs to his teammates as well, all the teammates in the field. So that's really nice. We're seeing that main body cipher also progressing really quickly because Composer actually was full health for a long period of time. So it worked out for the entire team. They have one cipher left if the last two will be called. Very soon.
Mercenary has to be careful, able to... Oh my goodness, he's going to get a double down situation if the Composer can't kite this one out. So that's excellent camping on Yuya's side, able to hit the Mercenary with a note and farms off a hit. So Sesame has to move on away for that last cipher to be primed. It's already at 36%. And Sesame needs to buy enough time. Drops the pallet in time, but the blink is going to come on in and register that hit. And Sesame does fall down. Luckily, last cipher remains, so it's either the Mechanic or Female Dancer has to go for the save.
Yeah, I think Female Dancer is decoding, and that's the best case scenario since she can decode faster than Mechanic. Mechanic seems to be that she'll be coming for this rescue. The location of her board, it could be at Moongate, priming that cipher, priming the gate at the Moongate area so that when cipher pops, she can actually use the bot to open that gate. Just taking time to kind of wait it out. 80% cipher right now. Will she be able to get the hit?
Oh my goodness.
She hits onto it, missing that second skill, and will be done in Mechanic, but rescue successfully happens. Cipher is at 90%, still being pushed, and will be changing targets to the Mechanic.
Ooh, wow. Okay, so now this is stalling it down. Sesame is already here to try and go for the rescue. He just goes for it. Mercenary is still down. Both of them are out and about. Cipher is already primed. He needs to be able to farm off the right hit and be able to hit accordingly, but the skill is still on cooldown, so he's not going to be able to have any trait at the end game. And now I think they're just stalling at this point, because once he falls down, he's going to get that hit. Able to avoid this, the skill shot there, so that's so important. He needs to force attack recovery for him to end game kite this.
Yeah, and we're seeing how he has, I think, changed his trait already. It could be teleport that he's waiting for at the same time. But Oh,
just
but
go
downing
for
the
it.
composer immediately and just popping, yeah. So I thought he's just gonna wait it out, and also for the composer, it was actually a win-win situation for the survivor side because composers item use can also be used after only when the teleport is ready. So oh, but the bot might potentially come for this body block.
He's gonna try and go for it. He's gonna set up the notes here, so Sesame has to be very careful. He hides behind and able to kite this one out. They're already escaping, so it seems like a 3-person escape, Chocho. So CH4 packing some heat with their survivors, able to get Yeye's signature violinist, and they got a 3-point game there.
Yeah, that's right. I think, you know, like we've seen composer itself, it looks like she's just a decoding character, but yes, I mean, it is a decoder for sure, but we see how he can actually transition so easily from one area to another. We see right from the get-go when we entered into the match, he was already at the factory area, which means that he came from shack all the way to factory unharmed, firstly. And then at the one pallet, one window area where he rescued the mechanic, he kited all the way to pallet, one window.
Right.
So it's from one end of the map to the other, and he did it so swiftly, so beautifully, and what can I say? The transitioning from composer side was just perfectly done.
Yeah, it was. And I would have to say also, much love to the violinist mains out there in Antonio, but he's been out for a while, so people really figured him out, like how to kite out his skill shots and to know how to avoid the AoEs, and they were pretty masterful at it. Yes, he was able to stuff the rest, double down with the Mercenary, but that's why Mercenary is there. He has that delayed hit or delayed effect of the down for him to be able to still get the rescue off. So at the end of the day, I think the CH4 played this match pretty masterfully. Even though they got one person 1K, it's still all good. They were able to set the pace of this match. And considering that this was a map choice by Q and Y, CH4 is off to a great start.
Yeah, definitely. Just a 3-1. And right now we'll be having Link being played from CH4. He seems to be the the sole hunter or the main hunter for CH4 for the longest time already. So you know, when I see him play X-Boy and Bloody Queen, it kind of reminds me of this Chinese hunter from GR, Super Rich. And in COE 6, we did see how Super Rich played X-Boy at Leo's memory against, I think, ACT, and ACT was completely destroyed with his X-Boy. Couldn't even pop ciphers at all.
Oh yeah.
So it might
I
potentially...
think that's when Super Rich became Super Saiyan Rich, and he was just skill shotting everyone to death. That was crazy. You guys watch that. That's a good example, Chocho.
Yeah, really, really good stuff. I mean, I have very bad memory, okay, fish memory, and I still remember it, so it must mean something. And I believe Link might be able to do exactly that same thing, just like Super Rich.
Let's hope not for Q and Y's sake, because their survivors need to be able to at least tie this game with a 3-point game for them to potentially stay afloat in this competition. In the previous game, the one you and Nell covered, it was 2-0. In favor of YHB denying the third game. So it seems to be that trajectory. The first team that takes control of the early round kind of coasts on to round number 3. So we will see if the tides will change here in Q and Y. Maybe they'll be able to pull something out here, especially since we did gloss over them having interesting picks. I mean, we talked about them having an Embalmer and also a Mind's Eye in the mix, so that could come out. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, who knows? How can we predict this also? I mean, with new survivors in Q and Y, we might see something completely different. And since it's their map selection, they definitely do want to get this advantage as well. Right now, they are kind of losing out in this first half, 1-3. So if they kind of want to come back from this and not lose out too much, because in BO2 it will be CH4's map selection, they have to get a 3 escape, or if not a 4 escape, to kind of gain back the advantage, or if not, balance it out such that it can be prolonged further in BO3, where they do have the map selection in BO3.
Yeah. And as the rounds go on, it's kind of tougher for the survivor side, since they'll be kind of limited for their selection. And luckily for them, they kind of chose Dancer and Composer. Again, really strong picks for CH4. However, you know what, you still have, as you mentioned, Antiquarian still in the mix, Priestess, and they have map control. So they could pick a map that would favor both their survivors and hunters coming into game number 3. So again, beautiful job on CH4 side. They played that really well. Sesame having a triple digits when it comes to containment time. So potential MVP to start things off. But, we still have to wait for Ling to perform to call that. But I would have to say strong showing by this composer.
Very strong showing with almost zero support, 183 seconds. It just shows how much of individual potential you have, and also the capacity to kind of capability to kind of play it to its fullest potential. I think Sesame definitely is a great addition to this team.
Yeah, so big shout outs to CH4, and Yue not out of it yet. Hopefully he will be bouncing back. He still has that wax artist to use. And hopefully, just let the violinist kind of cook and marinate for a bit. Maybe he'll bring it out when he feels like it. But this is what's so scary, Chocho, because this is single elimination. Like, we want to get to the best of the best. It's going to be today and tomorrow, and then we're going to crown a champion by the end of the day tomorrow on, I think, EST time. I'm not quite sure. It's barely morning here where we're at. But it's just the stakes have never been higher, right? This competition is going by very fast. So QNY really need to kick it to the second gear for them to be able to stay alive here, because that was an excellent showing by CH4.
Yeah, very excellent showing. And just moving on this second half, they have to kind of buck up already. And considering that this is still a server meta, and in BO1 there's still only 4 bans on the Hunter side, so Q and Y can potentially bring the points back. But then again, they're going up against Ling, one of the strongest, arguably the best ex-boy main in any EU region. So it will be a tough match. And if they are able to kind of go against Ling's ex-boy, that will be a completely different story.
Yeah, I would say their consolation is they're definitely getting experience, right? QNY is a team that, again, we are learning about the NAEU scene. We're trying to, that's why we were able to talk to some of the players, but it's also kind of new to us with QNY making their showing here in IVT. So for them to go up against veterans or a known team like CH4 is definitely a step up in competition, and they are definitely being tested as we speak. And yeah, I'm pretty sure Ling won't hold back any punches, and he'd try possibly to use the Axe Boy and get that respect, or BQ. And I think he wants to make an early night in the office for the team. I would want to ask you this, Chocho, because this is a whole universal pick and ban system. Do you think like specialty survivors have been kind of, I would say, limited? Because now it's like you need to main everyone, because everyone has to be used with this new universal pick and ban system. How do you feel about it?
As a survivor main, I think it's a huge deal, considering that you kind of have to think twice now with the first 2 picks that you're going for, because in the next round you will be automatically banned. So definitely as survivor side, you want to kind of clear this and the matches as soon as possible before it kind of reaches BO3 or BO3 overtime. BO3 overtime with 10 bans, 6 auto bans and 4 hunter bans, and that's something that you don't want to face as a survivor in the survivor team. I mean, for hunters, of course, that's something very good, something very great. But once you get to that phase, you start to have to pick characters that are non-meta. Gardener, Thief was seen quite a lot. Whipping Clown as well. Things like this starts to appear, and you might not have it at that point in time, A lot of times last time, you kind of just need to main like 3 or 4 characters and you're done. Your deal is done. But now it's a completely different story.
Yeah, it just shows that there are levels to entering competitive, especially with this rule set. And at least I would have to say hunters, especially for I think for a couple months or even a whole year, it was very survivor sided in that meta. The introduction of Flywheel, Antiquarian coming in, it's been real tough. So at least now hunters turn from being like a goalkeeper into like the ones that are striking for offense come the later rounds. So they need to kind of weather out the early storm, which again makes this game kind of balanced in that sense. Like, all right, early rounds is going to be very survivor sided, but as it progresses, if the hunter is able to hold on and get ties, then they start to get their power spike come round number 3 with or even overtime when 10 survivors are going to be banned. And I think it just shows a lot of representation as well. A lot of people, you know what, when they saw Painter, they popped off. When they see Wildling, again, these are unconventional picks, but now it's just it's forcing everyone to kind of level up in this competitive environment.
Yeah, that's right. And I mean, in just the previous last match that we saw, the YHB with the full-on no harassers team comp at Red Church, they didn't need it because they just needed a tie, and we see how fast the survivor progress can be in this current meta, even without decoders. Without decoders, and we saw how fast it was with that mechanic, with bot decoding, main body decoding at full speed. It can be really crazy and something to be feared as a hunter.
Yeah. So, I think, I mean, every year we keep saying we like this meta, but I would say the latest Koa, it's like it's very apparent. It's very survivor sided. I mean, even the greats like Alf and Dongxuan were kind of struggling to maintain a consistent showing in Call of the Abyss. So at least now it definitely widens the opportunities for a lot of players and a lot of hunters as well. So we're just going to remind you guys where we're at in the bracket. We do see that YHB and Ravens have moved on. So the winner of this match will be facing Ravens, while our last match, our main event, is going to be TKG versus B4U. They will be going up against the Yummy Hash Brown.
Yep, Yummy Hash Browns. And yeah, I mean, if they have an early night in the office for CH4 or QNY, I think most likely for CH4, because QNY is kind of in a struggling situation with that 1-3 score right from the get-go. They can potentially kind of train still, because for them it's like possibly 8 p.m. and they can possibly still train at night and prepare for their match against Ravens tomorrow. So definitely would be something favorable for them. And and speaking of time zones right now, 8 p.m., you know, whoever is having, you know, in the NAEU region, do have your dinner if you need to. And drink up. Yes, drink up. That's important. And for the SEA region, any other regions here, there is morning right now, 8:32 a.m. Do have your breakfast, drink up, wash up, or if you're still in your bed, wake up.
Exactly. So the concerned Chocho is coming out. You know, guys, stay hydrated and get your food in, because we have 2 more matches. One BO3 is commencing as we speak, then the other, potentially one TKG versus B4U, could go all the full 3 games. Again, this is a rematch of the previous IVT, so I hope you guys stick around for that. And while we're at it, big shout outs to everyone that's still with us in the chat. I do see that they are talking about current meta of decoders and whatnot. We see you, Hanako. We saw you also, Cheese. I also see Bat is also in chat, is on. There's a lot of big shout outs to everyone. Keep the positive energy going, support your favorite teams, and we're about to hit the picks and bans.
Yep, that's right. And looking at this, wow, just from the get-go, Seer immediately in jail, and Entomologist, I think this is pretty clear what he's gonna pick, what he'll be picking already. About 60% to 70% sure he's probably gonna be a X-Boy. And looking at the Toy Merchant pick, a Toy Merchant system might be possible as well. Very strong supporting team comp we're seeing, a very strong kiting one as well. So banning the first off might be possible for Link to kind of remove all high potential rescuers and forcing them to pick possibly a Gravekeeper, Wilding, not as strong as Mercenary as well as First Officer as a rescuer.
Yeah. Just looking at the initial picks, right? Like, Acrobat's gonna have a tough time, but we're not talking about just any Axeboy. Axeboy's gonna have a hard time with this. But, I mean, it's a Ling after all, and he's defied the odds before, and he could possibly do that again. The thing with being a known team is that people have footage on you, and they could just watch the previous IVT or his previous matches and know how he plays out. So now just tanking up with that Gravekeeper, which is good, so at least he's able to go into that shovel form, able to traverse the map to get that rescue, or also eat that flame snipes if Ling chooses to go for that Axeboy. But it seems like, yeah, very support heavy lineup here. Not gonna have the fastest of Cypher rushing as we speak, as in like the previous match, but still the time that's going to be bought here is going to allow them to focus on those objectives.
Yep, that's right. And just looking at how this possibly going to be playing out, just team comp wise is actually really strong already. He can pick an X-Boy, yes, but there isn't like a direct counter to it except for the Gravekeeper, but you wouldn't want to be chasing a Gravekeeper unless you're kind of wanting to use up the last tide turner and aiming for a tie, or preventing them from possibly rescuing. And like we've kind of predicted also, it's gonna be an X-Boy at Leo's memory. Just looking at this itself, Female Dancer might be a potential chase out of all 4 of them right now.
Yeah, especially if you just catch her out in the open before she starts setting up her boxes. Acrobat could be really tough, especially if he's camping some pallets that have dropped down, so you could just go for just the bombs to transition towards a different kiting area. And it seems like a T-shaped spawn onto the survivors here. And just like you said, I think, yeah, Dancer could be the juiciest target, and that's why she's set up here in the factory area, giving the Toy Merchant just the center, while CX right across the factory area over at Shack.
Yeah, and Toy Merchant being placed at the center is reasonable, considering that she can just place a catapult and fly upwards. But you doing that, it will kind of just force the hunter to just change targets from you, and him destroying a catapult, which means that you have 1 less catapult to use in this team comp. So I'm not too sure. I think Gravekeeper spawning at Backgate might be a better choice. Reason being, if Hunter were to spawn at the opposite side, Toy Merchant can technically run towards Moongate area. There's actually a better catapult placement where you can place nearer Moongate. And for this spawn that they have, it's kind of forcing Toy Merchant to rotate away from that possible catapult placement that is more beneficial for her.
Interesting. So now, ladies and gentlemen, the wait is over. First match, second half here. It is going to be Ling's Axe-Boy to go up against QNY Survivors. Toy Merchant already setting up that catapult, going over to the second floor. We do see that there are some survivors here in the area at CX and Mori here. So now he's got to be very careful. Both these survivors are in this area. This is a feasting for the Axe-Boy. He's going to try to go for the Flame Snipe. Luckily, the Acrobat was able to avoid that Flame Snipe.
Yeah, and I think after today I can say NAEU they are great vaulters. Like, they keep vaulting at the most unexpected times and they don't get Terror Shock, okay? And if that was me, I would have gotten Terror Shock. But
hey, don't jinx it, Chocho. Let's see. Hopefully CX is built different. He's going to use the transition here for the Flame Bomb just so he can try to potentially silence the Axe-Boy. He's going to use that speed boost just to go for that regular hit. Note the Acrobat does have Flywheel, so that could come into play as this chase continues.
That's right, and just seeing him just placing out the pallet, providing enough distance for him to get to that catapult. Seems to be that he will be jumping upwards successfully and forcing him to change targets. PKPG, the Toy Merchant now, sorry, the Female Dancer will be getting this second chase.
Yeah, he's definitely
forcing them to change targets.
Exactly, and this actually kind of halts the Cypher progress, so which is actually good for Ling. He's still trying to build up his presence here, and now he spots out PKPG, gets hit by the Flame Snipe. He doesn't get that speed boost, but this Restful Road will close out the distance. So PKPG, oh my goodness, tried to go for the blink, unable to connect, and now the chase continues, goes for the pallet slam, Chocho.
Yeah, interesting hitbox right over there, and then that amazing pallet slam on the Female Dancer side, able to calm herself down, but that charge attack from X-Boy can't be cancelled at all, and right now Female Dancer will be chat at the water tank where her first Cypher was at.
Wow, again, just a scrambly situation, but at the end of the day, Ling was still able to recover, and he's doing some cleanup here of that catapult, so they do not have immediate access to the second floor of the factory. Good camping of Ling here. He's going to try and just kind of rotate back and forth to see where people are at. It's going to be a little tough for them to go for this rescue because Chocho, they've only popped one Cypher.
Yeah, and
oh my god!
I'm able to get the rescue with Toy Merchant, Terror Shock, and it's not game over, ladies and gentlemen. Gravekeeper can still potentially come for this rescue. I did not expect Toy Merchant to
Same. I was just looking around. She landed, the flame hit, and then Terror Shock happened. He's trying to go for balloon hits here, so it's the Acrobat that is in this area. Tried to go for another Flame Snipe here, unable to get it, so CX doing a great job. He's gonna have to time this save perfectly, but no tide turn here. If he farms off a hit onto the Toy Merchant, able to use an item here, the Pocket Watch. So that's excellent stuff. We do see that the Acrobat unable to get the body block, so the Toy Merchant has fallen down, Chocho.
Yeah, and Oh, he seems to want to still chase the female dancer. I mean, female dancer is usually making this kite count. Oh, but speed boost, getting that hit onto female dancer. The second terror shock of the day, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, honestly, Ling is all gas and no brakes. This action is too fast to call. We're just reacting at this point. It's so hard to analyze this because of how fast and frantic everyone is moving. I mean, the survivors are trying to bounce back, right? But I think at this point, Ling is just one step ahead here because that is his first survivor out of the game. Toy Merchant is at least healed up, so that's good. Still 3 ciphers remaining and 3 survivors out. They need to plan, they need to rotate accordingly, and they need to be able to push the objective safely while one goes for the kite.
Yeah, and we see that they keep healing up, and because they keep healing up, the cipher progress is actually not going fast. So we're seeing exactly that from the left side of our screens, and will he be able to get this fireball? It seems to be no. Almost there though, and getting that basic hit.
I mean, it was just a hair's breadth away for him to get that that hit onto the Toy Merchant. So has the Toy Merchant has to be careful. Yeah, and oh my God, the blink now connects. Second survivor is down. This is the trade-off. Survivor is gonna get shared while a cipher is gonna be finished. But now it's gonna be tough. They have to go for that rescue while popping 2 other ciphers. It's looking like a hunter-sided game if the momentum stays at this pace.
Yep. And getting hit out of the shovel. Gravekeeper dodging that way and just missing that fireball as well from Ling's side. Trying to make this an over half rescue, but I think he would successfully do this without any terror shock. Wow.
Yeah, able to get that rescue. I believe that was before half. We're just gonna have to wait and see. And now the Tide Turner is gonna carry the Toy Merchant. But my goodness, the Flame Snipe able to get him through the walls. Beautiful stuff. Again, Ling has been on point. I mean, I guess it's been 50-50 with the Flame Snipes, but man, it has counted like crazy. And Chocho, they have not started their last cipher just yet.
Yeah, so that's right. And Gravekeeper will be trying to decode the cipher, but we do know how Gravekeeper do have this debuff where he decodes slower. And now Acrobat will be coming for this rescue. So situation-wise, it's not looking the most ideal. And Toy Merchant's on her last chair, last legs. Acrobat will be coming for this rescue with Flywheel. So hopefully, fingers crossed, everything works out well. He rescues, able to body block all the way until Gravekeeper can pop that cipher.
Flywheels through. That was so important. Now he needs to get this rescue and try to potentially body block here. Now it's going to be a scramble situation. Able to get the hit off the axe point to force attack recovery, and the Toy Merchant now has to survive this kite. Oh, tries to go for a bomb here just to slow it down, but the Restful Road is going to try and connect. Oh my goodness, the Flame Snipe.
Yeah, the Flame Snipes are definitely onto Link's favor, and carrying the Toy Merchant for the last time. Acrobat is down on the floor. Gravekeeper is still working on the last cipher. Teleporting, not giving any way for Gravekeeper to breathe at all, or for the survivors. We'll be trying to down him here, but seems like the fireball will not make that happen.
Yeah, he's in a good spot here, forcing the hit onto the buried state here. So now he's gonna drop another Restful Road here, just for him to be able to get that speed boost to close out the distance. Both of them still have the self heals, so this could be just him doing some cleanup here because Moore is being chased out of the cipher. And another, the lineups on this man is crazy.
Yeah, the blind snipes, or the fireball snipes itself without it being like blind, because he can see the survivors at times. It's just amazing on Link's side. He missed a couple, but what does that bring it to him? It means that he can move with higher movement speed, faster movement speed, and get to survivors much faster as well. So it ultimately still works out for Link. And also, I think, wouldn't say a game changer, but I would say it kind of made it lean towards a 4-kill was that field rescue by Toy Merchant. That fireball snipe and then the terror shock by Toy Merchant. I think it was amazing, and just putting Acrobat nearer to the shack, nearer to Gravekeeper, such that he can actually chair the Gravekeeper, prevent a potential pop on that cipher.
Yeah, I think at this point they're just waiting to heal or get their self heals going. After that, it's going to be checkmate, right? So I think Ling's just waiting for the right opportunity to chair, but it's a done deal. Like CH4's Ling was able to get I would say the 5-point game, which is super important because his survivor team has already won the first half. So now Gravekeeper is on the rocket chair. He will have to look for this acrobat. So saving grace of this acrobat to try and wait out the dungeon to open up.
Yeah, and there's gonna be a long time considering it's Gravekeeper that we're talking about, and he can sit on chair for a really long time. It's his first time on the chair as well. Acrobat does have one whiteboard and a flywheel to use. We'll see whether that would help him get into the dungeon, which is near the factory area. Missing that by a hairline, like again. And Acrobat still trying to make this kite count. Will he use the he doesn't snowball anymore?
Oh my god, the charged up hit. That hitbox is so active. And Ling, ladies and gentlemen, speaking of active, he did not stop for a break there. It was all gas and no brakes on Ling's side. Beautiful performance. I don't think we highlighted it enough. He is the premier axe boy of NAEU. He's given us even more to highlight and more, I would say, clips of his incredible axe boy plays. And unfortunately for QNY, they were just a step behind from at the early game. And I think it all, yeah, like you said, it kind of started with that failed attempt of a rescue. Like they tried to bounce back from it, but I think when he was fully fed already, he got the rhythm and flow of the match. And that's when I think moving forward, his flame snipes never missed.
Never missed. And yeah, just spectating Ling's match, right? It's always very hard to breathe. Okay, it's very hard to breathe because there's always so many things that's happening, you know, in his matches. Flame snipes, blind snipes, the rescue roads, everything that's happening, and all the charge attacks as well. He knows exactly the range and how to do a hit through a pallet. So he knows he's like a god at X-Boy. He knows everything about X-Boy, and I think that's something that is extremely hard to kind of master fully, like how Ling did.
Yeah, that's why you gotta love like specialists, right? Ling being an axe boy specialist, and it takes courage also to be known for a certain hunter and still perform like that, because if you're coming into this tournament, you're going up against Ling, you want to be able to try and counter this axe boy, or at least study it enough to have your lineup work. And I see a lot of discourse in the chat saying like, yeah, Ling is so crazy. They're talking about the certain lineup that the survivors drafted. In paper, it's like you said, the Gravekeeper was a good counter, but everyone else, it seemed like he just had a rhythm and flow for it that you didn't really see how what they had planned out played out for Q and Y. So again, it's a tough pill to swallow, but Ling, again, his axe boy has another 5-point game in the books for him.
Yeah, and also for the survivor sides, they actually did a great job trying to set things up. The toy merchant catapult,
right?
Just Acrobat also forcing, after jumping the catapult, forcing hunters to change targets. I think that was done very well, very perfectly as well. The transitioning by the Acrobat as well. But I think for female dancers wise, wasn't really able to make full use of the slow and fast boxes, music boxes that she had. I think we didn't really see much, or maybe at all. So I think if she had things set up at the cipher area, I think that would have helped her transition to 1.1 much easily if she pirouetted away and pirouetted back. So making full use of items as well is something very crucial, especially in this meta. You can't be too conservative with your items. If you do, it might possibly turn out for the worst. And unfortunately, this is what we saw, and a clean sweep by CH4. Congratulations CH4 for the BO1 win, 8-1 for now. And we'll be moving on to BO2, where CH4 will be having its map selection.
Yeah, and I think the tough times are still ahead of Q and Y because, like you said, they're going to have map selection. They're going to have the advantage, or at least kind of set the tone of how the second match will be played out. And yeah, I just want to echo the same sentiments that you had with the dancer. I tried to recall, I don't think I did see like a music box properly utilized. So it's more of like playing your survivor, your certain character to its full potential. Because how many times, like how badly does it hurt as a survivor main if you're a coordinator and you get sent out of the game with your gun, or you're a seer, you get sent back to the manor and you still have an owl. Like, you want to be able to expend everything you can towards the end game. And I think Ling set a pace that they weren't able to set things up properly. That's why I think they were kind of caught off guard, and and then the whole stuffing of the rescue kind of put them on defense mode right away. So you gotta admire they still stuck it out till the end. So I guess that's a consolation. But CH4 8-1, no joke.
Yeah, it's something that's kind of hard to recover from, especially when this was their map selection. I think it's kind of a bumper for them as well. But hopefully they're able to kind of recover. It's kind of strange though sometimes when, especially in Chinese IVL, where they kind of have their map selection, but the advantage is actually to their opponents. But then when it's their opponents to pick their map, they get the advantage. So it's just really strange. Maybe it might work in favor of Q and Y when CH4 do pick a map that's favorable for Q and Y. And knowing Q and Y, we might not know what hunter will be up next. So if CH4 is as clueless as us, which I think they won't be because they will study them, they might potentially pick a map that might favor Q and Y just a little bit, such that they can possibly bounce back from there.
Yeah. Considering that CH4, I mean, Q and Y did pick Leo's memory, right? So now they kind of have to bounce back from this. I think, like you said, I hope Q and Y did their homework. All right, ban the Axe Boy, and now you gotta face the BQ of Ling, because his BQ is really good. And now, first time we're gonna see Chinatown. Q and Y does ban the Arms Factory, so CH4 going with Chinatown. There's a lot of options here for survivors. Remind me, is anyone pick Toy Merchant first round? I think it's Q and Y, right? So they're not gonna have Toy Merchant in this map.
Yeah, they won't have Toy Merchant in this map. Yeah, unfortunately. And yeah, Chinatown. Okay, comparing between two maps, right, Leo's Memory and Chinatown, of course, Toy Merchant has more potential in Chinatown maps, and QNY was just going all for it in the Leo's Memory with that Toy Merchant pick right from the first two picks. So, hopefully it doesn't bite them in the back, but I think and I believe that they do have many other characters that they can use at Chinatown which can help them. Like Whipping Clown is great as well. Thief has been kind of a I wouldn't say unorthodox, but character that if the person know how to play it well, it can be a real really mad and a huge hassle for Hunter to kind of go against, because like you shine a Hunter for like 2 to 3 seconds and his skill is completely locked. He's kind of leaning onto his basic hits to kind of get that hit registered. But if the anti-current is there as well, what are you exactly using? You can't use your skill, you get disarmed consistently. What are you gonna do?
True.
So
I hope we see that variety coming in from both teams, because if you look at CH4 survivors as well, they kind of just showed like a decoder lineup. So maybe now they're gonna choose a harassing lineup, right? They could go with the Thief, they could go with the Antiquarian, like you mentioned. That's, I mean, it's weird for me to say, but I kind of miss seeing Antiquarian, because I love that fast-paced match where the Hunter also is scared of a survivor, because with support lineups it's really good, but Survivor is just forced to go defense mode all the time. So we're just gonna have to put a pin on that for now, because we are gonna head towards the picks and bans, where Ling is coming out once again, guns blazing. Used characters already, the Dancer and the Toy Merchant, and he's already gonna ban the Priestess and Seer, which I believe great bans, especially in a map like Chinatown. You need to be able to ban this Priestess because she's too much of a hassle to deal with.
Yeah, absolutely. And just waiting for the first two picks on the Survivor side. They have to think this through though, because it might potentially reach to a BO3, and they have already lost Toy Merchant and Female Dancer right from BO1. So they do have the Barmaid still, they do have Forward, Antiquarian. So yep, Antiquarian and a Rescuer Mercenary. So just securing their Harasser, their Rescuer, for the first two picks. So just playing a lot stably right now compared to their BO1.
I think now is the time for them to bring out the big guns, right? Because they can't afford to let the point differential be too much. And if CH4 wins this, it's they're going to be moving on. So now, yeah, they bring out the Antiquarian and the Mercenary. It's fine, because they need to be able to make their potential last stand here. Now they're going to lock in the Entomologist, since the Patient was banned. So they have one more to pick. I mean, Barmaid is still available for just a healer. Also, the Psychologist, if ever. That just depends if Ling doesn't ban him, though.
Yeah, that's right. And banning a Psychologist, my goodness.
They're listening.
And
They're listening. Oh no.
they are definitely listening. And yeah, I mean, look, just looking at this itself, they could potentially pick an Acrobat again. I mean, for hotel wise, and also for the other double story area, connected double story area, it's perfect for Acrobat to kind of.
What?
Oh my goodness!
Are you serious?
They are serious.
Oh my god. Wait, hang on. Mind's Eye, no more is gonna use Mind's Eye? Oh, that's crazy. They're gonna bet their last stand potential, right? Because if CH4 wins this, they'll be moving on. So it seems like, yeah, more going with the Mind's Eye. Oh my goodness.
You know, one thing I really like about NAEU region is that they have this picks that always surprises me. I mean, just now we saw Feaster, and also for the people that's in live chat, he has been as Feaster in NAEU region for many seasons already. So he is very good. And then now we're seeing a
nobody. We're talking about nobody, by the way. Nobody.
Yeah, nobody. Nobody's Feaster.
That's why Chocho didn't mention. We're talking about nobody.
And right now we're seeing Moore's Mind's Eye at this map. So Ling would definitely want to go for the Mind's Eye and might bring Quenching Effect just for it as well.
Yeah, just to find the Mind's Eye. I mean, we were talking to Nell in the rehearsals, right? We were saying like, yeah, you know what? There's gonna be a lot of variety. Not so sure about Mind's Eye, but QNY just making us eat our words here with the viability of this character. So again, maybe they're just flexing here that they can use the Mind's Eye. It's a big gamble because yes, she has fast decoding, but that's about it. Like her kiting ability, you have to memorize the map and layouts. You can't see that very far. And potentially going up against a Night Watch. Oh my god, Chocho.
Wow, this is something new from Ling though. We haven't seen, this is the first time we're seeing, her playing Night Watch. Last time, Night Watch wasn't even out yet, and this is the first time ever she's gonna be playing it on the official tournament here. Yeah. And Mind's Eye against Ling's Night Watch.
Okay, here's the thing. Imagine Ling's playstyle when Ling uses Axe Boy, but shift that to a Night Watch. The dashes, the way Ling was able to plant the restful roads, the placement, even the prediction of where the survivors are going to be at. And now you add, instead of sniped, you add mobility. That's terrifying.
That is terrifying. And considering Ling, he's gonna, I think it's almost like a better version of X-Boy, I would say. You can speed up without having to put down the restful roads that can come unexpectedly for the survivors. Speeding through the map, and then he can potentially bring teleport. Just today, just in the previous match, we did see how Night Watch, there was a Night Watch that brought teleport at Everslipping Town. It worked out, it was 4K. And right now we're seeing Night Watch at Chinatown for the first time in this IVT.
Yeah.
And I think he's gonna rock it.
Okay, Chocho. I know this is gonna be like an SOS situation for the survivors, but talk to me about Night Watch's potential in this map alone, because we did say like the glaring issue with Night Watch in Red Church, right? There was a lot of walls, but how does he fare here in this map?
Okay, this one is a little bit hard to tell because I haven't been chased by Night Watch at Chinatown. Mostly my teammates, but just looking at this itself, we do see that Hunter will be spawned at the hotel area. Mind's Eye, unfortunately, will be right next to the Hunter, right at the bottom. So we'll be chasing him there. But Chinatown itself, right, compared to Red Church, right, if we're doing a comparison, Red Church-wise has a lot more obstacles. Graveyard, red carpet, middle broken. There's a lot of tall walls to work with. But Chinatown, there's not much of that. It's mostly for you to transition away with 3-9. And going against a Night Watch, you might not want to pick a persona that's like 3-9 only. You could pick like a flywheel. We've seen in IVL also Chinese players also playing it with flywheel and managing to kind of flywheel out that pulling attraction effect. So that is totally possible. And however, there is a slight chance that you might miss your flywheel in the attraction pulling because there is a certain period that you have to press the flywheel. But you know, get into the match right now. It's Poch as well as Chocho bringing you the live commentary.
Oh my
of this
goodness!
Match.
Oh my goodness! The Mind's Eye is right there. Oh my God! Able to spot out the Mind's Eye early on. Not even the first 30 seconds, and the Mind's Eye is already injured here. Gonna use the speed boost just to get that jump, and he's gonna try and go for the pull. The Mind's Eye able to do the mind game here, but no, gets kind of spotted out. Is he gonna spot him out in the open? Goes for the drop down hit, and Ling being so active here. Let's see, the Mind's Eye's speed boost has already been used. He's gonna try to go for the long hit, and now down the Mind's Eye in the first minute of this game, Jojo.
Yeah, and that's a really, really fast down. Added together, ciphers are only one. Added together, one cipher only. So that's a super fast down. Flywheel is just ready, and CX seems to be that he'll be coming for this potential rescue. And Entomologist's Beast is coming to help as well, I believe. So, what they can do is, honestly, okay, for Mind's Eye, it's hard for you to second kite. And I think with this but the rescue will be coming. The Terror Shock happening. The Beast not pushing the Hunter at all when it is here. I'm not too sure why. And Mercenary will be body blocking this stairs area for Mind's Eye to get a further distance.
Yeah, but now he's at full presence here. So now it seems like Moore knows that the drop down is potentially going to happen. And he's already at full presence. This Mind's Eye needs to kite for as long as he can. But unfortunately, there is a pallet here, but he gets the hit in a double down situation for Ling. So he's really living up to that Terror Shock. I mean, add this character to his mix. And now we see that the Antiquarian trying to go for the harass here. He's going to just go farm off hits here since he knows that there aren't that much people going for ciphers just yet.
Yeah, and so speeding back for this chairing. Antiquarian will be able to come this time around. And chairing him right deep inside Hotel right now, it will be Mind's Eye's second chair. And that was really unfortunate, that Mercenary with the Terror Shock. I don't think any of us expected that. And I was just talking about it. Mind's Eye, Flywheel, as well as Broken Windows. That's not something you expect. And Flywheel and the double disarmament onto Antiquarian and unable to. But still it manages to get that rescue onto Mind's Eye. Harassing's happening, but I don't think it will do much. And downing the Mind's Eye not too soon. Flywheel hit not registering, unfortunately, and
getting the pull, and now the hit finally connecting here. We do see that, that was actually a great scramble-y situation, but unfortunately for the Mind's Eye, this is her last chair. We're still at 4 ciphers remaining, so again, Ling putting in so much work in this first half of round number 2, and we got 2 injured survivors. Yes, they do have utility, but at this point, they objectives have not been pushed so far that Ling has to be worried about ciphers rushing. And now he's going to spot out CX in the mix here. Drops down the pallet, but the Mercenary gets hit in the process.
Yeah, my goodness. Downing the Mercenary for the second time. Fortunately enough, Mercenary did not use his self-heal when he was down the first time after the rescue. So they might potentially still be out. But looking at the ciphers, man. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All 7 ciphers in the map has been touched. Alright, so ciphers wise is not looking good at all. It seems to be that it might be driving towards a 4 elimination, and Link knows that he has that potential at this point in time. Entomologist is the only one that can come for this rescue and will be trying to tunnel down.
Yeah, and the thing is, she spotted out real early here, and he could easily close the distance here if he goes for that zoom dash, but runs into some real estate. So now the Antiquarian able to get hit by the blink hit, and CX is out and about. We're gonna see some dash action happening for him to be able to transition accordingly. He's still got the jumps on him. So drops the pallet on the opposite side, and now another double down situation, Jojo.
That's right. Right now, not even the dungeon is even visible right now. It's 4 ciphers remaining. Mercenary down once again. Antiquarian Chad for the first time, and Entomologist is still full health with no Tide Turner. Speaking of Tide Turner, I don't think we can actually. They can possibly turn the tides around from here onwards. It's very difficult. Chances are low. Entomologist will be coming for this rescue.
Yeah, I think this just shows the strength of the Night Watch. I think this is an excellent showcase of how he can play mind games behind the pallet, how fast his hunter swings are, and how he's able to get that Terror Shock. So again, beautiful performance by Ling. If anyone's going to be facing CH4's Ling, you have to worry about this hunter as well as the Axe Boy. And not to mention the Bloody Queen as well. So the mind games are strong here. He's going to keep just jumping back and forth to break this vaulting spot. and it seems like the entomologist will be falling down. Mercenary is up. Antiquarian will be expiring soon enough, but trying to get the pull onto CX here. He's just gonna go for a regular hit. Mercenary can still go for the rescue. Now he just has to focus his attention onto this Antiquarian, and it's a good done deal here.
Yeah, it seems to be, and yeah, like you've just following through it. Flywheel happening, hit registering onto Mercenary, and Antiquarian is trying to make this kite count, but she doesn't have any items anymore, nor Flywheel. So yeah, it seems to be a done deal over here. It's time to come, and 4 ciphers left, 3% down. It's just an amazing play onto this side.
It's just what an amazing action by Ling. I mean, I'm just kind of speechless with how fast that performed. Again, Nightwatch is the meta, but I didn't think Ling could cause that much destruction and chaos and like get that much points as possible. We talked about how Mind's Eye was the perfect target. Immediately around start, he knew where the Mind's Eye was at. Got an early hit, focused his attention onto the Mind's Eye on the early minute, and he was able to kind of control that pace of the match. Got a terror shock onto the Mercenary, continued on his offense, and he was just very focused, I'd have to say. And QNY, again, the newcomer here facing the veterans, I think they're definitely learning from this, and this is definitely an experience for them to grow from, because you can clearly see that Ling is not pulling any punches. He wants to be able to solidify a victory for his team, moving to top 4.
Yeah, and he's coming off really, really strong. You know, initially, like going against like X-Boy or Bloody Queen. X-Boy, you can pick an entomologist to counter. Bloody Queen, you can use Perfumer. But right now, Ling has this Night Watch that there isn't a direct counter except for Toy Merchant that you can fly and glide. So adding this onto his list of hunters that should be feared. I'm not too sure how any of the Survivor teams that we have in IVT might potentially counter it, and if they do, it will be an amazing match to watch.
I mean, I know that you weren't there at the first one, the first Night Watch we saw, but I would have to say that this performance by Ling, possibly one of the strongest Night Watches in NAEU that I've seen. So I could agree with your sentiments there that whoever's going to face him with this Night Watch has to be very careful, because as we speak, there's no direct counter to Night Watch yet. And now there's no direct counter to Ling here unless you ban the Night Watch. So we'll just have to see, because this is a character, I feel like there's a match made in heaven for him, like with his Axe Boy. And you compare this sort of play style with Night Watch, it's just a more mobile and more improved Axe Boy.
Exactly, and we see how he had this in, I mean, just going back to BO1, he had 1 cipher left when he was playing X-Boy. Right this match, BO2, he has 4 ciphers remaining playing as Night Watch. How incredible is this person?
He's definitely one for the books. I mean, you definitely let him just showcase his ability with that Night Watch. And unfortunately for QNY, it was at their expense. They tried to go all out. You know, they brought out the Antiquarian. You saw the support coming in with the Entomologist and the harassment from the Antiquarian. Mercenary tried also going for those rescues. More going with the character of his choice, which is the Entomologist. The Mind's Eye, but it didn't quite work out as well. So, I mean, on paper, if you want to go with your gut, sure. It didn't work out in this matchup, though, unfortunately for them. And Ling, you know what? Congratulations to him. A solid 5 points under his belt.
Yeah. And yeah, and just coming to BO2, just straight up picking a Mind's Eye seems to be very interesting. I would say very interesting. Only if the spawn location of Ling was probably on the opposite side and not next to Mind's Eye in the spawn locations. I think that would have been a different situation for them. That would be more ideal as well. Just really unfortunate. If that was the case, maybe they should have just allowed Mind's Eye to kind of spawn inside Hotel instead of next to Hotel, which she needs time to kind of transition into Hotel. But Hunter respawned there, so that's really unfortunate.
I believe at the start when we were jumping into the match, the Mind's Eye tried hiding, but he checked the corner of the door of Hotel and just spotted the Mind's Eye, able to get that hit. I think with a hunter like Ling, you can't go with conventional hiding spots because his hunter instinct is way too strong, and there are conventional routes as well, especially with Axe Boy and his now newly formed Night Watch. I think he just knows the routes that you're going to be taking, and even though he lost sight of the Mind's Eye, he knew where the Mind's Eye was going, and stayed cool, calm, and collected throughout it all. And we're at a 13-1 points, and that is a big point gap here. So the only saving grace for Q and Y now is for their hunter to get 5 points.
Yeah, 5 points to bring it to a BO3. But even if it reaches BO3, there is still this 8-1 they have to recover from BO1. And that means either a 4 kill 4 escape and then a 3 escape or 3 kill. Extremely hard, but I would say it's nothing that's impossible. We did see 3 tram hits today, so what's impossible, right? So
you say that with such a cat. We saw 3 tram hits today. I'm like, if you told me when I woke up this morning, which is like 2 a.m., like, hey, you're gonna see 3 tram hits today, I'm like, no way. That is horse garbage. That is not gonna happen. But it happened. I was like, what? In one game? Like, you'd think 3 tram hits in a day. No. A game. Like, one game. I was like, wow. That's
2
crazy.
tram hits was like back to back.
Back to back, right? One stop to the next stop. That's how. Okay, so the tram. Let's talk about the tram, shall we? Because a lot of people are talking about like we should nerf it. We should do that. It has been nerfed, right? Remember the time when when it hits you, you're down. Now you just get dizzy. Do you remember that time where you actually lose? You're injured when the tram hits you?
Yeah.
So they nerfed it. They give you a prompt where it's going to warn you. There's a bell now. I don't know what else they can do to, or they should take it out. What's your thoughts on the tram, by the way, Chocho?
My thoughts. Okay, so I mean, right?
You have to be careful here because you will be cursed if the tram gods are mad at you in your next rank.
Okay, tram gods, please, thank you. And you know, when both survivors and hunters are stunned, right, by the tram, the recovery time is exactly the same.
Right.
So, which means that if the survivors do get down, there's a potential of survivors not able to kind of like rebound kite from the tram hit, even though it could be like the hunter's fault. You know, to kind of get into the tram. So maybe, just maybe, you know, survivors have a shorter recovery time or hunters a longer recovery time. I think that will allow, you know, potential kiting grounds for survivors. But then again, it's gonna lead more to a survivor, and that's not something that this BP is trying to help us with, right? This new current BP meta is trying to strike a fine balance between both survivors as well as hunters. And I think at this point in time, I think I'm seeing it. I mean, I'm seeing a lot of 4 elimination on the hunter side. And
so now is the time to change the tram.
Yes, sir.
We'll see. I don't know if hunters would agree with that. But I don't know. I just think that, yeah, I could see where you're coming from with that, just to allow a little more, because it's this. But I don't know. They get hit nonetheless, even though you're ballooned. I don't know. I would like. I kind of like the way it is now, to be honest, because it makes our job more fun. It makes the person getting hit but I never in my watching of esports title have I seen something as destructive and unpredictable as the tram, because the tram picks no sides at all.
Yeah, no sides. So maybe they should have like a camera for that tram so that we can see when it actually goes. We're like, oh, yo, the tram is coming.
Tram observer cam, let's go. I would like that.
Yeah, that would be interesting. A 6th cam for us. Thank you.
So hopefully, Firm, shout outs to you. Your predictions are pretty good so far, I would have to say, on this one. You definitely leveled up. So shout out to people in the back that are watching as well. We are going to head towards our potentially last match of CH versus Q and Y. Yaya has a lot of pressure on his side because he needs to perform to his full effect here, because he needs 5 points. If he gets less than 5 points, it's still GG's for CH4.
Yeah, and we're just coming in with the Embalmer and Bleeping Clown. Seems like they are trying to gear up to a 3 escape, 4 escape, and possibly a long kite. Or because I think they might know that this hunter might try to go for a 4 kill hunter at this point in time. They've banned out the Wax Artist, and in the first match he picked Vio, which only got a 1 kill. And talking about 4 kills, maybe he has to either go for like Clerk, Night Watch, and maybe with hopes and prayers there, maybe a Nayat too, to kind of hopefully, you know, maybe a failed camping of a good camping of the chair might result in a double down or possibly denying a rescue. That could be possible. Anything's possible. So Just wow.
Wow, so Entomologist is gonna round it up here with Mercenary. So yeah, I agree. Going with a stable hunter like Naiad would definitely be good because it's clear that CH4 just wants to go for that like with the Embalmer was also having a little bit of that kiting ability. I mean, not necessarily kiting, but the support of the Weeping Clown. Just having the Embalmer in the mix just guarantees one safe chair rescue if it's the Embalmer that's gonna be chaired. So yeah, I can see that Yuya is gonna have to possibly dig in deep to his hunter pools because they've done their homework. They know to ban the Wax Artist. They're forcing Antonio to come out again because they faced it before. So let's see if Yuya has more hunters to use in a competitive environment like IVT.
Yeah. So while we're waiting, I was actually thinking about the spawn locations for them. My best bet is that Whipping Clown will be center. On top of Whipping Clown, it will be Entomologist. Below Whipping Clown is going to be Embalmer. And on the right of Whipping Clown, it will be the Mercenary. And why for that is because if Hunter do spawn next to the Embalmer, he can rotate around and just return back to the hotel possibly. Or possibly rotate all the way to the connected double story area where it's opposite from his coffin. And for Entomologist wise, if she does get chased, she has the connected double story to work with, and it's a great... What?
Ooh, the Ripper coming out. So, I mean, just unconventional picks all throughout. We have not seen a Ripper. We've seen Rippa, though, the member of, I forgot what team that was. Was it YHB or Q? Team before this, there was Rippa.
There was... Oh, Rippa.
Rippa.
He's from...
Python.
Okay. Python?
I think so, because YHB had nobody, right?
Yeah, they had nobody, correct. So Python.
Boom. See, memory. That's why I'm your partner, Chocho. I got you. The memory game.
Yeah, and I have fish memory. Yes, thank you. And just looking at this itself, it seems to be that they were gearing up for this Ripper. They know that this hunter has a Ripper. That's why they pick an Entomologist as a great counter towards Ripper with the Foggy Blade eating onto the beast. The main body wouldn't get that hit registered. Whipping Clown able to rotate far, far away from a Ripper. Ripper has this... Either he used the Foggy to get the distance he need because being on top of the Foggy, there is this speed boost that you get. Oh, but now, reminding me of Ripper, they had a buff for Ripper.
Oh, right. Yeah. Talk to me about that.
Yeah, okay, so basically once you down the survivor or you chair the survivor onto the chair, there is this Foggy that appears around the survivor for a good few seconds, 10 to 15 seconds I believe. And that will allow Ripper to get into invisibility mode much faster, which is his first skill after downing the survivor. So that will be actually really useful considering for his camping of the chair or whether it be harassment. All of this will kind of be beneficial for the Ripper, which is why it is considered a buff for him. But it's not as big a buff for it to be a 4-kill hunter at this point in time.
It's good, but if they play passively, you won't even notice it because they're not going to approach if someone's down. And the condition for QNY is he needs a 4K type of buff to be able to get that victory here. But, bring out the Ripper. Maybe CH4 might fall asleep under the wheel here and just kind of autopilot. So we're going to get into the match, folks. Once again, Chocho and Punch Spice, your commentators for these second half of match round number 2. So let's see how Yaya is going to hunt with this Ripper.
That's right. And Ripper just heading right under the bridge and going towards hotel now where CC is at the Embalmer and has already placed his coffin inside. So he's very safe. He's just going to rotate out of this area, kite as far away as he can. And looking at the trait that just looking at the persona first, he brought insolence and detention. And for the skill, I think he bought teleport, if I see that correctly.
Yeah, was it teleport? Yeah, I think it is teleport. So now, yeah, kind of very aggressive here. Just so the blink would help down right away. But we see the Foggy. Nice movement on the Weeping Clown. He knew better than that, and now forcing to change targets to CC. Also, the Sesame is in this immediate vicinity, so he has to be very careful the way he's going to be kiting this one out. But no, he's leagues away from his coffin, so this is actually a good chase that he could actually take.
Absolutely, and getting that Foggy directly onto Embalmer, and Embalmer does not have 3 though. He doesn't have borrowed time. He has 9, 12, same as what mines I brought the other game. But we're looking at this at a different specs, and the hit did not register. Successfully entering this pelleted area using that boost once again. but I think
Whoa.
he will be down now.
Yeah, tried to double back there, but now Embalmer could just easily go for the coffin if he gets shared. He doesn't want to go for it just yet. So I think, yeah, he just needs to buy some time for Cyphers to move accordingly. Mercenary is here, so I'm not sure. Yeah, he's running away. He doesn't want to even attempt to rescue. So Teleport is viable for him to use, and now he's going to go for it just so he can have an easier chase of this Embalmer. Now he's back at Hotel. So he's waiting for the Embalmer to get back into his immediate vicinity so he can down him right away. He's almost at full presence. Now dropping it, able to... Oh, no, he's not able to get that Foggy Blade. So Embalmer now using the Hotel to his advantage here, just kiting. The kiting continues.
Yep, the kiting continues, and we're seeing the Entomologist Beast being parked there, harassing the Hunter quite a bit, trying to force him out of his invisibility. And Embalmer still has a flywheel to work with. He has Forgy now, so will he be...
Oh.
Yeah, it seems to be registering that basic hit still regardless. And still has a flywheel. So they might potentially go for this rescue. We're seeing Cyphers are progressing really healthily. The last two Cyphers are being worked on.
Yeah, so as CC said, save one critical. Mercenary is already rotating to go for this rescue. Yue knows that someone is working on a Cypher near that fountain area. So now Sesame has to be able to get this accordingly. Nice dodge of the Foggy Blade, forcing the attack recovery to happen. Now the rescue happens, and Tide will be a factor here. So let's see if he can kite out this the last Cypher to pop.
Yeah, and I don't quite agree with Mercenary just running away. I mean, the Cyphers are looking pretty good. He can potentially follow Embalmer and block the fire exit. Why did he not do that?
Yeah, or at least like kind of force attack recovery at that point, right? But now he's downed already. I don't know. It seems like we do see that the rocket is able to get him. So now the support able to flywheel away. And now it seems like the Weeping Clown is going to try to body block. Embalmer falls down. The force heal going to happen. We're at 60%. It's not going to be enough. Does he have he does not have enough for the rocket to hit. So that was quite the play, Chocho.
Yep, that rocket definitely took us all by surprise. And it worked out perfectly. I mean, we rarely see a very successful Whipping Clown rocket stunts, but there you go, ladies and gentlemen. It is right there, and perfectly played by 933. Definitely an asset to the team as well. And yeah, he's just trying to bait 933 to get to the Cypher. He is full health though, and I don't think he will be down anytime soon. All of them do have 3, so it shouldn't be an issue.
That was so close.
That was close, bro. That was close.
I think at this point they need to either heal up or go for another Cypher, because this one, he has this one on lock. Like, he's just rotating around this area. And I would say that they don't want to push the issue here because, yeah, they're very divided. They cannot go for heals anymore, and they're very spread out. So yeah, that's what Sesame's doing. He's opening a Cypher behind the hotel area. 933 does not have any more items to use, but wait, he's able to get an elbow pad, so he could possibly use that, eating a hit there. He's gonna vault that breakable window, and now teleport is ready for Yeye to use.
Yep. And Yeye, like, you know, just a reminder, he needs a 4 kill to bring this to a BO3. So looking at stats wise, all of them are half health, 83%. They're working on the 6 Cypher. 4 kill potential, I would say is definitely there. It's just really low, and he's just gonna kind of tunnel down 933 for...
Whoa.
Oh, an elbow pad missing that Foggy Blade. What did we just see? That was flying.
Oh my god, I went bullet time. I was so scared. I was like, oh my god, everything's in slow-mo. So now I believe they're healing up, because Cyphers are not moving. Yeah, lower left side of the screen shows that they are healing up, gathering resources here. Weeping Clown has fallen down. So now I think Mercenary will be going for this rescue, while Entomologist will be priming that last Cypher. At least the Mercenary does have 2 elbow pads to use. Unfortunately, he's not going to be dropping any items for this Weeping Clown to use. So they have to time this one well. Yeye knows that someone's going to go for this this last Cypher, but Sesame getting caught out in the open here. Has to avoid the Foggy Blade. Great job juking away from that, and uses an elbow pad to close out the distance. He can go for a clean rescue because Cypher is already primed, Chocho.
Absolutely. And right now just trying to take the time. However, Weeping Clown does not have any items, only has a flywheel. If he can potentially go for Oh, but the Foggy Blade. So he can potentially instant down this Whipping Clown. Unfortunately, no. The rotation with Whipping Clown is very excellent. We're seeing him.
Whoa, charged up hit. He was forcing the mind game behind the pallet, and now teleport is ready. So he's gonna teleport straight towards the gate here, and now they're forcing everyone to scramble. This is actually still not over yet, Chocho. So again, they just need one person to escape for them to be able to move on. So this is gonna be a little tough to call here.
Yeah, and just trying to chase Sesame. Sesame doesn't have any items to use already, so getting that Foggy Blade successfully, unable to get that hit over that window. So you're still trying to chase Mercenary, but I think he kind of knows that it might be a game over already, considering that he's still chasing Mercenary. He doesn't have teleport anymore, and Whipping Clown and Entomologist is still in the map.
Yeah, so now he's gonna try to gonna get the Foggy Blade for the speed boost. But yeah, the gate is already having so much success already. It's about to be 100%. Doing an excellent job, I would have to say, bring out the Ripper. But unfortunately, unable to get the requirements, which is a 5-point game, but still able to get a tie with a Ripper in round number 2 with potentially all the counters to him and all the survivors still readily available is still a pretty awesome feat. So again, shout outs to QNY for bringing out the amazing variety of characters and hunters.
Yeah, I think like I mentioned already, NAEU, they always come in with very surprising hunter picks, survivor picks, and I love it always to see new characters being brought into the meta. And looking at this, winner CH4, congratulations to Methane, Ling, Xia, Sesame 933, and CC for doing such a great job, I would say. And amazing stuff that just happened in the last match, and I was thinking about something.
Okay.
Which is why Mercenary didn't decide to kind of body blow at the fire exit. They were planning to kind of exchange places with Whipping Clown for Mercenary to decode the cipher of Whipping Clown to come for the support. Unfortunately, I think Whipping Clown came a little too late, and things did not work out, and we are back to
I
us.
think that the Whipping Clown tried to do, he was able to get the rocket onto the save, right? I think it was more of just he couldn't body block to save enough accordingly. So yeah, again, in the heat of the moment, there are certain plays that, we don't know at the time, but looking back at it, it's like, oh, they were trying to go for that. So at the end of the day, CH4 is still able to get the victory. So it kind of worked out in their favor. Early night in the office, another 2-0 in favor of CH4. But big shout outs to Q and Y for making it this far in the tournament and showing us the excellent variety that they have. Bring out a Mind's Eye, a Ripper, a Violinist. You rarely see those characters coming to the mix, especially in competitive Identity 5.
Absolutely, and them reaching all the way to top 8 in IVT, I think that's a feat already, and definitely a team to be feared for sure. And just looking at the stats itself, Whipping Clown 141.8 seconds. I don't know from where, but very amazing stuff. And Yoya actually did a great job as a Ripper, I would say. He brought insolence and detention, but really unfortunately, the survivor team of CH4 is just really strong. They came in BO1 with 3 escape, now a tie. And also, I think I just want to give a kind of like a shout out to Sesame as well. Sesame playing the Mercenary just now. He did amazing rescues, dodging all the Foggy Blades, going for the rescue, no double downs at all. So good job to Sesame, and also for 933 Whipping Clown for giving us such a play of that Whipping Clown stun that we saw just now.
Yeah, I mean, you can actually look at those survivors also and kind of say that, yeah, that could potentially be an MVP moment. But I mean, Ling had an amazing performance on that, on both the Axe Boy and the Night Watch. But yeah, I would agree. If I would highlight some moments, it would be those Foggy Blades that just miss. Like when the drop down was supposed to happen, and then like, oh, it's still in a straight line, and able to get through. Inside the hotel area as well, when the Mercenary was hit, and then he tried to hit him through the window, but unable to get it. Pretty intense moments all throughout. So again, an excellent performance on the side of both Survivor and Hunter. And now the MVP going to none other than Ling, folks.
Yep, Just, you know, 4 eliminations out of 4 survivors. That's just 100 marks over 100 marks already. Remaining ciphers of 2.5 in those 2 matches, alright? So that was the average of it. We saw BO1 was 1 cipher left, BO2 was 4 ciphers remaining. So amazing stuff from Link. Definitely a hunter to be feared. And just the survivor team itself also, I think. Link is amazing hunter, okay? He always does his very best all the way until the very end. And for the survivor side, definitely not a weak team to look down on as well. 3 escape followed by a tie situation, and considering how this meta might not be leaning much towards survivor in BO2, 3 and over time, I think they have done a great job, and excited to see how they're gonna play tomorrow against possibly TKG or B4U. They'll be going against Ravens. So
yeah, they're going up against Ravens, so I'm super excited to see that match. Like you mentioned, that is actually our next match for the day. But again, big shout outs to both QNY and CH4 for giving us an amazing performance. Again, big shout outs to all the captains that I talked to. But right now, we got to take a short break because the main event is coming up, so don't go anywhere. More of IVT when we come back.
There is no rebirth without pain. The whispers by my ear, the scars from the pain. I was once lost in superficial applause before I crossed path with that touch of red. When the throat is slit, everything I wished for comes true. A mark forever sealed between my eyebrows. On the night the jailbird lost its voice, we chose to go our separate ways. Yet, I returned once more. Tears ignited a glow in my eyes. Ashes were once flames.
Compass, compass, show me the way. Guide me to your master, no delay. Hold on, my friends. I shall save you at all costs. You there! Stop your evil experiment! The brave warriors will soon bring judgment. Warriors! Friends! The final battle is now in sight. No lies will ever deceive us after tonight!
trailing behind the golden candlelight. The avaricious people lay eyes upon the royal coffin. Every inch of this beauty is forged with glory and power. The usurper who embraces glory will one day kneel before glory itself, and both his head and ambition will be crushed. Greed is immolated in flames, and the withered bones devour flesh and blood. Why believe in glory when glory is born of me? And I will be crowned once again.
Young bamboo shoots could brave the bitter cold of winter, graceful and serene in the face of adversity.
Father, you taught us that the Shao family must act like bamboo in the winter, unruffled and composed. But what if the powerful seek our downfall? What good is our composure if evil goes unpunished? Forgive me, I must defy our mantra. What?
Race to the family!
Was I the one who brought this misfortune?
Chi.
No, I mustn't hide. For the Shao family, for vindication, and for her safe return. I knew this was a life of hardship, a life of uncertainty and diligence. My only option is to press onward and tread the unknown. The Shao family must act like bamboo in the winter. Unflinching and steadfast in the face of adversity.
With steam dense as a veil, and wine sweet as honey, one can't help but relax at the hot spring. Return to basics. Surrender restraints. Relinquish thyself. Like the eagle, plummeting straight down, lusting for lambs, hating all lamb souls. Bathed in the spring, we drink. We worship. We indulge.
Dark and stormy clouds ahead now. Rivers turn into open seas as I roll down, battling in darkness, but somehow I end up on the path of ancient stories, so clear in my memory. Tales of never-ending magic and mystery. At home, the candles burning, flickering around the truth that I am seeking. Monsters, they roll. Blood-stained white snow. If only I knew what they know. Dread the unknown. How do I go where the wind won't blow? On my way down, down the side of what is evil in disguises, living eternally only leads to tragedy. Let my melody be the light and shadow, however long this goes. I've come too far to know my way back home.
Place at its finest. In July they came, and met in August. For flowers they were named.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's main event time here at the IVT Top 8. Potch Spice and Chocho at your service for this next match. It's basically a rematch of IVT last year's finals. We got TKG in one corner. We got B4U in the other corner. Chocho, how are you feeling about this match that's about to take place?
I think it might possibly be, like you mentioned, the most exciting one of today's. We have 4 matchups in total, and just very nicely, sitting at the last matchup of today, we have TKG before you. Very strong teams, and we have a household team before you. So we've seen how before you performed as well in many other tournaments, whether it be COA or mini tournaments of NAEU, and they never fail to impress us with their performance. And you know, IVT 2021 champion, they might potentially claim their trophy back, so who knows.
Defending champs, right? That's it's an incredible story because it was before you to kind of contest for that, and now I think this is, yeah, they want to get back on top. Again, they just came from KOA, right? And they had an excellent performance. They were able to showcase what they got there. And now coming into this new meta, we're going to see the evolution, the constant evolution of all these teams. Not to mention TKG having previously Fusion. They have some different survivor lineups, so I wonder what they're going to be bringing to the table. But the known names are still there. But we got a new Hunter and Loki. You got the survivors Green, Bossy, Polars, and Momo. Household names. They've faced before you in the past, and I'm pretty sure they want to duplicate that same type of performance they had last year in IVT.
Yeah, and then now adding Loki into the mix. Loki, a very strong hunter, I would say. If I'm correct, and also my studies were right, it's the same name, Loki. Loki seems to be from CPDD from the COE 6 NAEU qualifiers, went up against OM, played in BO2, BO3, and also BO3 over time, and got all 4 kills consistently. So on average, he was a 4-kill hunter, and played many other characters such as Breaking Will, Sculptor, as well as Clerk. And I think he is a really strong hunter. I mean, coming up not in BO1 but in the matches after, and he can still come out so strong against OM, the team that has actually made it into COA 6 global stage. So
Right.
I think he's gonna kind of make a blast and a great start with TKG as his team.
Yeah, and you know what? One of the biggest strengths is of TKG is they said that they never give up when the situation is dire. But for now, this is their Goliath that they have to be able to triumph against. B4U, you know their names: Sprinter, Schmitty, Paul Blems, Myleg, and Roland. They've been together for the longest time, and we were talking about how team synergy gets better over time. And you have to admit, B4U, they've seen the bright lights of KOA. They've also seen other tournaments of NAEU, and they have been the bar that everyone has been kind of compared to when it comes to competitive Identity 5 for NAEU. So that mantle is always up for grabs, and B4U is always trying to look for ways to improve themselves, but they look within. Sprinter is acknowledged as one of the best hunters out there. Even people in the China server like really love his style, and they they find his calm demeanor very menacing too.
Yeah, and just looking at the character pools and player stats that we have, Loki has been mentioned, so we'll talk a bit about Sprinter. Sprinter, a very well-known hunter as well, very strong. Dream Witch, Wax Artist, and Clerk. But on the screen, we're seeing a Night Watch 84.6% win rate, very high. So, and now looking at our duo forward play mains over here, Schmitty with forward. Interestingly, never seen him play forward though, but Antiquarian and Acrobat are the characters that he usually plays.
Yeah, I mean, Schmitty did try forward for a bit when forward stun was the meta, or rescues. You know, Schmitty always does that. But Green, usually the Merc and the forward, he brought that out last year. Now we're going to move things over to Bossy. Bossy brought out the Gravekeeper and Merc last year in their grand finals. We know Paul Blem, amazing kiter, really loves the Perfumer. He is highlighted here as the little girl, but he also has a barmaid. He also has dancer. He's basically the ace, or the kiter of the team of B4U. So I can't wait to see like a head-to-head matchup with Bossy and Paul Blems, because yeah, Bossy also has fair share of moments as well.
Yeah, and now moving on to Polars as well as Mylig. Polars mainly plays the rescuer for the team Mercenary, but he also plays really well Acrobat when he was in the previous team. I think it was DN. So that was in CO6 NAEU qualifiers. So he played really well. And right now, Mylig, very known for his mind's eye, but he also plays the barmaid, entomologist, as well as mechanic, mainly supporter / decoder roles.
Yeah, he's the slippery one in the team. He's the one that kind of moves past the action and moves away from the fray to just get the decoding done, just get some support done. Usually relies on like Schmitty or Paul Blems to kind of contain the hunter for as long as they can. So yeah, will rely on my leg for the team to stand on. Haha, the pun on the leg. So we're gonna go back to the survivors of TKG's Momo. Momo has Ento, Batter, Seer, has also brought out Psychologist in the past. So I'm excited to see how Momo will be kind of coming into the mix and kind of having a rematch or improving on the performance he had last year.
Yeah, and just to add on, Momo, I would say is one of the more consistent NAEU players. And yeah, performance-wise, skills-wise, game sense, he's got it all. And moving on from there, Roland, mainly the rescuer for his team, Mercenary, Gravekeeper. First off, he plays, he is in charge of the rescuing in his team, and we're seeing a patient there, so maybe a little bit of role switch that could be possible.
Yeah, but rely on Roland for the rescues, folks, because he's usually the one to get the clutch rescues or to get the last minute rescues ongoing. So we did build this up to be the main event. So I'm super excited to see how this one is going to shake out. I believe the winner of this is going to be facing YHB. So yeah, so Yummy Hash Browns are watching and waiting for this game to happen, because in the teams I've interviewed, it is B4U that has come up as their biggest competition, and rightfully so, because they have been representing the NAEU region for the longest time. Now we're gonna go with TKG's pick, and it is Arms Factory, Chocho.
Yeah, Arms Factory. So I think we might possibly see Sprinza just coming off with the Dream Witch, I'm not too sure why they decided to pick TKG's pick Arms Factory when they know Sprinzer is a Dream Witch main, very strong
Right.
Dream Witch main, and Arms Factory is very ideal for Dream Witch. But what I'm excited is, if Sprinzer is to pick Dream Witch, is he gonna go for the very normal detention trump card build, or is he gonna go for the insolence detention build like we've seen coming out from Dongxuan in IVL?
Yeah, and considering Arms Factory, right, there's been rise in bringing peepers here just to control Cypher rushing, but leave it to Sprinter, right, to try out different things. And if he goes with the tried and tested, that's still all good. He has a really good track record and performance wise in when it comes to B4U. He's one of the pillars that kind of secures the points and is one of the feared hunters, not just in this region, but all throughout. So, yeah, it's a curious case of why TKG picked Arms Factory and kind of empowering. Maybe they have something in store for the Dream Witch, because maybe they want to bring it to familiar territory, tie it up, and then possibly bring it to unfamiliar territory with Loki getting the points for this matchup. So only time will tell as we head towards the picks and bans.
Absolutely, and just now you were speaking about synergy and before you. I think, yeah, it takes time to kind of build things up, and TKG, bringing in Polas and Bossy back into the team is gonna take some time to kind of get used to each other, team com-wise, and also cooperating with each other. It's gonna take a lot more time and effort compared to before you, since before you has been having survivors that is never changing. So. And also, before you always having this clean 2-0 sweep against both teams they battle in NAEU qualifiers. It really shows how strong the Hunter and Survivor sides of before you is.
So right off the bat, wow, Antiquarian and Mercenary. So not leaving any room for the table here. These will be banned incoming for round number 2, but they want to use it right away, which... Again, this is a hard counter for that Dream Witch, just so you can stun the patroller, you can stun the followers. So Sprinter has to be very careful. Now we see the ban off to the Professor, just because of the scales that can be used. So interesting start. How do you feel about first round pick Antiquarian and Merc?
Yeah, it's a very strong team com already, just with this two. I'm just kind of choosing a stable rescuer. And also a very stable harasser. Blast Kiter is a harasser plus Kiter kind of team comp, so it's very good. And now we're looking at the Barmaid, so it seems to be they're kind of gearing up to a Dream Witch. And very strangely, Sprinter kind of banned the Professor. Not something that we usually see every day. So maybe if he decides to let it out, maybe in the later rounds, we might see possibly why Professor in TKG is feared so much.
Yeah, maybe. I'm trying to remember also. I did see some Professor bans in the previous matches, but yeah, this is Sprinter we're talking about, so he has a certain logic to this. So banning out the Acrobat, allowing the Patient to come through. It's still, I would say, a tough matchup if he's going to bring out the Dream Witch. So if he brings out another Hunter, Chocho, what do you think could come in the way for Sprinter? Night Watch, Bonbon, what do you think?
Night Watch wise, I don't think he will pick it here. This map is okay, but it's not the best. Maybe when it comes to Richer, she can possibly pick it. At this point in time, Dream Witch seems like the most ideal choice, unless he wants to go for like Clerk. Clerk is fine as well. So we'll see how Sprinter thinks about this team comp. And yeah, wow, Bossy will be taking the Mercenary instead of Polas. Polas will be taking the Patient. I was thinking like, who will be taking what character? I thought Polas is gonna take the Mercenary, Momo was gonna take the Patient since it's so known for it. Antiquarian will be green and Barmaid will be Bossy, considering the kind of characters they have picked before. But they just
it's like a musical chairs, yeah.
Yeah. So interesting. Maybe they have a specific gameplay that we might be seeing. I'm excited to see. I mean, TKG, they're always full of tricks.
Yeah, so Sprinter going with a Naiad. This is actually a good... I mean, they really went hard on countering the Dream Witch. That a Naiad coming into the mix is still pretty good. I would say very stable, right? Naiad has 4K potential, but you have to play her correctly. She can get harassed by the Antiquarian, but she's still prone to, drowning you with the puddles. And, the transitions can be on point with the Patient. However, you could just harpoon and then just make sure that you're able to circle around the area. And considering this is one of the smallest maps, it's actually a good pick, him going for the Naiad instead of going with the Trident-tested Dream Witch, because it's such a big counter. But how did you feel about the pick of the Naiad, Chocho?
I think it might work well for Sprinza, but it's hard. Okay, Antiquarian, once you kind of pull back your Trident, Antiquarian just need to run to the Thunder Space or get out of the water pool first for the Hunter to come to you. You disarm him, there's nothing he can do. Barmaid, once you get one hit, you can drink your Dolphin, and if the Hunter do give the chance, you can actually drink another time for the Dolphin to be produced once again. Patient can hook out of the water pool area, so it seems to be they are completely prepared for this Naiad, and if it's so, they'll probably all be bringing Flywheel into this matchup.
Yeah, and if you think about that same strategy, it does work well also with Dream Witch. So them having this lineup definitely had their grounds covered. So Sprinter bring out the Naiad. I would say it's better than the Dream Witch, but yeah, it still has those glaring issues like you mentioned with the stuns of the Antiquarian, and also he has to play around the hooks of the Patient. So it's still a tough matchup, but you have the Sprinter factor. He is known for actually making dire situations count, and does set the pace. Hopefully he'll be able to set the pace for his team. If not, at least a tie would be good enough, because this is TKG's map selection. So maybe picking the Naiad was him going on the defense here, because he might not be as confident in getting a tie or even more with the Dream Witch in this match.
Yeah, I think TKG was really smart to kind of pick this team comp to entirely counter Sprinz's picks, like you've mentioned. You know, it's amazing how they can actually do it, and maybe it's time for Sprinza to kind of think of playing another Hunter that don't get easily countered like this, and such that he could pick it and still be able to play it very well as well. So looking into the matches, Porch Spice as well as Chocho bring you the live commentary of Before You versus TKG, BO1 first half.
Seems like the Barmaid had the heartbeat going on, so now he's just looking down just for the Hunt to register, so he'll be able to close the distance faster. Green's gonna take this first kite. If it's the Barmaid, like you said, he can get that heal off, and it's gonna actually push Sprinter to actually go double time to down this Barmaid. Barmaid knows that the Naiad is circling around, has the Trident already set, but we talked about it with Nell, right? The Tridents are so tricky that sometimes you don't even know you're being watered off already, and that's what Sprinter is trying to hope for, forcing the Barmaid to actually get out of this area. Water is building up, so it seems like, yeah, Green has to move accordingly away from this, I would say, no man's land area outside the shack.
Yeah, and just comfortably kiting at the shack area. Nearing him, I think, is Bossy, the rescuer, so it should be fine even if he downs here. Drinking his Dolphin, and yeah, it's really strange. I mean, considering that you're already inside the water pool, you wouldn't want to waste it. And Sprinter decides not to blink to get the hit
not yet.
onto
He
Barmaid.
might have to expend it already before this Barmaid actually uses or finishes that Dublin. Is he going to go for it yet? Goes for the blink and Terror Shock as well, Jojo, right before the Dublin had its effect.
Yeah, amazingly done onto Sprinter's side. I think he was kind of being wary of the Antiquarian as well. I mean, we saw that she was kind of running around Antiquarian. I think if he kind of blinked there, he's kind of like open to harassment by the Antiquarian. So a bit of the discipline by Sprinter kind of did work out for him.
Yeah, so beautiful stuff on a Sprinter's side. And now, you know, 3 ciphers are going to pop. He's already has this area on lockdown. So let's see if he's able to continue this camp and try and push for at least more than a tie, because it seems like it's going that way. They have not opened up their last cipher just yet, and Sprinter with a constant puddling of this area just for him to be able to, for anyone to come in, to be wary that they will be put on a timer, which is that they will be drowning if they stay too long. It seems like they're just feeding that tinnitus. I don't know if they're going to be making any moves now, because it's too far gone and no one's making their way to get this rescue ongoing. So Sprinter has his first survivor down and out.
Yeah, and going for the Antiquarian Momo, which is at the shack area, can totally go for this. They do know now that the dungeon is at shack. Momo, definitely one of the strongest kiters. He knows how to actually get counter Sprinz's Naiad, and considering that he doesn't have a blink, it should be an easy kite for Momo. Mercenary should be Mercenary is decoding a new cipher, surprisingly, just allowing this entire area for Antiquarian to use.
Yep, and now pulling back the Trident out in the open, unable to use the bamboo stick. Momo now using the speed boost just to create that distance and move on away. Now we're at full presence Naiad. He's gonna make these areas much bigger, and also he's gonna try to dash straight through, so he'll be trying to drown this Antiquarian. Oh, he's gonna try to go for it again. The flywheel, unable to time it properly, and now he's gonna go for the regular hit. Antiquarian is down. Last cipher remains at 50%, Chocho.
And yeah, Mercenary is kind of being pressured. We're seeing at the bottom left, Patient is running towards the Shack Cipher. So Shack Cipher is only at 30%. So if Mercenary wants to get this rescue down stably, he can actually wait for the after half rescue.
It's a little unfortunate that the 50% cipher is the one that's here. I think that's why Bossy was able to move on away. He was trying to push that cipher, but unfortunately unable to happen. Now Mercenary is going to try to go for this rescue, but he can't take too long. He's already hit. A double down could potentially happen if he doesn't get away from the water. And now Sprinter has to focus his attention onto this Antiquarian while the cipher moves accordingly. Antiquarian gets popped, doesn't even need to go for the regular hit. And this Mercenary is going dissipating in terms of the humidity, so Antiquarian will be falling down again. Luckily, the Tide Turner buys enough time for him to be able to move on away and buy enough time for that cipher to be primed.
Yeah, and we're seeing that the cipher will be primed now. Polas will be the one priming the cipher. Mercenary will be coming for this rescue once again. You need to kind of conserve this elbow pad for the end game. So he will just run to the chair and get this basic rescue. Antiquarian still has stick to use, so there is still chance in this, but Hunter do have blink and no trump card. So let's see how he's gonna play this out.
Oh my, Mercenary has to be careful. He's already popped. So now he's just gonna keep on using the area of effect. They're just gonna go for the pop, and now this Antiquarian has to use the stick accordingly. Trying to just get the speed boost from that last minute pop. Gets the surprise hit, and now Sprinter is disarmed. He's gonna have to go for another Trident, or it breaks the pallet itself. Blink is still available, but now he's gonna try to water down this Antiquarian.
Oh, he shouldn't take too long though, because Flywheel will be ready soon. There is no more stick to use, and Hunter do have blink, so this is just between Momo and Hunter right now. Flywheel failed, and the hit registers. Very well done on Sprinter's side. Still able to get the tie, and I think that's what TKG survivors were aiming for as well, since they did not rescue the barmaid at the 3 pallet area.
Yeah, I think once the barmaid kind of fell in a tough spot in the map, they kind of were decided to just go for that tie. Again, the tie situation is pretty good. This could be the BO3 we're looking for. If they keep tying at this rate, it might go to that overtime. I don't know. I might be thinking a little too ahead of myself, but it could potentially happen with how neck and neck these two teams are. But considering how that went, I think the way Sprinter played that, he was playing it very conservatively. He knew that he didn't want to risk it with that Dream Witch, because Dream Witch unfortunately has fallen in terms of her ranking in terms of consistency. But the Naiad, you can play it very conservatively. Even if the survivors go for a tie strategy, you can still rely on that endgame detention. And I think that's what Sprinter did. So kudos to both sides.
Yeah, and just amazing stuff we're seeing from TKG as well before you. Yeah, like you mentioned, these two teams are very strong, very head-to-head in terms of skills, game sense. Everything's very on par to the standards we're expecting of them. So it might be much prolonged to BO3 for today, and right now we'll be having the second half really soon between TKG's Hunter versus Before You Survivor, and it'll be Loki most likely coming up for this. So
remind me again, Loki's Hunter pool. Who does he mainly use, or who did he use? Because in my notes I see Sculptor and Wax Artist, but I'm pretty sure he has more.
He has the Breaking Will and Clerk as well.
Clerk in this map. So we'll see if they've done their homework, or if they've seen that CPTD match. With that being said, we're going to look at the match stats here. Again, an evenly fought battle here. I think after the down of that barmaid, the team was able to kind of recuperate and just go for the conservative way of playing this one out. Momo did an amazing job kiting towards the end there. So beautiful stuff. And I thought they put themselves in a tough spot with that last cipher being at the center, but I think everyone kind of understood their assignment, that they were able to open up another cipher for that endgame pop to happen.
Absolutely, and I think from TKG's perspective, them not decoding Shaq or Mercenary not decoding Shaq right from the get-go instead, and just decoding the center, I think it was kind of like, I'm not too sure whether it was a miscommunication or it was actually a plan, because if Mercenary was to kind of decode that Cypher and Cypher was not Prime and he chairs Antiquarian at center, there's a possibility that Sprinzer might just turn his head around and just go straight for camping of the Cypher at Shaq, which would be deadly at that point in time for TKG. So decoding 2 Cyphers instead eventually did work out for them, and I think also they didn't decide to rescue Barmit also is because that Terror Shock plus Insolence that he had. One more rescue, I think it will be second skill Naiad, and I don't think they want to face that so early into the match. So that's why they decided to sell it and aim for the tie instead, which I think is a very stable and conservative play on TKG side.
Whenever I ask myself a question, was that planned and it works out? I'll be like, yeah, it's all part of the plan. The team knew this from the beginning. They knew.
Yeah.
It's big brain, 4D chess, if ever. Yeah, we knew that was gonna happen, of course, because it all worked out in the end, and I think that's the best laid out plans, the one that kind of just fall in your lap, planned or not planned. Still, for them to be able to get a tie against Sprinter and for them to deny the Dream Witch, because come round number 2, if it's a map that the trajectory of B4U is that round 2, or if they get round pick, they always go Red Church. So it's kind of funny that they banned Red Church. I think they want to be the ones to pick it. So if
I don't get it, you don't get it.
Yeah, exactly. That's how it's like, no, it's mine. You can't have this toy. I own it. I think if that is the map that's going to be played, they can easily just ban out the Naiad. And then it's going to be tough for Sprinter to ban out the Naiad, ban out the Dream Witch, and force out another Naiad match. So it'll kind of force Sprinter to kind of play out of his comfort zone or his wheelhouse. I cannot wait, though, to see if anybody has a Night Watch between Loki and Sprinter.
Loki might possibly have a Night Watch. I mean, this is the first tournament after Night Watch has been released on NAEU side officially, like official tournament. So Loki just might have a Night Watch that might throw us off guard. But like I said, in this map, it's not the, how would I say? It's
not the most optimal.
Yeah, but it's actually still fine considering there's a lot of open air areas in Arms Factory. So if he still decides to go for it, I don't see why not. Yeah, but he needs a tie, at least a tie. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
I mean,
was this?
Sorry, you go.
Was this TKG's map selection or was it before you?
It was TKG.
Ooh,
because
then
before you
that's
banned out Red Church, because no, you can't have it. If I can't pick it, you can't pick it. That's what before you saying about the Red Church. So yeah, they have a plan. Like you mentioned, right? You said that he has a clerk, he has a wax artist, he has a sculptor, potentially has a Night Watch, maybe wants to bring it to a Naiad, but I really feel like at this point if you pick this map, you might want to get the victory here, even if it's 3-1, just get the victory. So hopefully that's Loki's mentality coming into it, because next round it's going to be B4U that's going to be kind of setting the pace of it. So he doesn't want to, I'm pretty sure they don't want to be on the back foot coming into round number 2 in terms of points.
Yeah, and however, I mean, looking at the stats for B4U in COE 6 NAEU qualifiers, the average, I mean, they played 4 matches in total, so the average of the survivor escape is actually at 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 24, about 2.5 escapes. So it's really leaning more towards a tie and also a possible win for the survivor side. So Loki is in kind of like a danger situation. He needs to get himself out of it and get this win for TKG. If not, like you've mentioned before, he was going to get the map advantage in the second round and they might be in an unfavorable situation.
Yeah, considering the maths there, yeah, he needs to act accordingly. And I think this might have been the plan all along for TKG. Again, their team is composed of, when I spoke to Green, composed of like the best survivors and hunters in NAEU. He tries to make sure that they have a more balanced style that caters towards this meta of new picks and ban systems. So hopefully they're going to shine on through, because if you look at B4U, again, you know what? I just want to say and prefect this that they're also adapting to this new meta. But if you look at their tournament results as well, yeah, like their survivors 2.5 in terms of escaping, right? But it's Sprinter that gets the 4K, and he's really the one that gets the points. So now maybe before you has to switch things up, and their survivors have to be the one to go above and beyond the 2.5. While TKG, this is what they picked. So hopefully Loki has something prepared for B4U.
Yeah, and just waiting for the bans on the Hunter side. Loki banned the female dancer and Seer, so very strong characters in the Arms Factory map, and we'll see whether Before You decides to be conservative with their picks, so that they do have those good picks in the later rounds, or are they just gonna go head on with it like what FZ and TKG did, and which they picked the Antiquarian as well as Mercenary for the first two picks. So they gotta be careful in this. If they do manage to, Professor and Barmid, so things that can kind of, you can let loose it and not have it in BO2 and 3, so makes sense. Professor as well as Barmid. I think they're kind of gearing up towards possibly a clerk, or maybe a knight again.
Could as long as it's single hit hunter, right? Because I mean, you got the heal coming out, you got the scales coming out of the Professor. Interestingly enough, yeah, Professor coming out from B4U, not a character that they're usually known for, but we have seen them bring out the Barmaid in the past. So now bring out the Mercenary. This allows one more potential harasser to come out into the mix, or an acrobat. They already have a healer. They already have a support character. It just depends, because the Antiquarian has already been banned, and also the Prospector. I was actually going to think maybe he's going to bring out the Prospector. So that's one of the, I say, caveats of bringing out your, like, a harasser late on, is that the Hunter can just ban it before you can even consider it. So we might see the Prospector in the next round, but for now, he is going to be banned. So we just have to wait and see the last pick of the survivors on B4U side.
Yeah, actually, it's a very like you predicted, Posh, it's an acrobat, and I would say like the Hunter band's actually really smart. He knows what before he's gonna prioritize, which is a rescuer first, a stable rescuer. So they kind of like banned out all of the harassers, and the only harasser left in the survivor character selection is only Forward, but Forward is a slow decoder, and Mercenary has already been picked. It's not the old meta anymore where you pick like double rescuers and two kiters, and Cypher wouldn't be very fast. And talking about this meta also, Cypher decoding progress needs to be fast as possible. And looking at this team comp, we have Professor and Acrobat, Barmaid being like the kiters for the team, but Professor's skill will be kind of scattered around the map, so Barmaid and Acrobat can potentially pick it up to use it. So I think support is not too lacking in that sense, but the skills of the Professor can sometimes be at a very awkward position in the map.
Yeah, I totally agree. So I can't wait to see how this is going to come into the mix. And now, yeah, just immediately going for not the single hit hunter that we were expecting, but going with the Bonbon. So if B4U chooses to play it into a tie game, it can happen. But in a small map like this, Loki could choose to be a little more aggressive, because Bonbon's biggest glaring issue is that his mobility isn't the best, but he has really good chase in camp. So he just has to find the best possible survivor and try and sit on them and guard them for the longest time. So yeah, I don't know. It could be, we could really be seeing the best of three here, Chocho.
Yeah, and Loki picking a Bonbon, we've all known how Bonbon is great at Arms Factory, but then again, it's still a TIE Hunter, and considering this is TKG's map selection, they will want to get a map advantage. But moving on to spawn locations first, Loki is spawning at the back gate. Right in the center, we have the Professor, Acrobat above him, Mercenary below him, and Barmaid at the front gate. So might potentially go for this Professor chase. Acrobat maybe not too much, because he can rotate to front gate ruins area where there is a lot of windows and pellets that he can throw his balls at to gain distance from the Hunter.
Yeah, interestingly, yeah, Myleg going for the Professor. Usually he's like the decoder, right? But in this lineup, I guess they want to promote, or they want to prioritize support. So yeah, that's definitely the X factor because we have not seen a professor pick just yet. Loki on the Bonbon, I agree. You know what, playing a little defensively. But yeah, if you keep relying on this, you're gonna have to really gamble it all the way till BO3. So I guess they might be gambling it on that because on paper, Bonbon, like survivors can set the pace if they choose not to rescue, and they could easily try and go for a tie pace if they played correctly. So they need to. The survivors here need to have a great early game. So without further ado, Chocho and Posh Spice on the mic for the second half of the first match between TKG and B4U.
Yeah, and Loki seems to have spot out the Tinnitus, and Acrobat is at the shack area, so he's rotating backwards to the shack. Schmitty is seeing exactly what's happening and is not gonna get this reverse trick by Loki. And Loki is still trying to find Schmitty and thinks that he's behind pallet, but no, Schmitty has already rotated away.
Look at that.
Still
Schmitty,
doesn't see Schmitty. Oh, he did see the trade marks already.
Yeah, he saw the footprints and already putting down the slow bomb already, forcing him to rotate accordingly. So Schmitty running the routes here, and this is going to be a little tough because Blink is... Or is that Peeper? Oh, no, sorry, I think it's Teleport? I'm not sure. Oh, it's Blink. So now it's going to be online in about 5 seconds. So forcing him to break down the pallet. Schmitty still using this area. He's going to try to go for a back trick. Wow, great 180, but the Blink is going to set him up for a potential hit, and now Acrobat, one more bomb will be fallen down.
Yeah, and Cypher's actually looking pretty healthy. Schmitty is actually kiting towards problems, but towards the front gate ruins everywhere is a better cutting area for Acrobat for sure. But will he dodge this bomb? Seems to be entering this phase here. Bonbon can't use any of his skills because he has stepped on the red bomb. And Schmitty is still trying to kite for his life. Whoa. And Cyphers are looking like a free Cypher kite.
Uh-oh, Schmitty has to be very careful. He cannot afford to fall down here. He has to make this rotation happen. Note that he did not bring confined space, so Schmitty has to be careful. Has a firebomb to use. Can he get the jump onto him? Able to get it right at the nick of time.
Wow, amazing kite on Schmitty's side, and you know, definitely one of the strongest teams as well. So definitely, oh, but picking up the professor's skill. So, will he be able to make use of it? Only the basic hit registers will be able to kind of make this work. Bombs will not work good. Yeah.
Uh-oh, I think he's resided to try and go for it, unable to get it off in the time, but 3 Cypher kite onto Schmitty, so they can kind of go for this rescue since Roland still has scales and also has a Tide Turner to work with. So I have to say, excellent chase or excellent kite onto Schmitty's side. Roland is already in the area trying to pressure, while Paul Blems and Myleg are just focusing on decoding.
Yeah, and just situations-wise, this is looking better than TKG's match just now because this was 3 Cyphers completely done and then Acrobat was Chad. And right now, Roland is just trying to pressure the Hunter so that not much pressure will be on Myleg Cypher, which is a 3 pellet area. And, sorry, Myleg Cypher. And I think he's gonna go for this.
Full blood?
Yeah, full blood rescue. And hopefully pray that it will be enough for them with a Tide Turner.
Yeah, so now it seems like Loki gonna go for the full-on chase onto Roland, forcing his hand to go for the rescue. Now, I think he might actually sniff out that the Cypher is not primed just yet, but as I speak, it's slowly starting to become apparent that it's gonna be the last Cypher pop. Able to get the rescue, and now Schmitty does not have any bombs to use just yet. We don't see him equipped with anything. One Cypher is about to pop, the other one is at 80%. Blink is about to be ready for Loki to use, and Schmitty still running the routes here. Cypher is about to be primed, trying to go for a backlight trick, and he's going to spot out Roland on... Oh my god, he lost Schmitty.
And they will pop the Cypher immediately, knowing that the Hunter has detention now, and Blink will be up very soon. So we'll change to Teleport and go for it, or he's just gonna Blink Mercenary and get this 1 kill only. Roland does have a skill though, and it's just using his last elbow pad already, extending as much as possible, but Schmitty unable to open the gate because Acrobat.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, oh, he's trying, guys. He's trying. That 30-second debuff is real. Luckily, the Mercenary takes a while on that chair, so Loki's gonna have to walk all the way. He's already expended the blink, and he's switched to peepers, so I think Loki has resided just to go for the 1k. Again, it's not a 5-point game, 5-point differential, but the survivors, I mean, quite impressive how Schmitty was able to last that long with the Acrobat. Amazing kiting he did, and also Roland with the clutch rescue. Just beautiful stuff. And for them to be able to get a 3-person escape against a Bonbon is definitely a big feather in their cap. So beautiful performance by B4U.
Yeah, just Schmitty, just kiting wise is so amazing. And then honestly speaking, I didn't even see Roland pad to the chair and the rescue happening. Like suddenly, all of a sudden, it was a rescue, and I was like, wait, was it a backdoor rescue? And then when I look at the tide turner, it was Mercenary that got that rescue. I don't know how, but that speed of that rescue, you see how mature and how veteran that rescue was from Roland.
I'm looking at the replay now on because I have the it's that we have the
YouTube.
replay up on YouTube. So he was able to go for the pad. I'm watching it now. He get hit by the time bomb, and now he just he got the hit, and then he registered the rescue. That's crazy. Again, it's a scrambly situation, but I mean, them having the wherewithal, Schmitty just knowing where to go, just to lose sight of the Bonbon, for the Loki to kind of get frustrated, trying to go for the backlight trick to see if Schmitty was going to run that route, but he just remained cool, calm, and collected, forcing the pop to happen. But yeah, Loki, low-key though, I would say potential MVP would be Roland with that rescue. I mean, yes, Schmitty had an amazing kite, but rescuers out there. I know Mochi from with that Team Zeta. He wanted to get is it?
It was Mochi.
Mochi was Mochi. Yeah, he was like, I want to get MVP, right? So I think we gotta give rescuers their MVP reward. So I definitely feather in the cap off to Roland, but I mean Schmitty also. That was like a 2-minute kite, so just an amazing performance.
Yeah, and we'll see how long that kite is in a while's time with the stats being up on our screen. So, just talking about Bonbon itself, yeah, it's a terrible hunter and Arms Factory is favorable. But if we kind of recall the match between Wolves and GH, Alex picking a Bonbon at Arms Factory against GH. GH likewise also got a 3 escape, which shows how Arms Factory may or may not be the best map for Bonbon as much as it was before. And yeah, from the stats itself, we're seeing a 5-3 TKG with the 3 losing in their map selection. So
and you asked for it, 110-second kite onto Schmitty's side. Roland having 67 seconds because he was the only one that was kind of given in the mix, while you have the Paul Blems and My Leg just decoding. I mean, you saw like 5 seconds of the barmaid. You didn't see My Leg at all. Which, again, that just, I mean, we talked about it before, like My Leg, he's just the one that sneaks past the action and just decodes. Even though he doesn't play a decoder, he just knows not to get in the way of the kiting. So this is what we were talking about. This is the team synergy of B4U. They're just so good and so adaptable, going against adversity like that, and really capitalizing on the map and the survivor pick of that Bonbon. Like you said, Alex bringing out the Bonbon in Arms Factory didn't quite work out as well. So hopefully this is a learning experience from Loki coming into the next round. So I would say it was a really intense first half, and then the second half before he was able to get the victory here. So I would say TKG put in a kind of a tough spot in round number 2 because it's B4U that has the map selection now.
Yeah, and this is going to be a tough situation for TKG. I mean, they are coming in supposedly supposed to be really, really strong, but I'm hoping they're able to turn the tides around in BO2. Definitely there are fans for TKG, there's fans for B4U, but fans of TKG, don't be disheartened. There's definitely a way that TKG will come back, and they've always done that as well. So fingers crossed, hopefully things do work out in their favor. And right now we will just be waiting and see whether B4U is gonna what map TKG is gonna ban and what map B4U is gonna pick. So that will be kind of interesting. And
if TKG was listening, they'd probably ban Red Church and be like, ha, we know you ban Red Church. It's the reverse psychology. We're going to ban that map so you don't get to pick that map. Who knows? Maybe that's going to happen. But I do want to bring up some numbers from before, because in the previous games that we saw, the past 3, the first match was very one-sided. Here, this is the closest it's ever been. And it just really kind of living up to that main event status, because even if TKG ties round number 2, the point differential isn't that much. So there's still a potential catch-up in round number 3. It's not going to be the points are going to be as vast. The differential is not going to be as big. So I'm excited to see how they're going to play this one out, because a tie strategy can be good for them as well, because they can push for round number 3 and hopefully get a map that they want. So they can go defense, they can go offense. It's still very much a possibility they can push for that game number 3.
Yeah, I think one thing that kind of added to before you possibly winning that second half as well would be the professor's skills. Like, we don't see a lot of it from Schmidt's kite, but we did see it from Roland when because of the skill that he had, Bon didn't want to get that basic hit onto Mercenary, and that gave chance for Roland to go for that sneak rescue from the back afterwards. So, even though it was something small, but it definitely did add to why that 3 escape that before you had.
Yeah. I'd like to call it the no mind game. Like, oh, he's gonna use it, no he's not. It's like you kind of get phased. I mean, just the presence of the scales, right? Kind of like also the palette, like you get psyched out of your own that way. If you are a hunter, you're thinking that they're gonna drop the palette, but they're really not. So here I could see that happening. You kind of saw Loki being kind of gun shy with going for just full on aggression because of the presence of that scale. So that's definitely a good insight that you brought up, and maybe we'll see if that's going to be brought up again in the future in game number 2, because if it's going to be a tough if having the mere presence of the scales is going to kind of keep Loki at bay or keep him shy, you might want to ban the professor.
Yeah, but considering that before you survivors actually picked that for their first 2 picks, it's actually auto ban already in BO2.
Oh, you're right. Sorry.
Yeah. So if we want to see a professor, you might have to kind of rely on TKG survivors to pick it. I mean, we did see how Sprinzer actually banned the professor, so just maybe TKG does have this professor main that they do have, is just keeping it, concealing it for now. But I think enough concealing. This is the time to shine and to do your very best. We'll be hitting to BO2 really soon with before you having the map advantage, and TKG gotta get a comeback in this second match.
Trying to think also, I know before you also likes the Ever Sleeping Town if we're not gonna go Red Church, so they could bring that out, and then maybe Night Watch could come out, who knows, from both sides. I want it whenever a new hunter comes out, I want to make sure that I watch enough matches, or I've tried to use it enough to understand how it goes, because we were talking in the chat, in the prod chat, like, because they were asking, is Nightwatch OP? How would you rank him in his launch? Like, how OP is he, or how good is he, Chocho? Because I wouldn't say he's OP. Like, I still think, like, when Dream Witch was out, oh my goodness, like when in Koa 3 to Koa 4, she was just a menace, dominating. But how do you think about Nightwatch? How good is he?
I think good-wise, I think he is great, especially when it comes to survivors with low mobility, because the attracting wind force kind of pull the survivors and prevents them from rotating away, and in very long palleted areas, which is something that it's actually easier for Nightwatch to get that hit onto you. I think it's more of like being calm and collected and knowing that, okay, this is the time where I'm gonna get the hit, and just accepting fate so that you don't get your hate too screwed up, you know? Like, I remember my first time against a Night Watch, and that pulling can sometimes make you curse. like you know, you're trying to move and then you're like being forced backwards, and there's nothing you could do at that point in time. You have a flywheel, but sometimes, you know, the agitation and the inability to kind of keep calm can sometimes set in, which will be kind of negative for the match, especially when you're playing with a 4-man, you know.
Okay, I would definitely like to see how you fare with that. But I think where that comes from is the unfamiliarity, right? The frustration comes from, how come what's working isn't working? So that's why, and that's what you gotta love about Identity 5, right? I think when Naiad first came out, people were also trying to figure it out, trying to figure out the timing of the water puddles. Sculptor also, when she's cheering you, it's like you can't figure out the patterns of where the statues are going to hit you. I think over time, right? Because I think right now in competitive IVL, it's week 3. So we're still technically figuring things out. Nightwatch isn't as dominant. Like, yes, there have been, okay, interesting. Wait, we're gonna put a pause in talking about the Nightwatch stuff. Dreamer is coming on, and Loki is actually gonna get subbed out here, which again, he did pretty okay. All things granted, right? So I think now maybe it's the time for like him to kind of just rest for a bit, be put on ice, because Dreamer, a known hunter, and now B4U picking Chinatown, not the ever sleeping town, not the Red Church either. So it's gonna be a big map for them to work with.
Yeah, and Dreamer-wise, I think it's kind of like a surprise for us also because in the last official tournament for NAEU sites, the COA 6 NAEU qualifiers, it was throughout, it wasn't him that was playing for the team also. He didn't appear once at all. And finally, for the first time in forever, we are having Dreamer playing in BO2 as TKG's hunter, and from what we remember, he plays the Dreamer Sculptor as well as Poland, but in the back end during rank, he might be practicing Night Watch as well.
Ooh. Maybe when they saw that Chinatown's gonna be picked, this is a great time to use that Night Watch. I will say this though, the notes I have on him is Dreamer did get a 4K against B4U when he was in the previous IVT, and yeah, he was using that Breaking Wheel. So Breaking Wheel in Chinatown does work. It's just that if they predict that he's going to use that Breaking Wheel, they can draft accordingly and bring the right persona build. So I don't know how they're going to play this one out, because you did mention Dreamer has other characters to use and also has that lingering potential of that Night Watch.
Yeah, and I think switching hunters at that point in time is actually okay, because from what we see from Loki's side, he seems to be more of a conservative hunter. Playstyles wise, but for Dreamer, he's kind of known for his aggression when it comes to playing. So I think it's a great change, and considering that they're kind of behind in points now at this point in time, so changing the Dreamer is great. And we've seen, if he does have a Night Watch, we've seen how Bling got a crazy match just now, 4K, and I'm not gonna spoil too much, you guys should go watch it for sure. And I think Dreamer will be able to kind of make a very amazing comeback for Team TKG.
So I'm excited to see that. And considering if Dreamer is going to start off the first half, right? Depending on how this one is going to go, it's I'd say really important which half they're going to pick first. Is it going to be Survivor side or is it going to be Hunter side? Because there's just that pressure, right? Even though it's just a 2-point difference, rounds trump points. So if B4U just wins one half and just coasts on the second one, that's going to be an early night in the office for B4U as well. So a lot of pressure, I would say. I mean, Dreamer coming in is definitely I agree with that strategy. Just maybe bench Loki for the time being, but you have to imagine there's also that level of pressure on his side, especially coming to round 2 where it's kind of make or break for TKG.
Yeah, absolutely. And just waiting patiently for the teams to kind of get ready and also be calm and collected. I mean, when it comes to competitive, if definitely they are experienced for sure, but there's definitely this level of intensity and also nervousness that you might have in competitions. Definitely to calm your nerves. And also for Dreamer, it's been quite a bit of time since he last came back from official tournament. So hopefully things do work out. And also for TKG survivors, they are known for very amazing gameplays, tie and above situations, and I think it might be better for Dreamer to come first and for TKG to come in the second half, so that TKG has a goal to kind of reach for if things are not as favorable for Dreamer at the start. So with the goal in mind, they might be able to pick a team comp that is stronger and able to get more objectives done.
Okay, yeah, I get it. I agree. I think I would love to see Dreamer start things off, just so that we won't be living in a bunch of hypotheticals. And like you calculated, Chocho, Dreamer is going to be the one to take the first half of his team here. He will be hunting. No more Professor, no more Barmaid. So this allows more picks to come out. Yeah, you have to ban out the Seer and the Priestess. Toy Merchant could come into the mix. We still have Schmitty with his stunners. The Antiquarian is still available. Prospector. We also have Dancer of Paul Blems. And now just locking in the Psychologist for now, as well as the Antiquarian. So I think, coming off the bat, if you pick Antiquarian to start things off in your first 2, it's like you really want to choose violence. You want to end things right away, which B4U really wants, because they want to move on to top 4 already.
Yeah, and just Yeah, I mean, a toy merchant pick could actually be possible now unless Dreamer, he knows how strong a toy merchant can be at this map. But from our sets wise, I'm not too sure whether before you do have a toy merchant main in their team. They might even pick for a mechanic to kind of go towards a tie since that they're in a winning positions right now.
Okay, so now it seems like they are going to go for a first officer here since the mercenary was banned. Again, yeah, first officer has been rising in terms of priority when the mercenary is not available. This still allows for them to try and go for that decoder. I really want to see if Paul Blems is going to lock in the perfumer or the dancer, because dancer has been such a menace here in Chinatown. Unless it does get banned by Dreamer, which again, that's a good ban, unless they want to ban out, let's say, acrobat or patient. So knowing Paul Blems being so proficient with this dancer, he might have to not banning it, going for the toy merchant ban. So potentially we're not going to see that in the next rounds, because B4U I think wants to end this here and now. So this does allow them pick up dancer, to pick up patient, pick up other I would say support characters, since they're kind of good, or unless they want to go on like as Chocho mentioned, put a decoder up for grabs here just to add more pressure onto Dreamer's side. I'm really excited to see what Dreamer's going to be bringing as well, because we did mention that he does have Pollen, he also has a Dream Witch, he also has a Wax Artist. Dream Witch was banned, so they might be expecting either of the two. So Composer coming into the mix here, so now it's going to add that extra haste or that extra pressure onto the Hunter side, since they do have at least one decoder. So lucky for Dreamer, he does not have to worry about Dancer's boxes. He can try to go for the Composer to start things off, but that was My Leg, and My Leg is just so good at hiding things out. So once again, folks, an amazing lineup, I would have to say, drafted by B4U. Not going for the Dancer, but going for the Composer just to add that pressure onto the Hunter of TKG. So the question is, Chocho, what kind of Hunter would Dreamer be bringing to the table with this type of lineup?
He can totally go for a sculptor could be possible, but if he does have a Night Watch, I kind of want to see it, honestly. But he can, like you mentioned, a Pollen at Chinatown, it could be possible. Antiquarian, Psycho is chaseable. Antiquarian as well. So, this is gonna be a very fast decoding team comp. And there's enough support. There's a decoder, there's a support, there's a kiter, and there's a rescuer. This is very well balanced team con on B4U side.
Yeah, they drafted really well here. I was thinking the last pick would be a dancer, but I mean, Composer on My Leg, the way he's able to hide away from the action, it's going to be tough. So Dreamer going for the Naiad. So this is very interesting. Because Naiad, we did speak about it before, she's very stable, but if he wants to control the onset or be able to set the pace of this round, Naiad does bring a little bit of that, but they could just choose not to rescue. And in a big map like this, they don't necessarily have to be forced to do anything they don't want to. So B4U could still dictate how this match or the outcome of this match if they don't go for an early save.
Yeah, and Naiad against this team comp, I wouldn't say that it's a great match for Dreamer, honestly. I mean, he can't chase the first off, and because after he uses Watch, he's actually invisible. Psycho, you have to give her 3 hits if it's possible, especially when it's problems, it's kiting. She's gonna get off the water boy and get 3 basic hits out. Antiquarian, Disarmament, and then Composer, he can get that speed from his usage of the tools, and there is a 50 seconds cooldown from there onwards, which I think My Leg wise he can totally kite out, and we already see My Leg kite.
Yeah.
So maybe this time will be
okay.
it.
I think we're feeling the same sentiments when Sprinter picked Naiad, right? It's just like it's a very defensive move for them to be able to get that tie. So maybe that's what Dreamer's thinking, and hopefully the survivors will be able to kind of carry the ball from here on out. That I would say is the minimum that Dreamer has to do, because again, point differential isn't that much. They could just go for that tie game. They could play this one kind of passively. they just need to at least get a 3-point game in one of these halves. And this could be the half where they just want to tie things out. So it's still not out of the realm of possibility for him to go above and beyond the the tie game. But Naiad, as of late in this meta, has been known to just be the tie queen. We have not seen the BQ yet, but to take her place is Naiad.
Yeah, and yeah, while the players are getting ready and setting up their personas and everything, if the team for B4U is ready for this Naiad, which I think they are kind of prepared for, they might be having most of them flywheel, and the only person with Tag Hunter is Roland. And considering their conditions today, I think they will have amazing results in this half.
Oh, my leg actually. Okay. Running away from the Trident, so that's good. So Schmitty is actually going to be in the immediate vicinity. So is Dreamer going to try to commit towards chasing Antiquarian with a full stick? And it's Schmitty nonetheless. So it's going to be kind of a rematch or a redemption of the Hunters here. We're going to see Schmitty go for the disarm. And now this is going to take a while for Naiad to recover from. So I'm not sure if, going to keep going for the disarm, just allowing him to just transition away and forcing him to go on that harpoon. So hopefully Schmitty doesn't run into any of his teammates. He's moving on away from that pooled area, and he's going to go to these pallets.
Yeah, and unlike Sprinzer, he brought Detention and Trump Card. And mind you, he brought the trait Excitement. So that's something interesting. Maybe we might see it soon when Schmitty decides to disarm and he's gonna Excitement and get that hit. We'll see whether that will be happening.
Goes for it, eats the hit, and now they know that he has that Excitement. So Antiquarian has no more stick to use, by the way. So Schmitty is kind of stuck here and just kiting with raw kiting abilities. He's going to retract the harpoon. He's going to flywheel through the pallet and now able to go around this area just to provide a little more kiting. Drops the pallet on the opposite side, giving the terror shock to happen. And Dreamer has the Antiquarian down.
Yeah, and Cyphers are looking 2.5, so it's still not too bad. A very tiable situation for the Survivor side. And if things do work out, first off come for rescue, Psychologist heal, first off come for rescue once again, and I think Cyphers by then it will be around 4 to 4.5 Cyphers, and before you can very much tie the situation. And considering that Dreamer did not bring Insolence, he has quite a bit of potential during endgame where he can switch trump card and get this teleport and possibly get a 3 kill. Oh, I would hope so for him.
Yeah, that's the plan, right? So it seems like Roland is actually in this area, might go for a full blood rescue. He's feeding that tinnitus. So if Dreamer just extends a little bit, yeah, he's gonna spot out the first officer. So he has to be very careful. We've seen first officers get stuffed with the rescue because of how much area that Naiad is able to cover. So Roland has to be very careful in approaching the chair here. He's gonna try and get this rescue to happen. He goes for the rescue, able to make it happen, and now he's Schmitty is back on the chase.
Yeah, absolutely. And right now I think Schmitty is just gonna kite by himself. Roland is not gonna help him at all to prevent a possible double down situation. He's having a lot of humidity on his side. Schmitty is still trying to kite things out, but he doesn't have anything, no flywheel as well. I think it's a matter of time before it's down and forcing that blink out too. So he doesn't have any endgame potential anymore, considering that he has changed his trump card from Excitement to Blink.
So it's looking like a strong tie once Detention pops up, but now, yeah, 3 Cyphers are about to pop. Like, one's at 82, the other one's at 90, 95, one's at 99. I'm not sure if they're gonna save that last Cypher. Okay, pop one, one's still at 82, so they gotta pop this one accordingly. But Roland is gonna take this next chase. He does have a pocket watch to potentially kite it out, and he doesn't have anyone to rescue, so he can use this pocket watch just to prolong the chase. So first officer, luckily, doesn't have to use that pocket watch just yet. And Dreamer now has to look for another target.
Yeah, and I was thinking, considering that the Cyphers were progressing so quickly, would it have been slightly better if Roland came for the before half rescue, get the heal and come for the second rescue? I think that would have been enough for that all 5 Cyphers to be primed.
Could have been, right? I think it was more of a tough call because it was a lot of humidity in the area. So we'll just have to look back and see how that happened. But now Roland getting the attention of the Hunter. We do see that they are trying to push that Cypher near the fountain area. And it is already primed. My leg not popping it just yet. It's at 98. It is so close. And note that the blink was already used. So he has no teleport. He has no abnormal, just to prolong the end game here. So now Paul Blems goes for the pop, and now Detention is in the air, Chocho.
Yep, and Dreamer seems kind of confused to who he wants to choose, but it seems to be that it will be Miley. Miley has already used his tools to gain the distance just now from middle to hotel, so he can't use any of this. But he does have a broken windows to use, so we'll see whether he'll make use of it.
But he has to circle back in this area. The dungeon is between him and Dreamer, so he already used his speed boost and he's used his tool. He's gonna have to wait for 16 seconds, I believe, for him to be able to use it. And now they just escape. It's gonna be a potential tie if My Leg can try and go for the sprint towards that dungeon area, but now I think he might have to take the pop of the humidity, try to go for the dungeon, but it's not gonna happen. Dreamer now is so close to getting at least a tied game. My Leg is gonna try to sprint for it and go for the dungeon. Can he make it, Chocho?
I think he might potentially make
Hang
this.
on,
Does
the
he have a
pallet.
flywheel? No.
Oh, can he?
Will he cross? 3, 2.
Oh my goodness!
Oh my goodness! My Leg showing exactly how Composer should be played against an Ayat. That speed from Composer. It wasn't even from a pallet boost or a window. It was purely based off the tools he had, and he managed to pull through that 50 seconds throughout detention and go into the dungeon with that crawling. He didn't have crawling speed, I believe, and amazing stuff. Oh my goodness.
I think he actually used, I'm trying to look at the hit. He used the hit to push him further towards the area, towards the dungeon area. So again, just masterful plays by My Leg. Let him cook, guys. I was actually a non-believer. I'm like, oh no, he's actually being separated. But lo and behold, he used the speed boost just to get to the palleted area and use the tools of the Composer just to get that extra boost to get to that dungeon escape. Again, one of the highlights of Survivors these days definitely goes to My Leg. A excellent showing. And Dreamer, you know, he really tried playing that well. It looked like a tie potentially, but dang, that last man escape was just, it took my breath away, dude.
Yeah, and the blink also wasn't ready by then, so really unfortunate. But you know what? Never doubt Before You. I mean, I was thinking like there could be a better play, but you know what? A tie becoming a 3 escape, I think is well done on Before You's side. And Before You with this new logo, you know, wings, they're flying upwards and they're ready to soar. So Before You is just ready for this. They are very together in this, you know, the synergy, the teamwork, the communications, everything is flawlessly done. And I think it's just My Leg. You're good.
My Leg, you know, yeah, here I'm actually watching the replay now with how well he performed as we head towards the match stats. So yeah, he used the Composer's tool. Man, he gained so much distance, and then he you know, Nayad trying to go for the harpoon pull, and he's gonna use the hit to just move him a little further towards that dungeon and get the escape. The chat is going wild with how intense that final seconds were. Again, it was only Schmitty that did get eliminated. Dreamer coming in, trying to go for that tie. Unfortunately, it didn't work out for him. So now the Survivors have to get a 5-point game. Or they can go for a 3-person escape. That's still fine. They just have to tie this game to push for that game number 3. The point differential is happening, but the Survivors, they can't afford just a 2-person escape. They need to go for a 3-person escape for them to stay alive in this competition.
Yeah, and amazing stuff from Dreamer and also from Before You Survivor side. Definitely could see the aggression from Dreamer. I mean, he immediately changed from excitement to blink to get that down onto the Antiquarian to prevent a further kite from there onwards, and it worked out. But Composer though, is it the new meta now? I mean, it's showing how that distance established. It's so fast. It's so fast, and once the distance is just too large for Hunter to possibly catch up with that speed that they were going for. So Nayad, one of the fastest swimmers in the Hunter selection, you know, and still unable to catch up with Composer, unable to target him in that area. Like I mentioned, it wasn't a window boost nor a pellet boost. It was just his instruments that made it there. Wow.
Right. And considering you don't have to fully feed it, or it's him, guys. It's the Composer. He's right behind us right now. I do think that we saw glimpses of him in Core. Right? Here he is. See, guys? Hello.
Yeah, and it's Chinatown too, and Antiquarian is here too.
Oh, you're right. What the heck?
What is this though?
We're predicting the future with this background and mechanics. But Clerk is there too, so I don't know. It's
okay.
Yeah, so we got 2 for 2 correct. So who knows? But yeah, Composer meta, I'm all for it. I know that the meta as of late has the only decoder that has been making waves was the mechanic, right?
Yeah.
You don't really see that much prisoner, but I think now more than ever, aside from the Koa cases, that final few seconds is a case alone to why you should pick up Composer. Like the way he uses the tools, the way he's able to decode really fast. Yeah, he might be priority banned in the future coming into the future tournaments, not just in NAEU, but just the potential of Composer. We're just scratching the surface, and that's what you gotta love about how ever evolving this game is.
Yeah, and right from the get-go, we could see how Composer has actually quite a lot of kiting potential, but not to mention also his decoding though. One of the fastest out of all of them. We saw how the ciphers were progressing so fast. It was just behind the scenes for all the decoding. He was doing everything. It progressed so fast, and he didn't give a single chance to the hunter. He may use the water pool to kind of like, you know, try to gain distance, but of course Dreamer didn't give that chance to him for him to actually rotate away. I think for sure my leg did a great job this time around, even though he wasn't the person that was cutting at start. But looking at the win conditions we're seeing, before you, as long as they get a tie, they win. 2-0, a clean sweep. And for DKG, they need to get a 3 escape, if not 4 escape, to prolong this into a BO3 and possibly coming back from it.
Yeah, so odds are still not are still pretty much against TKG here. Like slowly but surely, you see how B4U is kind of making the point differential that much. And considering that Sprinter, in his as good as he is on his off days, he gets resided to a tie. TKG is definitely gonna have to show up and show out here in this next match. And considering they only have one ban, Dream Witch or Night Watch, I'm not sure, because you know what, this could be a good proving ground for him to bring out that Night Watch if he's gonna, you know what, just at least instill that fear for everyone to worry about Sprinter's Night Watch. And considering that he used Dream Witch, I don't know, I have to ask you, Chocho, mechanically speaking, Night Watch, not as demanding, I would have to say, but still, you know what, the cooldowns are there. How do you think Sprinter, who is known for a Dream Witch, would fare with the playstyle of a Night Watch?
It's kind of two different hunters already. It's kind of different. Reason being, it kind of requires a lot of practice and familiarity with Night Watch. Once he opens his first skill, he can switch his wind forms to either, you know, the two skills that he has will actually be swapped, you know, and you can actually back and forth changing the wind forms, and I think there's 0 cooldown if I remember correctly. So if he manages to actually make full use of both and use it on the right survivors and at the right terrains when he's chasing survivors, he will be an amazing Night Watch main. And that's how you actually play Night Watch also. It's not always using the attraction of the survivor to you that makes you a very good hunter. It's a ability to kind of use both to your advantage at the right situations. And I think Sprinter wise, considering his character pool, I think it's kind of his first time to deal with this kind of new hunters. I think Night Watch is the only hunter where you kind of switch a wind form or like use a button and then the skill completely swaps out. So can't really make a direct comparison like that. But his Dream Wish definitely to be feared upon. But if TKG knows that Sprinter has a Night Watch, I think it's better to ban it. We don't see not even a single escape today, I think, from Night Watch.
I think there was a 3-1 in
3-1?
Yeah, remember that's when you said that Night Watch was not good in Red Church. So there was a 1 kill, 1
Acrobat,
for
opening gate.
Yeah. Yeah, that's when he only got 1 kill. I think it was Python's Night Watch, I believe. Yeah, that's why I think that Night Watch isn't as, I mean, he's good in the right circumstances. And for me, I think with Sprinter, because Dream Witch demands a lot of multitasking, and for him to have the skill multitasking, I think it's more of mechanically he needs to get familiar with it. But for me, I think mindset wise, I mean, look, Dong Xuan uses Night Watch and he's really good with it, and Dong Xuan put Dream Witch on the map. So I think the discipline is there. It's more of just the familiarity with when to use certain skills. But mechanically speaking, I feel like if you can main Dream Witch, you can it'll just take some time for you to use Night Watch. It's more of your mindset's there. It's more of you're just being more familiar with it. So, and it's gonna be tough because now I realize the permanent bans are the Antiquarian and the Mercenary, Chocho. So, TKG guys, if you guys are in favor of them, you guys have to support them like crazy because this is potentially their last stand to stay alive in this competition.
Yeah, and I definitely do see the link now that you've mentioned it, and yeah, agreeing wholeheartedly with you. But moving on to this ban picks that we're seeing, just straight up, Toy Merchant and Acrobat. Toy Merchant is great at this map, no doubt. Acrobat-wise, the two double story areas, these two are very strong characters, and I think they are picking it now. This very useful characters at the start, mainly because they're actually at their ends already. They must need this 3 escape, if not 4 escape. So, getting that ban onto Dream, which I think Sprinza might, TGG might think that Sprinza might be going for this Wax Artist at Chinatown.
Possibly.
We've seen it. Yeah, we've seen it many times also. So, a first officer, since the Mercenary has already been auto-banned, last pick, there's still the Patient. So, will Bossy go for Patient? That could be possible.
Patient Dancer still available. If they want to go Composer, why not? If they want to add that extra thing, because they need to go for broke here. They need to be able to get a coordinator. Okay, so 2 rescuers.
Yeah, and there is this buff with coordinator also.
Oh right, yeah. Talk to us about it. Go for it.
Nearing the window and the pellets as well, there's a coordinator to get this speed boost. It's like almost the same as this Prospector. I think it's called AoE or something, right? Prospector, where you get near a cipher and you like get the speed boost for Prospector. It's same for Coordinator. If it's just near a pallet or a window, she does get that speed boost. And considering Chinatown, it has a lot of pallets, a lot of windows, so it's actually working great for Coordinator. And was there any other buffs that she had? Oh, also her decoding when someone's on the chair.
Yeah,
it's
that one.
faster now compared to last time. So it's still a debuff, but it's a buff from her debuff. Yeah,
it's something. It's something, guys. So interesting that they brought the Coordinator come out. So Cypher progress is not going to be as apparent with not having a dancer, a composer, or patient. Again, is also a good one, like you mentioned. So Sprinter, I would say this though, that before you, I don't think they want to try things. I remember in their previous tournament in IVT, they didn't want to try out Clerk just yet. So yeah, going with a Naiad, I think they want to play this one safe because I think they're more safe. They don't want to try things out just yet. And Sprinter with the Naiad, hopefully we'll see the same type of performance. If not, if it's a 3-1, like what happened in the previous game, it's gonna go for the BO3, which everyone wants to see. But Sprinter, again, with this Naiad, doesn't have to play too aggressive. It's actually TKG that needs to make this 3-man escape to happen. So hopefully they'll have their rotations on point, and the first kite will count for a while for them to go for decoding.
Yeah, and we'll be heading very soon. The matches could potentially be the last match for the Before You versus Sing TKG, considering the advantage that Before You has now over TKG. So just to remind you guys, the winning conditions for this BO2, or at least a tie, it will be a 3 escape for tie, 4 escape on TKG's side for that win. And we're seeing a little bit of a plus sign. Sprinza will be spawning at the connected double story gate. Toy Merchant at the umbrella gate. Center will be first officer, and the left will be Acrobat and Coordinator on the right. So just looking at this itself, I think Sprinza might be going for the Coordinator. Momo.
No, I just want to say that the traits are going to be very different. So I feel like he might go for the Coordinator and just expel the gun and then just go for the kill. And also considering the stakes as well, he just needs to go for that tie. He can actually just go for a secure chair, camp it out, and rely on detention for that second kill. And that's going to be it for Sprinter. That's it on paper. And that can allow him not to bring traits like Excitement, because Antiquarian isn't in the mix. So he can go for kind of an aggressive build here with the Naiad in terms of traits, or just get Insolence just so he can get the the dash in. But we're gonna head straight to the match, folks. It's Chocho and Poch Spice for the second half of the second round, and it seems like he's gonna try to chase after the toy merchant.
Yep, and I believe Toy Merchant Polas was trying to aim it into this area, but I think it kind of hit onto a tree with that catapult. So really unfortunate over there. Polas is trying to kite it out using his basic kiting skills because
Whoa.
Toy Merchant Wise she only has a catapult, and she has already threw her item somewhere.
Oh my goodness. Tries to drop the catapult, able to use
flying.
it. Wow, right in front. So again, it's very unorthodox, but still able to get it. So beautiful stuff on Polar's side. Just to transition here, and already dissipating is the humidity, but Sprinter, just like that, swimming straight towards the toy merchant, gonna go for a regular hit. Can he spot out the, oh no, flywheel. So beautiful performance by Sprinter to start things off.
Yep, and Green is just giving pressure as the coordinator with the gun. It can potentially stun the hunter, and excitement registering. We did not even see the excitement trait at all, but Sprins are really prepared for this. That's why he decides to go for the chase onto Toy Merchant instead of the coordinator. It all makes perfect sense now.
So yeah, just a perfect scenario, perfect storm of events for Sprinter. No more coordinator gun to use. And now just gonna camp this one out and try and go for at least that tie for him to be able to claim victory in this tournament. And now we see Bossy coming in for the save here, while we've seen how first officers can get stuff. Gets popped in the last effort. It's gonna be a double down if he's able to farm off a hit.
Yeah, that's right. And well, this is looking amazing for Sprinter's side. He just needs a tie, but it seems to be that he's might potentially be able to get more than that. Pola's getting that hit and a double up situation like you mentioned, and Cyphers are not looking good at all. Oh my goodness.
It's just an incredible performance so far onto Sprinter's side, and yeah, 2 survivors down. Second time we're gonna see Polars onto the rocket chair here, so just constant pressure onto Sprinter's side. And he also has a trump card, by the way. I just noticed that now, so he could just swap it out because he has no more excitement to worry about. I think did he already swap it out? I'm not quite sure, but we are going to see him just try to circle around this area just to secure the down of this toy merchant.
Yep, and I think, yeah, they're not coming for this rescue. There's no Tinnitus being popped up. First officer has been down on the floor, and now it's up. He sees the wanted order on the coordinator, which knows that he's at the hotel area, and coordinator no longer has her gun. But nope, he's gonna go for this chase onto acrobat Momo at the center, and Momo kiting at the tofu area. Cypher's still looking really unhealthy.
Yeah, it's just he's definitely got a stranglehold onto this match. It's hard for them to try and bounce back from this because the injuries, the objectives really pile onto the hunter side, and considering that he just has to get one more survivor down and out for him to be able to get the victory here. He just wants to focus on the best possible target. He's not going to focus too much onto the acrobat, and now finds the coordinator with no utility to use. So excitement is still in the air. He can go for that trump card for the blink, but unfortunate there. He couldn't make it past the watered area, and the coordinator is going to fall down in one more hit.
Yep, and yeah, it seems like it's enough distance for this hit to be registered onto Green. We'll be cheering Green possibly at this hotel area, and Momo, Bossy, both looking at on each ciphers, and 3 ciphers remaining, Bosh.
That's tough. I mean, Sprinter looks like he wants more than just a tie-in at this rate, right? Seems like the acrobat might have to go for this rescue. They have to go for broke at this point because they need all survivors out since Polars has already been sent back to the manor. So now first officer trying to go for the pop here, and now acrobat is already in the mix. Luckily the coordinator isn't past the halfway mark, but acrobat, he's starting to get humidified here. Goes for the terror shock, Jojo.
That's right, a terror shock onto Acrobat. What a play on Prince's side. He firstly got a double down onto first officer. Now he's having this terror shock moment with Acrobat. What can he not do?
I mean, it's just an incredible showing, right? He was able to water down the area and kind of corner off the acrobat, forcing him to go for the rescue and time that hit perfectly. Now forcing Bossy to go for this rescue. Momo trying to self-heal, but this first officer, if he's going to fall down to the humidity, he cannot go for this rescue. I mean, yes, there is that 5 seconds for that watch, but he's gonna have to time this rescue perfectly, able to get it and down the first officer. So the coordinator is out and about. Momo now will be focused on by Sprinter. So let's see, he tries to go for the blink, unable to get it. Slow bomb, unable to transition towards the stairs, and Sprinter has another down on the acrobat.
That's right, and something to note as well, Momo and Bossy does not have self-heal anymore. It's only Green, the coordinator. So if Sprinter wants to, he can potentially just leave them both on the ground and find Green, chair him, and it's game over. And looking at the possibilities of it, it seems to be that before you might be taking this 2-0 sweep right from the get-go. And right now I was trying to spot out Green over here, but yes, still sees the coordinator and will be downing Green in a moment's time. Still trying to mind game a little bit with Green. And I mean, Green doesn't have any tools to utilize, and the hit still does not register. Wow.
Again, I think it's just an inevitability, but I think we can congratulate Sprinter because when the first officer expires, that's GG's already, and now goes for that pop. Sprinter, ladies and gentlemen, you know what? Let him cook in the first round. He was able to get a tie, but now a 5-point game on his side, making B4U the winners in this competition, denying the best of 3. But big shout outs to TKG for giving us an intense match. It was really back and forth at the start, but the survivors as well as the hunter really popping off in round number 2. So congratulations, Sprinter, Schmitty, Paul Blems, Roland, and Myleg. Beautiful performance.
Yeah, I mean, in the first round, we saw how Sprinter picked the Naiad, got a tie. Chinatown, he picked Naiad once again and got a 4 kill. His camping of the chair is really something to be studied. I mean, we saw... I mean, these are the strongest survivors, like they've mentioned in the interview. But Sprinter was able to completely... He ate.
Shut down, yeah.
Yeah, he shut them down, domineering the entire scene just from the chase, the rescues, and it was just game over from there. Wow.
Yeah, it was, I would say, really forcing them to play into his, I mean, just the fact that he brought excitement, right? Relying that, all right, I'm not going to chase the coordinator first. I'm going to go for someone else and force the coordinator to shoot a shot, and using excitement just to force it out. I think it's just, Sprinter just living up to why he is one of the feared hunters out there. Again, this is a learning experience for everyone that did join. Unfortunately, this is TKG's last match of this tournament, but I'm pretty sure, you know what, you guys gained a lot of fans and a lot of experience going up against B4U. So B4U, once again, moving on in the top 4 in this tournament. And also, I'd like to give a big shout out to Joggy because he kind of pointed out that in this tournament, we're not using the updated one, so we are on tournament server, so there's no little girl buff, there's no coordinator buff just yet, and no better turning on the clown just yet. So those buffs aren't in effect just yet. So big shout outs to you, Joggy, for bringing that up. But Chocho, take us through the stats.
Yeah, just looking at this, we are having 2 ciphers remaining on Sprinter's side. The kite from Polar's 48.8 seconds, and 2 rescues on the first officer's side. And you know, I was just rethinking through that match. I think Polar's when he was playing Toy Margin, he got a little too urgent. Usually when you go play a Toy Margin against a Naiad, you kind of want to wait for the Naiad to collect back his harpoon, then you jump. Yeah, and that's usually the play that Toy Margins will go. But I think he got a little bit too anxious. I mean, of course, there is this level of intensity of nervousness.
Yes.
And also they need a 3 escape and 4 escape. So it made sense why he decided to jump there and then. But I think TKG still very strong survivor lineup that we're seeing. But really, unfortunately, just right from the get-go of IBT top 8, they're going against such a strong opponent, B4U. And B4U just claiming this right from the get-go, 13-4.
Yeah, just an incredible showing on B4U side. But yeah, big shout outs once again to Green and his team, Green being the team captain, and also sharing his insights. I'm sure it's not the last we'll see of TKG with their mantra, you know what, the kings in defeat, you know, yeah, they never end. Kings will never see defeat. They will always keep on going. They'll always be kings. So I'm excited to see what is next for TKG. They have that never give up attitude, and I'm pretty sure they're going to rebuild themselves and move forward in this journey. But seems like B4U, you know what, the team synergy and the unwavering mind games of Sprinter is just something to behold. So I'm excited to see their match tomorrow because they'll be going up against YHB. Oh, is it YHB? Yeah. Ooh, that's gonna be an interesting one.
And if YHB do win against B4U, it's gonna be another wow situation.
Yeah. We're gonna see the updated brackets, but yeah, I would say the ones the B4U, the ones that everyone says their biggest competition is still in this tournament. So unfortunately, TKG wasn't able to take out B4U. So hopefully we'll see some more slick competition come tomorrow because stakes are still pretty high. It's still single elimination. So that's why you have to support your favorite teams. You know, it's IVT season and you want to be able to see your favorite team's journeys. And I feel like we've seen a lot of impressive performances all throughout the day. And tomorrow is just going to bring the same type of energy and I think even more.
Yeah, and tomorrow will be the finals already, like semifinals/finals, like everything together. So definitely something not to be missed. And moving on to our MVP player. I think this is the first survivor for today. MVP player B4U Myleg, definitely well earned, well deserved. That dungeon escape. And even though he didn't really get chased at the start, his kite at the end, Chinatown, that match, was the most crucial one.
And his decoding too, right? His kite at the end solidified the victory for them because they were able to get that survivor win. In the first match, he was just out of sight, out of mind. Like you pointed out too, the scales were just the mind game factor, and he was just able to stay out of the hunter's reach. So again, first survivor to make it. Again, this was actually the most balanced, I would have to say, in terms of performance because we didn't see a hunter just kind of wreak havoc, and this is a great showing of the other B4U survivors because when we talk about B4U, we always bring up the Schmitty or Paul Blems, but shoutouts to Myleg for getting the MVP here with the composer. So Chocho, I feel the tides changing here with composer mains rising up here.
Yeah, and after this, maybe a lot more of NAEU players will be starting to play Composer. Composer meta might be rising again. This guy can kite, can decode, he can do pretty much everything. So SF for probably rescuing might be on the weaker side. But other than that, it's a very strong character, and Myleg has proved it once again.
So shoutouts to Myleg for getting the MVP award for B4U. B4U will be moving on, going up against YHB, and I believe it's Ravens versus
Meeting? CH4?
Yes. So CH4. Oh, that's gonna be crazy. I mean, Ling versus Raven. Oh my god, that's gonna be crazy.
Yeah. So definitely something not to be missed. Today we have very incredible plays already, all 4 matches, and tomorrow I think it's gonna cause a lot more craziness, I think. And plus semifinals plus finals added together, not to be missed. And IVT champion will be crowned 2023, right? So we'll see you there.
Yeah. So mark your calendars tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. I think we'll be starting a little later, since we will see like 3 matches, so 2 semifinals and then the grand finals at the end. So here we have it, today's results of the first half: Ravens versus ADM. Ravens to take the victory. Then we got Python versus YHB. YHB to take the game 1 and 2. I would have to say though, Ravens versus ADM, we did see the first half of round number 3, so that was our longest match of the day.
Yeah, and I think honestly the logos that they have is honestly looking pretty cool. All of them. So wow, I don't know how, okay, usually logos, right? You need to be really artistic for it, and for sure it's not me. But looking onto this second half of today's matches, the results, CH4 winning against QNY 15-3, and TKG before you winning against TKG 13-4. So today is just a 2-0 clean sweep for all teams. Congratulations, you have moved on to top 4 of our IVT, and right, the brackets like you've mentioned, B4U versus YHB tomorrow, and CH4 versus RV tomorrow. So once again, tomorrow will be the last day, like I mentioned. It will be the finals as well, so whoever wins in each side will be versing against each other to see who will be crowned champion of IVT. So gosh.
Yeah, I'm gonna add to that. It's just it's a very quick turnaround in terms of crowning a winner. And I feel like, you know what, the teams today were just excited to get to the grand finals already. That's why everything was 2-0. Again, dominant matches all throughout. And we have yet to see that game number 3, or heck, even overtime, to see all the bans or the permanent bans on the Survivor side. So yeah, an exciting time to be an Identity 5 fan. NAEU region is popping off with this tournament. You still got your IVLs and your big tournaments all throughout the entire world. But yes, this is the new meta. This is the new banning system that you have to get acquainted with, folks. And it's bringing some pretty intense matches. Like very, it's not just one-sided, oh, it's the Survivor meta. Because as the rounds go on, hunters do get stronger. So tomorrow's matches, Chocho, just take us through the times, because it's definitely starting in a later time than compared to today.
All right, so for the first match, it will be 6 p.m. EST, which means that if you're in the possibly SEA region, it will be 6 a.m. 6 a.m. GMT plus 8. All right, plus 8, 6 a.m. GMT plus 8. And for the next match, it will be at 8 a.m. GMT plus 8. And for the NAEU region, it will be 8 o'clock EST, 8 p.m. And the last match, 10 p.m. for EST and 10 a.m. GMT plus 8 for us. So you'll be seeing Nell, Posh, as well as Chocho for tomorrow's matches as well. So I'm excited to see how it's possibly going to play out. And Posh, any last words?
Yeah, I just want to give a big shout out to each and every one of you that has been tuned in since the beginning. We see you guys. I see Hanako, I see Chu, I see Vanilla Kinda. A lot of support, a lot of energy in the chat. Please bring that on tomorrow as well, because we will be crowning a champion. But for now, that does it for everyone here at the booth, everyone here at the studio. Thank you guys for tuning in, and keep playing Identity 5, folks. We'll see you guys tomorrow for more Identity 5 action. For now, that's Chocho. I'm Poch Spice. We're signing off. See you guys tomorrow for the conclusion of IVT NAEU. Peace.